Father, we thank you for the day. We thank you that you have blessed us with so much. We ask that you would be with us during these proceedings. Be with those who need your healing and comfort and grace. Let us make good decisions. Let us honor you in those actions that we take.
Zoom. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Monday, September 16, 2024. The time is, let's see what time. 9:34. Leah, can you please call the roll? Excuse me.
Commissioner Freidus.
Here.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil.
Ill.
Commissioner Kalikini.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua.
Here.
Commissioner Namoa. Oh, you know what? She's in the wait room. 1 second. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Namoa. We see her. Chair Watson.
Here.
9 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with approval of the agenda. We'll start with public testimony on agendas. Then the following items will be taken out of order. Item H1, sufficient sums budget. Then item C5, approval to secure other funding for Waipouli. And then we will return to the agenda as it is listed, starting with consent agenda. The commission will recess at noon for lunch. Tonight's DHHL community meeting will be at the Blanche Pope Elementary School cafeteria, 41-133 Hooley Street, Waimanalo, 96795, starting at 6:30 p.m. Have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, are there any edits or amendments to the August 19th and 20th, 2024 meeting minutes?
Sure.
Commissioner Nevis?
On page 20 of 24, I think this was for, looks like Tuesday. Yeah, it was Tuesday. On item J3, the testimony of Claire Nehu Young. On the second paragraph, second sentence of that paragraph, third sentence, said she would like to use the NAHASA monies for home renovations to fix Keikaha homes that are old and could not use, and could use that $25 million. She did not indicate for Waipouli, so the $25 million, her testimony was for specifically for renovations. I just want to make that correction, please. Sure. Thank you, Chair.
Any other edits? Okay, we'll entertain a motion with that amendment.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, first person up, Randy Wall. Good morning.
Secretary Burrows, aloha. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to come up so soon, but I might as well do it now that I'm here. So today, I will be testifying on item C4, which speaks to a limited meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, which will occur on Maui on November 17, 2024. The limited meeting, in essence, prohibits public participation from entering those sites that will be inspected. Therefore, I come before you to oppose item C4 as currently written. And I oppose for the following reasons. Number one, Leali'i 1B, Pu'uhona, Wailuku single-family lots, Waihumauka, and Kamalani in Kihei are all accessible. Therefore, this does not constitute situations that are so dangerous to health and safety that excluding the public, particularly Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, is warranted or justified. Number two, Kalai'ola, a 450-unit project situated directly above the Leali'i Hawaiian homestead community, can be safely accessed by working in coordination with the project manager. Because this is situated above Leali'i, those beneficiaries may have a vested interest in attending this site visit to become part of a discussion. Additional reasons for providing public access and serving in the best public interest are as follows. The Wailuku single-family lots. The C4 submittal will discuss the development of 123 family lots on 40 acres of land. However, in the strategic plan, the latest strategic plan, dated January 2024, a little more than $45 million has already been encumbered to develop 207 residential lots on 77 acres. This constitutes a net loss of 84 residential lots and leaves 37 acres unaccounted for on prime and fertile land situated near hospitals, medical facilities, state and county services, as well as shopping centers. Please note, most of our beneficiaries prefer these locations as their first choice. Likewise, Waihumauka, same strategic plan dated January 2024, has already encumbered funds for slightly more than $93 million to develop 311 residential lots on 238 acres of land. Item C4, however, will discuss the development of 38 single-family residential lots on just 51 acres of land. This constitutes a net loss of 213 single-family residential lots with 187 acres of land unaccounted for. Also, on prime fertile land situated near hospitals, medical facilities, and shopping centers. Again, most of our beneficiaries have indicated they prefer these locations as their first choice. So what is the total net loss? 297 residential lots are gone from the C4 discussion. 224 acres are unaccounted for as presented in the C4 submittal. So it appears that these assets and resources are being diverted away from the historically prized and valued lands of Navaeha to acquire land in Kihei for which funds have not been approved by the legislature. Brief discussion on Kamalani Kihei. Item C4 will discuss the development of 400 single-family residential units on 81 acres of land. The strategic plan dated January 2024 requests, it's a request, to secure approximately $80 million to acquire and develop 400 single-family units. However, no funds have been encumbered for this project. So why are we talking about this? Is this the reason for reducing the number of lots in the Navai Eha project area that is most desired by our native Hawaiian beneficiaries? Kalai'ola, on the March 18th, 19th commission meeting that was held in Lahaina, Maui, item C7 via PowerPoint states in part that the DHS will provide transitional modular housing units after hotel support ends, and it was intended to support fire victims until a permanent housing solution is available with a 5-year deadline, which the mana'o was after 5 years, that land comes back to Hawaiian Homes.
Mr. O, during the agenda items, you'll have a chance to also testify. But with respect to this portion of our agenda, you're limited. So we got a very long agenda.
Okay.
So if you could summarize and
Yeah,
move on.
I'm
Thank
almost
you.
done. Thank you, Chair. However, C4 states in part that DHS is working in partnership with the DHHL and HHFDC to create a community for families transitioning out of homelessness, to include rental housing, support services, etc. So the question is this for fire victims, or is this now becoming a long-term project for homelessness? Conclusion. Clearly, because of these statements, the public should be afforded every opportunity to be present on these site visits with their commissioners. Again, these sites are accessible and cannot be properly viewed from the side of the road. You must be on site. That is all. Thank you, Kalamai, for going over, but I appreciate the courtesy of allowing me to finish. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. O.
Aloha.
Okay, the next witness, Germaine Myers.
Do you want to wait to the?
I was absorbing what Commissioner Ovo said. Aloha, Commissioners. Mahalo for this time. My name is Germaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. I'm questioning why on the legislative package, and I think it should be removed, independent legal counsel allow the Hawaiian Homes Commission to retain independent legal counsel to be paid by the state. In October of last year, October 17, 2023, a notice of award of $850,000 was on the procurement website for a sole source. The office of the chairman of DHHL already secured independent counsel. Awardees named Watanabe Inc. LLP, a limited liability law partnership. Description: legal counsel to represent the Hawaiian Homes Commission. The litigation is ongoing. The current contractor is in the best position to coordinate legal activities. Should this contract be re-procured, preparation time combined with ongoing discoveries, motions, practice, and trial preparation would cripple DHHL's defense. What I'm saying to you is a sole source. Nobody else was deemed warranted. And so bypassing the procurement process, $850,000 was awarded to this legal counsel, independent counsel for the commission. The chairman is a lawyer. His wife is a lawyer. That is the field of industry. I feel this is a conflict. Instead of going through the procurement process, but also we get the perception that we don't have independent legal counsel when we see this on the legislative packet. In addition, on the legislative package, which I think it should be removed because it again gives false sense of security or perception. Geothermal. Request follow-up appropriation for the next steps in the investigation, exploration, and identification of geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands. From what I understand from the budget, the entity that was counseled with the pig for the geothermal pig is receiving the funds through another department and not Hawaiian homelands. In addition, I'm concerned. I had attended the working group for Act 279. And in here, it lists Maui Pu'ohonua Homestead. $17 million was encumbered in 2023 for 161 lots. But in today's packet, under C4, it says 154 lots. My concern is that an investigation should be done in all of DHHL's dealings. Reason for that is this says 161 lots were procured, were already encumbered funds to an entity, but yet we're being told only 154 will be developed. What happened with the other 6? Well, we might just think, oh, they're gonna do less. But what happens when we give them the 17 million and they produce less? That means they can now save on the expense of having to build those other 6. They get to pocket the money. So my concern is that, is this happening with other contracts? They tell us they're gonna produce 200 and they produce 150 with this amount of money, and they pocket their expenses that they no longer have to incur for that 50 that they less than built, did not build. My also concern is on on the packet, the NAHASDA for the down payment plan. Now, it says in the packet that $50 million NAHASDA for fiscal year 2025, of which only 5 million will go to the down payment, with the recommendation of 50,000 to be granted to each lessee for down payment costs. That totals 100 for the 5 million. Yet we're spending 25 million of NAHASDA funds for 82 units of a 15-year-old building where the lessee will have to wait 15 years before they can actually purchase it, a 30-year-old 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Why not spend that $25 million to help 500 lessees with down payment? If we're saying that we are poor Hawaiians and we want to help them get on the land, then why not help more? So again, we need to look at the recommendations of the NAHASDA, and we should not support purchasing Waipouli with $25 million to help 82, but instead divert that money, now add it to the 5 million of the 50 and make it 30 million. And now we're gonna help 600 Native Hawaiians get $50,000 down payment and closing costs. Kia kuapu, God bless all of you.
Okay, thank you. Next witness, Kelly Kave.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
And commissions. Thank you for the opportunity to address my concerns. I just have 2 concerns that really bothered me, and I'm sure it's on the mind of many applicants that are on the wait list as well as myself. It's going to be nearing 4 decades I've been on the wait list. And what disturbed me the most is I'm asking you guys to consider removing the names or dropping the names on the wait list that was tied together with the Kalima versus DHHL in the state of Hawaii. Because I don't believe and I don't agree with the distribution and the terms, how individuals were awarded and yet they're remaining on the wait list. I spoke to my senator. He asked me to come today and express my feelings. So that's why I'm here today. And I wanted to just share that with you. And number two, rental assistance. I'm going to be retiring next year, February. So I'm not going to qualify for home loans. If I ever get awarded to Hawaiian home property, I'm not going to be qualified. So therefore, I'm off the list. I'm going to be basically off the list because I won't be able to qualify because I have no income to show the bank that I can qualify for a home mortgage. Because, you know, I seen you guys conference on December the 13th, 2023, and I know it's going to take time. I mean, I am aware that you guys are going to be asking for an extension for the $600 million. I don't know if it's true or false, but that what was told to me. The HHL is going to be requesting an extension of the $600 million because they're not able to spend it in time, so they need more time. I'm okay with it, but I want you guys to at least try to consider removing the names so my name can be pushed up sooner than later. And then number two would be rental assistance to all the ones that cannot afford to get a mortgage for the next 10 years. And this will help the people that applied in 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Everyone else, I don't care because they're still young, they can qualify. I'm already at the edge where I'm gonna be retiring. I have no income. I'm gonna be set income. I won't be able to afford to get a mortgage. So therefore, I'm just asking you guys to please consider the two requests. And I'm sure you guys have a copy of it. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next witness, Deontae Man.
Oi, aloha mai kaku. Iman
Aloha.
Kalai Manaole, co-manager Ho Manapono LLC, Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation operating out of Waianae Coast. And so I'm here to support agenda is item C5. And just bear with me because I know we get time limitations. So I got 3 people on a continent that would like to testify on their own. So I'm gonna try to put them on phone because they get hard time going on the Zoom. They are kupuna age, yeah, so they get hard time. So anyway, I would like to continue my support for Waipouli because it just boils down to this thing. Who am I to tell another Kanaka, no take one rental, wait for your land, especially when they're in the kupuna age. When in their age where they can take care of, a quarter-acre lot or, their homestead lot, and they just like a nice place to be able to retire to, that, a nice environment around it, and that they can have their people come visit them, but they gotta go home after that. So for me, I hear a lot of people saying, okay, and they speak for this, they speak for that, but in the Native Hawaiian community, we don't speak for nobody, we speak for ourselves. So to me, I don't speak for nobody else. People should speak for themselves. So with that, I'd like to be able to concede the rest of my time to other people that like
I don't speak for nobody
share with
else.
you because
People should speak for themselves. So with that, I like to.
with this one, I want to introduce you guys to this guy. His name is Avery Yoon, and they've been on the list for 40 years. His family, they got like 6 of them, all siblings. They was forced to move away, but then they eventually came home, and they made a name for themselves. They're doing good for themselves, and they're interested in it. And Avery was the architect for Waipouli, and his brother just retired as a hey Avery, how's it? His brother Gilbert just retired as principal of Kapa'a. This is Avery Yoon. Avery, here's the commission, brother.
Oh, hello.
Go ahead, bro.
I born and raised in Kauai. I've been on this for over 40 years. My brother and sisters, and
Give him time on that.
I got some testimony I want to do. Okay, I'm 76 years old now. My brothers and sisters are older, and like I said, we're 50% of the land. We've been on the list for over 40 years. My brother was a high school principal here. And I was a planning director for Kauai during the 80s. But at this point, our concern is that we feel that we'll get nothing and die before anything is awarded. And we know that land is favorable. However, as an architect and land use consultant on Kauai for many years, I know that the materials, the labor costs, the land costs, it'll not go down now and in the future, especially on an island state like what we have, where land is a limited resource on every island. And I believe that the only way to meet increasing costs of providing affordable housing is to transition into multifamily units or multifamily type developments. And what that does is provides higher densities and less land area. And because it's multi-units, it's a more economic construction method. And that's one way of reducing the land and building costs at least. But because of rising costs, I think that higher densities in multifamily units and smaller lots will probably be the direction of affordable housing today and probably in the future, because the land is getting much, much more expensive and harder for them. Not only our generation, but younger generations to acquire. But historically, this property had a 10-year affordable housing requirement, and upon the completion of that 10-year period, the project was offered to the county for, I believe it was $25 million or $15 million less than what it is today. They did not proceed with it, and now the prices increased so much more. These units at Waipouli are not your average affordable unit. They were designed and constructed as resort condominiums. So it used higher quality materials. I'm familiar with it because I was a project architect on Kauai for this project. So I want to just say that, as a person who's been on the waiting list for over 40 years and maybe destined to be awarded nothing at all, I'm in favor and in support of this project, being that this form of housing will probably be one of the more practical solutions in providing housing for Hawaiian people, especially older Hawaiians who can no longer prefer not to do yard work or household maintenance, and maybe transition into multifamily type housing development, maybe a solution, not all the solution, but one of them that would be a step towards getting more economic housing units available to take care of some older people on this list. And that would be my testimony for today. And I thank you very much for listening. Mahalo.
All right, David, mahalo, brother. So, and then we also have Nakoa, Kupuna Atira, that's been on the mainland in Wyoming for many years. Go ahead, Nakoa.
Montana.
Oh, Montana, sorry.
Oh, aloha from Montana. My name is Sandra Napura Kawahi Kinsey. I live in Baker, Montana, which is in the eastern part of the state. Got here when I was born in Waimea, Kauai. My parents are Herbert Ha'o Kawahi and Christabel Holt. And I just love them. But they're gone now. I'm 87. I'm looking over my past and I'm thinking that there's something missing. I haven't been home enough to see people and to enjoy just being with family and where I came from. I just wanted to tell you that I've been on this Hawaiian Homes Commission list for quite a while. I'm 87 now and I've been on it and I still haven't been able to get any help. Just a little bit of help anyway. So I thought I'd try again. That's my foremost thing as far as my Ohana and my grandchildren and everything. My deepest dream was to get to Hawaii because that's my home, I look forward to that. And making a trip once a year is about a couple thousand or more. And in this program that you're doing, it's kind of ideal for somebody that's retired and tired too, by the way. Anyway, I just kind of wanted to go over this fact. I understood I had 5 minutes, and I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Whatever I have.
3 minutes.
I have conception. The mana'o embodies authorization and privilege. Ho'omana'o means to worship, to defy, to place authority, to infer privilege. In the Kanaka, Native Americans or Native Hawaiians, I'm sorry, scholars have identified 3 Pico spiritual centers. That was a fundamental aspect of the Native Hawaiian cultural identity, representing, well, the person's mana'o, or his, what he understood to be connection to the past and to the ancestors. A person's pico umbilical cord was a connection to the present generation. A person's mai, genitals, were a connection to the future and descendants. Native Americans that are individual represented as the ancestors, and was a personification of the accumulation of mana in a lineage, as well as a link between past and future generation. Now, this is all according to Pukui, Hardik, and Lee in old Hawaii. One's relatives were both earthly and spiritual mana. Now, that means a lot to me. And I'm ready to give part of the action on that mana that we talk about, ancestry, emotional sense, and everything. So I'm gonna cut it short because I know you got a lot of other people waiting, and I appreciate you listening for that little moment. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Okay. Wait, Nakoa says if you guys get any questions. Nakoa, no can do question and answer on this thing, but Bombay will go talk story and get your
Okay.
verse. Okay. Aloha. Thank you, Tito.
Aloha.
Okay. So another guy, Dane Kaimilo, he's in California right now. He's taking care of disabled kids, autistic kids, and so his testimony was that they were forced to move away because they couldn't afford to live here, and they just want to be able to come back. Him, his family, they want to be able to come back home. And the reason why I wanted to highlight these people who live on the continent, you know, every them, they all moved to the continent as well. That's how I found them on the wait list. I went by the zip code, and it turned out that Avery and his family came back home, yeah, and built something here. But most of them that I talked to, over 28 people I talked to on a wait list of Kauai, they all say they like come home. And so for me, I just like how people come home. Being forced to move away because you cannot have one place to live is just unconscionable. We are Kanaka, this is our homeland. And when we holler, we like holler on this soil, our home. And so when you hear on Kupuna tell you, I just like come home, and it's sad that I'm not gonna be able to get what I wanted on homestead lot, but I'm willing to take on condo or on rental. I think we should hear them. These are the minority voices that the majority refuses to allow you to have a voice for. And I just like the minority voice be heard. Thank you. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next witness, Jojo Tanimoto.
Good morning, Coach. Thank you. I appreciate the time. My testimony is on H1 and H2, which is the budget. And I don't see Kauai listed in H1. And I don't see Kauai listed in H2. My concern is the community's request for water subsidy. It's not included in the budget. My concern here is number one, population. Everybody else is taking the water sources. Even the county planning department is looking at creating District 10. So that's how many people there are. We're looking at population. Most of that population gotta pass Kauai down the harbor in order to go Waimea or Waipaloa or Kona, whatever. So the traffic all past Hawaiian Home. But we don't have water. The other concern I have is Kohala Ranch water, which Kailapa accesses currently, looking to expand our limitation for the Kohala Shoreline subdivision. That is something that's coming up, and I don't know if the department is looking at our water limitations over here. Kailapa is also on a 2-year notice, and then we have no alternatives to any water for the residential. Another problem that I foresee is the request to get connected. To the
Jojo,
Yes.
excuse me, we cannot hear you. We hear the microphone rustling a lot, but you have to speak right into your mic. You probably have to start a minute back.
From what part did you not hear? Well, let me do the water subsidy, the importance of our, can you hear me now?
No, it sounds like you're moving a lot. So when you talk, you have to keep still.
Yeah,
Or
that's
speak
another
right into your
problem. Oh. Well, let me know when you can hear me, because water subsidy is important to us.
Okay, right there, we can hear you right now.
Oh, great. Okay, so my concern is the water subsidy. It's not in the budget H1 or H2, which is for year 2025 and even 2026. And my concern there is population. The county is looking to create District 10. We already have 9. They're looking at number 10 because of the population. Most of it is going to pass Hawaiian homes down here by the harbor in order to get to Waimea or Waikoloa or Kona. The other thing about our water access from Kohala Ranch is we are limited. And there is a Kohala Shoreline subdivision that is looking for the second time to get our limited numbers for their subdivision. So we can get notice 2 years and then we got no water. We have no alternative. So I'd like the commission to address us or send us a beneficiary consultation, please, and let our community know how the department is going to help us. Because I've been testifying for the last 2 years, and now here we are. We still got nothing. We are getting help from our commission from this side of the island now, trying to help us. And we would really appreciate some help from all of you. Any questions?
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next testifier, Helan Sonora Pale.
Aloha,
Hello.
aloha Chair Watson, aloha Commissioners. My name is Helan Sonora Pale, and I fully support the Waipouli Courtyards Rent-to-Own project. This initiative offers an essential opportunity for Kanaka Maoli families on the homestead waitlist, giving them a chance to achieve home ownership in a way that has eluded so many for so many generations. My own grandmother, a Kanaka Maoli woman, spent her entire life in public housing in Honolulu. struggling with poverty as she raised 8 children. She was on the wait list until the day she died. She never received the homestead land that could have changed the trajectory of her life. Her story, like that of so many others, highlights the need for immediate action. As someone who has long advocated at the state legislature for full funding of DHL, a real commitment to addressing the wait list, I have witnessed firsthand the reluctance of the state to prioritize Native Hawaiians. I have testified and called out the legislature for its failure to act, particularly as it entertained proposals like Aloha Homes, which sought to repurpose private and government lands for housing developments aimed at non-Hawaiians, while ignoring those waiting for decades on the DHL list. If the state had done more, we could have prevented the disproportionate number of Native Hawaiians who are houseless or struggling to survive on the economic margins. The rent-to-own model being proposed for Waipouli empowers low to moderate income families by offering a path to home ownership. Families can rent while building equity, ultimately purchasing the home at an affordable price. This innovative approach helps break the cycle of renting, fosters financial stability, and revitalizes communities. Rent-to-own programs like this are not just about providing housing. They offer a real opportunity for financial empowerment and community growth, similar to the impact we've seen from organizations like Cleveland Housing Network, which has been leading sustainable housing solutions for underserved families since 1981. This project could make a significant impact on reducing Native Hawaiian houselessness and giving our people the stability they need to thrive. I urge the Hawaiian Homes Commission to approve this project and move forward with a model that can help return 80 Native Hawaiian families to their ancestral aina in Kapa'a. This is not the final solution to the housing crisis, but it is a vital step in the right direction. And it's one that our community cannot afford to miss. And I want to also state, I have been in contact with some of the homesteaders on Kauai and those on the wait list. And I'm not here to speak for them. I believe 1 or 2 of them did submit testimony in support. But the stories that they're sharing are heartbreaking. Who can afford $5,000 rent, monthly rent? On this $4,000 rent. These are the stories I've been hearing from families on Kauai who are on that wait list. This is an opportunity for families to have affordable rents and long-term stable housing. We're living in unprecedented times when it comes to the cost of living and the cost of housing. We need to look outside the box. It's not a one fix for all. I mean, all our community is diverse. A lot of us, are looking for the house and lot. Some of us are looking for an apartment. Some of us are looking for a condominium. It really is about trying to diversify the opportunities and the choices that we have as Kanaka Maoli. The struggle is real. And I'm mahalo to Dumont for that beautiful testimony, because it's really about keeping Hawaiians in Hawaii. There are more Hawaiians living outside of Hawaii right now than there are Hawaiians living on our own homeland. And that is unacceptable. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testify, Kimola Kan.
Hello, Mekako. Aloha, Chair, members of the Commission, and those participating. Mahalo for the opportunity to provide testimony this morning. I'm here this morning as the chair of the Waimanalo Neighborhood Board, speaking on behalf of our Waimanalo Community Plan Committee, which took action in regards to item F2, the approval of issuance of the right of entry permit to State of Hawaii Department of Land and Natural Resources. The committee recognizes that the critical nature of these planned operations are important to address and curb the continued population spread of invasive coqui frogs in Waimanalo Valley. We do share our deepest aloha and mahalo with the listed agencies and others who have and continue to make the addressing of this issue a priority, as well as those that are called to collaborate on this issue. We strongly support the aspect of the permit application that focuses its priority on coqui frogs. However, we do have reservations in regards to the actions added in regards to the goat management of this particular permit. The TMK includes over 1,300 acres, and the committee kindly requests more specific location of the goat population in question before any actions are taken. The priority again should be the coqui frogs and stopping their movement thereof. Of the goat population in question before any actions are taken. The priority again should be the. Sorry about that. We also recognize that we have at least one farmer in the area that has identified the potential of missing goats. And so we're questioning whether or not any outreach was done to nearby farmers. Wa'akai analysis hasn't been brought up yet in the conversations, and we recognize that goats are a meat source for some of our members of our community and beneficiaries, excuse me. More community outreach is being requested before there's any actions to cull the goat population, as some have noted the negative impacts of the previous operations to do so. The permit has an indefinite timeline. It doesn't specify any particular end, and so we're requesting, perhaps a 6-month or a year-to-year duration so that we hold accountability to action and that we can be provided any public reporting from the agencies that are providing the services. Habitat modification has not been defined in the permit, and we're requesting that it be provided to the community for consultation in relationship to coqui frogs and to the goats as well. And there are no post reflections or plans noted at this time for reforestation, and that's something that we thought was very important for consideration, a plan and a budget to be available for review and provide feedback on. Lastly, Chair, the declaration that after considering the potential effects of the proposed disposition as provided by Chapter 343 HRS and Chapter 11-200, that this project will probably have minimal or no impact is questionable. We request that any recent reporting on species, including but not limited to O'opu, Pueo, Kahuli, and Ope'apea be provided so that we can review and determine what those potential outcomes might look like. At the end of the day, Chair, we recognize how important it is for us to get ahead of the invasive sprawl of coqui frogs and other invasive species in our community. We appreciate the opportunity to partner with agencies, collaborate on solutions and impacts that impact the lifeways and well-being of our community, including beneficiaries of the trust. We will continue to navigate ways to engage identified partners and collaborators and hope that we, the community, will continue to be provided a seat at the decision-making table. With that being said, Chair, I did provide a late public testimony, written testimony, excuse me, but I will yield my time back and mahalo all of you folks for your service. Thank you for the time to testify.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Sybil Lopez.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Commissioners. Thank you
Aloha.
for the opportunity. I don't know if you can hear me, but I want to speak on item C4 first, and then I move on to item F3. I am taking out my time out of my official capacity to be here today to speak on these two items. I strongly support the position of Mr. Randy Awo to convene a limited meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission on November 17, 2024 to the parcels in Lahaina, Wailuku, and Kihei on the island of Maui. And I would want to yield my time of my item C4 to Mr. Randy Awo, that he can come back and continue his testimony for that item. And regards to item F3, I strongly oppose the approval of the right of entry to the Molokai Land Trust. For me, this is yet another example of colonization in its modern time, where outsiders, under the guise of doing good for the land with environmental stewardship, taking out our lands. We on Molokai, we always are anti-development. We wouldn't want to see a Waikiki on the shores of our Molokai. But in turn, right now, what we've been going through is environmental stewardship, people that are non-beneficiaries coming to our island telling us how to steward our own lands. And for me, that is like a direct insult to our beneficiaries in itself. I mean, right now, today on the land on Molokai, we have at least 800 beneficiaries on our land, and approximately around 2,100 people that are still waiting on the wait list to have land on Molokai. A perfect example of this 85 acres. And just reading the department's report, I just want to send light that, highlight that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands is providing gratis in the report to Molokai Land Trust for this. DHHL is also waiving their fees. And amongst that, they're providing in-kind staffing to a non-beneficiary with technical assistance and support, and also using our DHHL staff to in helps with creating this wetlands partnership. Without the number one trigger is without beneficiary consultation. And I hope I have time to go over my solutions. But what I wanted to actually thank the consultant and the department is on just this past week, last week at the Hawaii Congressional of Planning Office, the HCPO, the APA award actually went to DHHL and Group 70 for the Malama Cultural Park Master Plan. And I want to bring that to light because that's a perfect example of a 4-acre parcel that was transferred from DLNR back in 2011 into the DHHL inventory. It took DHHL to 2018 to designate that land use as a special area district. And then it took the department 2022 to create a master plan as approximately 12 homestead beneficiary associations on our island participated. And what the department told us that we needed a fiscal sponsor of 501c3 organization to champion that project. So they completed that in 2022. We organized at least 7 homestead associations to come together to create a 501c3 nonprofit organization so that we can go ahead and steward that place, that 4-acre parcel. To this day, it's still never come in front of the commission for approval. But yet, something like a non-beneficiary, Molokai Land Trust, did 1 year on this project and already coming in front of the commission for approval. I'll repeat myself. 7 homestead associations took the time from 2011 to now to start organizing so that we can steward our own land, and that's only 4-acre parcels. The department is requesting 85 acres to go to a non-beneficiary. So in hopes, this is my solution. And if I don't have time, I would try to stay for the rest of the day on the particular item, but beneficiaries first. So I offer solutions that can prioritize the involvement of beneficiaries in decision-making processes for non-homesteading, right of entry agreements, and long-term leases. Here's a breakdown. Beneficiaries first, early consultation. Then the next one will be benefits agreement through consultation. And I probably won't have time to go over that, and I want to make sure that I have time again on the agenda. But I also want to speak to what Molokai Land Trust has been doing so you guys understand what we have been going through. So they already they have been acquiring lands on Molokai to steward our lands. They have lands that they got from Molokai Ranch. They put up fences, and we cannot go through any of that area to do any cultural practices or any traditional or customary practices that we always do in these areas. What we have to do is we have to fill out a form from Molokai Ranch, tell us who we are, tell them what we're going to be doing over there, go and see if they're going to be able to allow us to go through or not. And once we go through, we have to come back again, inform them.
Click right there. Go to the right of yours. Go right. Let me see your things.
and inform them what we did. If we gathered, what we gathered, how much fish we gathered, if we gathered OP, what we gathered, how much we gathered, and if we hunted and what we did and how much we had it. And so I don't like see something like 85 acres without beneficiary consultation, having somebody steward that land when we can do it ourselves. And I understand that we haven't been notified, and it takes something like this to be on an agenda so that we know all about it. Yet shame on us, but if we knew about it earlier, I'm pretty sure there will be more than just me in front of here asking for you guys to oppose this. I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth. So seeing that I still have time, I want to go back to my solution. So beneficiaries first, early consultation. Prioritize beneficiaries in consultation. Before any due diligence begins, it is essential to ensure that beneficiaries are consulted, allowing their voices to shape the process from this outset. Improve beneficiary consultation. This could involve refining the process to be more inclusive and transparent, ensuring that beneficiaries have the opportunity to engage fully. Update Hawaii administrative rules. This would allow beneficiaries in that subchapter regarding beneficiary consultation to have a greater role in decision making, potentially by introducing a benefits agreement into the legal framework, giving them power to influence the outcomes of projects affecting our own lands. And number two, benefits agreement through consultation. So by creating a benefits agreement as part of the consultation process, a formal agreement should be developed between applicant, whether they're Molokai Land Trust or Wetlands Partnership, the beneficiaries, and the homestead associations should be the lead project. This ensures that beneficiaries are interested in safeguarding our protection and perpetuation of our lands and our cultural resources and our traditional and customary practices. Support for beneficiaries and homestead beneficiary associations by building our capacity instead of their capacity. So the agreement should focus on providing resources and support to enhance the capacity of us, beneficiaries, and our homestead beneficiaries associations, ensuring that they can effectively steward the land in perpetuity. This is not an institutional act. This is a generational act, and we should plan accordingly. And last is to leverage funding for stewardship. These non-beneficiary organizations should be collaborating with us to help us secure these funding resources, whether it's governmental, private, and philanthropic, to ensure our continued stewardship and care for the Aina. We should be doing that. We should be in a forefront. So mahalo, and I do have more. But I will try, like I said, I will try to stay on while you guys deliberate on this agenda item. So mahalo nui.
Thank you, Sybil. The next testifier, Evalani Mcre.
Just to clarify, Chair, I signed up for C1, C4, and H1. Am I just addressing one, or can I address all three because I have to be out by 12? Can you
Yeah.
clarify that for me?
Oh, you got 3 minutes on this
3
portion.
minutes, okay,
Yeah.
I will. Okay, mahalo commissioners, I'm Evalani Mcre. I'm the Kaupea Homestead president as well as the Shah Oahu Mokopuni. I'm here to testify in regards to C1. And C1 is the acceptance of the APR of the Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant. And my question really is as I looked into that, I know Lehua, you're doing that, and I just have a lot of questions because coming from our community, this acceptance of the housing block grant, really, there's a section under HR that talks about substandard housing. We did have on our Mokopuni last Thursday, we addressed that. And for me, what I question about the housing block grant is how is that process vetted? How does the Hawaiian Homes pick those who can be part of that program? I do see identified there were seven homes that had the ERR. what that was identified. And for me, that's the problem, because in an article on March 2nd, 2022, that Chair Watson, you was even quoted in that about homes not being inspected. And I asked the commissioners today to really read that article, you know, because that tells you about what houses was developed, the substandard, and what is continuing today. So for me, that's the question I have with that. How do I be inclusive in it? How am I going to know that I know my families that are 80% of AMI that have substandard housing? How do we get you as a department to come? So I'm asking my Oahu commissioners that I would like you to attend my Mokopuni meetings, because as other commissioners have attended, you know, they're able to address these concerns, and the HASDA monies is very important. I'm going to wrap it up on H1 in the approval and appropriations of the biennium budget. Okay, if we're not addressing it in the HAR program, then we must address it in the sums. And for me, commissioners, we need to address substandard housing. And if the 600 million for me is being allocated to build housing, we must build safe and adequate housing. I also want to state that I went to Idaho for an Enterprise Native Housing Advisory Council. They did have Nahasda, Richard Medeiros, and Annie there. And that tells me that we were there too, the Shaw Mokopunis. And I think addressing these things, Chair, I need to say, how do we come together, you know, on this, and that we need to address it. It's very important. So I asked Commissioner Kaneakua, Commissioner Marfell, it's urgent that my community in Kapolei would like to meet with you second Thursday of every month that we meet, and we would like for you to hear the concerns we have, and we need you, because that's part of the beneficiary consultation. So that's my take on C1 and H1. I'm just gonna go ahead and read a statement in support of Aloha my commissioners. I am Evalani Mcre, like I stated. I live on Kaupea Homestead. And homestead associations, as identified under 201.6 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920, and federally identified association under CFR 43 Code of Federal Regulations. During the monthly Shaw and Oahu Mokomini that we held via Zoom on September 12th, there was robust discussion. Approximately 30 homestead leaders and waitlist beneficiaries in attendance on Agenda C4. With unity with Maui to strongly oppose Agenda 4 to convene a limited meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission on November 17, 2024 to DHHL's parcels in Lahaina, in Wailuku and Kihei on the island of Maui for the following items. And this, for the following reasons, I state this, because all developments projects can be assessed. There is ample time to make formal arrangements with the developer to meet health and safety standards. Second, an example of Pu'uhonua groundbreaking was held on May 2023 on unapproved areas where a whole bunch of people from public attended this event with their beneficiary dignitaries of the committee, probably about 60 to 7 people. Since then, the site has been approved. I asked my island commissioners from Oahu to listen to the opposition before you, beneficiaries, and to vote no to the motion before you. I am willing to submit my testimony before you to make it public record and the draft of your minutes in the opposition of C4. I thank you for this time, and I look forward to meeting with you all and seeing how we can resolve this, and meeting with my commissioners. Aloha and have a blessed day.
Thank
Mahalo.
you, Ivalani. The next witness, Kanani Kagawa.
Aloha, commissioners. Thank you for having me. This is in regards to item C5 with the purchase of Waipouli. I just wanted to state that as read and as written in the director's report, I am against the project. Particularly, it's more because I would rather see the $25 million of Nahasda money be used, particularly, you know, with the Anahola the Anahola Kuleana homestead settlement. I just, you know, we did that. You guys received the Fonzie on that project. The community spent many years trying to get this project going. And if you look at the budget within the project plan, it was $27 million for us to get these homestead lands. And if we're using $25 million of Nahasda money to go to low-income housing projects of rental in Waipouli, versus we could put approximately 432 beneficiaries off the wait list, including pastoral, agriculture, and residential. As is, the Waipouli project comes with a lot of uncertainties that the department and the trust hasn't laid out for the beneficiaries and for us, so it leaves so many unknowns. It seems like a great project, but my understanding is that with the financing that we are seeking for this project, it only is prohibited to those seeking an income of 60% AMI, which for a family of four is $80,000. So this purchase will exclude many families on the wait list. Just they'd be ruled out by income. And if you guys are familiar, as your income increases, your rent goes higher. So you're not sheltered from permanent, low, affordable rents. Again, you know, we spent many years in the Anahola community trying to develop the Kuleana Homestead Settlement, and we had the regional plan completed. The department did receive a Fonzie for this project. So it's shovel ready to go. We just needed financing. So I would like to implore our commissioners to really, really think about redirecting the Nahasda, $25 million of Nahasda money, 2.4 monies from the trust, into putting it into the Anahola build out. And I would love to see, you know, those people removed from the wait list. We're asking for lots and homes. And I just think this project that came on the books this year, you guys are shoving it in our faces, whereas Anahola spent like about 10 years trying to do a regional plan for the Anahola community. So I thank our chair Neves for supporting and listening to the Kauai beneficiaries who was against this project, or excuse me, not against allocating the DHHL money for it. And I would just like us to consider and to really contemplate how can we get the Anahola Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan in motion? We've received the Fonzie, and that's the biggest barrier to development. And DHHL has that. We have exemptions. According to the water use plan, we have sufficient water for this project. And the budget in the regional plan states that it's $20 million to develop. And I'm just asking, why can't we go to Anahola on lands that we own? Give us subsistence lots, ag and pastoral. Hanapepe, your guys' budget developing there. You guys are developing 82 lots for $18 million. That's a great resource there. You're getting lots. We're going to spend a total of $59 million for 82 units in Waipouli, which is $800,000 of subsidy. It blows my mind. I just would like us again to really reconsider our limited resource, and why are we abandoning the Anahola Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan when we spent a decade in planning with the Anahola community? I mean, as a kid, I'm sorry, when I was younger, I remember going to these meetings. You were consulted, the beneficiaries showed up, and the only barrier for that was we didn't have enough money. And now I hear the chair saying we're going to allocate 25 million of Nahasda money to buy a complex, when we could take that and develop over 200 lots, maybe up to 400. So thank you for that. And I wanted to thank the Commissioner Neves for not supporting this project and really looking at Nahasda money going to infrastructure and the regional plan, which already received an environmental clearance and a Fonzie for the purchase. I'm not sure where the trust is with any environmental assessments done with Waipouli, and if we need to do one in order to execute the Nahasda monies for this project. So if somebody can let me know if we would need an EA for that, it would be good for the beneficiaries to know, because if we need to go through a environmental assessment to utilize Nahasda and federal monies for the purchase, we are not going to get that within the next year. An EA takes several years to conduct. And I'm just asking, we spent so much money, time, and beneficiary consultation and Anahola. Even Hanapepe has a site plan ready to go. Why can't we allocate this Nahasda funding and trust money to those projects? Thank you. As is, I am not in support of us purchasing
Thank you.
that
Thank you very
project,
much.
our trust funds or our Nahasda money. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Patty Barbie.
Aloha Chair Watson and Commissioners. My name is Patty Tankayo, and I come today as a beneficiary who's been on a wait list for 25 years. I'm here to express my strong support for the rent-to-own program, which provides an innovative pathway for those who have waited so long to receive a homestead award. To illustrate my point, I like to think of the DHHL wait list as those waiting in line, a food line. The DHHL wait list, you're waiting in line, waiting for your turn. Some of us have been waiting in line for decades. Meanwhile, there are homesteaders who've had their meal. They had their steak and rice and enjoyed it. And some even got their plate, ate a little bit, and then gave their plate to their adult children, and then went back in line again. Yes, yet thousands of us continue to wait in line, and many are passing away to be served. The rent-to-own program is an opportunity to serve those who's been waiting in line. It may not be the steak and rice for everybody, but, you know, as time passes, we're all of aging, we're evolving, our food needs have changed. Some beneficiaries like myself has a new diet because we're so old, and we have specific requirements because of our age and financial circumstances and health concerns like diabetes. Now, some of us need to be vegetarians. Some of us, you know, are vegans. Some of us, you know, cannot eat certain things. So this rent-to-own program gives people options. It's a diverse menu, right? This program can address different needs and giving people on the wait list that have waited so long a chance to finally be served. Plus, this rent-to-own program, why I support the Kauai project, because it's immediate action. Okay, as a developer, you start a project, it takes 4 years for it to be finished. This one can be immediate. People who have been waiting so long, probably by next year already, people can get in. So I urge the commissioners to please support this program. It's a wonderful program, the rent-to-own. It's not for everybody, but it will indeed help people who have been waiting for so long and need something different, not just a homestead. This condo would work perfectly for them. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Patty. Next testifier, Junya Nakoa.
How's it? Hold on, I'm trying to make my video here. It says no can disable. Hello? You can hear me? Oh yeah, they hear. They hear. How you guys doing? Yes, sir. Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes, sir. Okay, how you guys doing? How you planning for talk about? Choke. Okay. First one is the C4. Yeah. You guys heard Randy Awok, I talked to you guys all about how many homes in certain projects now go minus, gonna get less homes. How much acres, they're gonna get less acres. I thought we were supposed to be making more homes and more acres for the Hawaiians. Not less. Not less, gang. So you guys better look into that. I'm gonna be hanging around kind for testify on the C4 too. One other thing, I just been listening to all the testifiers, like the testifier before me, and to Helan, everything. But the rent to own topic is battle calling. It's awesome. You know what I mean? Giving people the option, you know, for take advantage of that. You know, Helan project just got approval here in Lahaina. I was asking that developer make them rent to own, but again, because of the HHFDC, whatever, laws and parameters, they cannot do them yet. But that developer planning on doing more of that in Hawaii, trying to do not more of the kind, but the rent to own, you know, so that's awesome by the developer. Badass. Oh, bad, my bad. But also, at the March meeting, you guys held over here, the Lahaina Civic. I was there. I went testify. What's it called? Kale Watson, you was there. You even had I think, and then at the other mayor's meeting on Wednesday, had Joe Campos guy. You two guys are talking about how you guys gonna work together to benefit the beneficiaries and all that stuff. And you guys are saying all kinds of stuff like, oh yeah, you know, after the Ting Pao, then the beneficiaries can go take that, you know, can go ahead and take that lot after 5 years or whatever. And then there was also, and we get video of them, because we get video of them that it was said that simultaneously, I don't use that word, but I remember them because it was said by you, Kali, and the Campos guy, that you guys said simultaneously, one of the benefits that the beneficiaries of kind going to get of Leia 1B is that simultaneously, say them again, you guys are going to do the infrastructure for 1B, because came out of your mouth, Kali Watson, that you guys no more the funds for do the infrastructure because you get hot rocks over there and this and that. And what you call Joe Campos said his department can do them. And I said, yes, sir. Okay, cool. But kind of fishy when your two departments is still underneath the same thing, the state of Hawaii, the fake state of Hawaii. And so you guys better remember that, because I do. I have videos. I have at least 15 people who was there with me that heard the same thing. Simultaneously, you guys will be doing the infrastructure for 1B, Leia 1B. So we're not gonna forget that. I winging them today, okay? Because I wasn't planning on testifying today. I don't know if you guys see the agenda. I am on the agenda for tomorrow. For tomorrow, we're gonna do a presentation on our housing project that we can help to benefit the people, the beneficiaries on the list, because the price of the housing for the Waikapu one is freaking unreal. Like over $600,000. And I'm gonna tell you, hopefully by the presentation that gonna be held by me and my team tomorrow, gonna educate you guys on can I say the word cheap every time? Better product, cost-wise good, you know what I mean? For the beneficiaries. Okay? Never mind going with the same developer, the Dowling guys, and then we get screwed. I know you guys came to plenty commission meetings here on Maui. And me and good local brothers over here from Lahaina, we always been stressing, put us on the land. We can build our own homes. No make us have to go ahead with do this turnkey guys with all these developers that only like money hungry. Our program, our development group, we barely gonna make anything. I gonna be my team will be making money off of the distributor. Because we're going to use his
Okay,
product.
Mr.
And the
Nakoa.
thing. And so I'm going to finish
thank you
real
very
quick,
much.
real quick. Mahalo, brother Archie, for being there. Represent Leia Lee. Yes, sir. Let's go.
All right. Mahalo. Okay, the next testifier, Pua Freidus.
Hello, everyone. Sorry.
Hello.
Thank you for being here and all the hard work that you guys do. Jeez, it amazes me. But I am Pua Freidus. I am a waitlister, like everyone else, waiting. I wanted to address C4, and I forgot about the rental, and I wanted to expound on that also. Yes, I'm in agreement with what Demont had to say and Miss Barbie about rental. We all get different stuff. So that's a perfect example about some of us can eat the steak and rice, and then some of us cannot afford, and then some of us just trying to get any kind of food in the food stamp line to get the food, period. So I support the rental agreement. I am here about the C4 because I oppose that. And yes, we had a meeting. I am a part of a director with the All organization, and you know, as it is identified under 201.6 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 and the federally defined Homestead Association under 43 CFR Code of Federal Regulations 47 and 48, right? So during our meeting, you know, Ms. Lebon had expounded on this, and I just come in agreement with us, with her, about the C4, and I'm joining in and unifying with Maui to strongly oppose, yes, agenda item C4 to convey the limited meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission on November 17th in 2024 to DHHL for the parcels of Lahaina, Wailuku, Kihei, and on the island of Maui. And of course, in agreement with the following reasons, yeah. It is all of the development projects can be accessed. And there is ample time. Now that's the part, still get time, and just like the concerns that others are showing, right? If for 10 years people working on stuff and then all of a sudden 1 year they shoving stuff down people's throat, still get time. And probably about 60 to 70 people have since been on the site and have been improved. And I'm asking the commissioners to listen to the opposition before you know, by the beneficiaries, and please to vote no to consider this motion that's before you, for I will be submitting my testimony here before you guys. You know, and thank you for all you guys do and the support that you guys give. Thank you for the time to share.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see, the next is fire, Leia Nui Nui. Leia Nui Nui.
Hello? Am I there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hello? Am I on?
We can hear you. You can
Oh
start your
man,
testimony.
where is it? I've been waiting all this time. Hello?
We can hear you. Leia Nui Nui. You can start
Oh
testifying.
man. Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. Next one. Okay, the next testifier, Jerome Kikivi.
Hello, you guys
Yes.
can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, hey, aloha nui, commissioners and Chair Kali. My name is John Kikivi Jr. I'm the current president of Namoku Puni Oko'olahui, and I'd like to testify on item G3 for a rule change in the Keanai Wailua Nui Aupua'a located in the Ko'olaumoku. So our villages consisted of active taro farmers, fishermen, hunters, gatherers, and we still live the lifestyle that we was provided from our kupunas, from the first settlers of this unique area. Back in 1995, I believe the state granted DHHL lands in our Aupua of Kenai and Wailua Nui, approximately about 200 plus acres. In 1997 was our first community meeting with the DHHL staff and commission. And at that meeting, our kupunas stated that, they wanted to put all people on the lands, our lineal descendants back on the lands because of how unique this area is. Fast forward, that was the outcome of that meeting, 1997. The next meeting we had was in 2013. And the decision was still the same. How can we put our lineal descendants on our lands? So now, fast forward to 2022, we finally got Julie Cachola. She was the lead person for this for start this conversation with our community, along with G70. And in November 2022, we had a strategic planning session. And then April 2023, we had a Honua Iakia session with the Kamakaole Foundation. It was very, the community turned out, and, it was very positive. Positive note. So throughout the November 2022 to October 2023, we had meetings and sessions, and we finally got to one place to where, the community found that, I guess Julie actually when listening to us and what we was asking for, how can we put our lineal descendants on our lands and get preference. So we went through like beneficiary goals for healthy kaiaulu, how to utilize the aina, empower community, perpetuate cultural practices, restore the aina, protect natural resources, promote self-sufficiencies, priority for lineal descendants, and a vetting process that that our community came up with. What is that? Oh, sorry. But anyways, out of all the meetings that we had with DHHL staff and commissions, this process with Julie was the most best and accomplished meetings that our community ever did experience. And out of this, we came up with one conclusion. 100% of our community members in that meeting when agree on this. And our conclusion, I'm going to just read this on fast one. We, the beneficiaries of Kenai and Wailua Nui, are committed to preserving our rich cultural heritage and protecting our traditional and customary practices that uniquely define our aina. This policy statement establishes a priority for lineal descendants, Valeno, who have a deep ancestral connection to the land and therein an understanding to the cultural practices associated with that pilina. By implementing this policy with the support of DHHL, We aim to ensure the community continuity of traditional and customary practices, promote responsible land stewardship, and maintain the cultural integrity of this aina for generations to come. So, we just ask for you guys' support in this process that we're going through, and I'd just like to thank Julie and her team for coming out to our community and listening to us and getting us going in the right direction. So thank you
Thank you.
guys very much for this time. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Jesse.
Mahalo. I'm trying to get back onto the screen. Aloha mai kako. My name is Jesse Kekivi Aveao, and I am a lineal descendant of Keanai Wailua Nui, Maui, Hawaii. I wasn't going to testify on this, but because of hearing everything, I fully support the rent-to-own program. If there was a rent-to-own program back in the day, I probably would have owned my own house already with all the rental payments that I made. That's for that. I would like to testify on G3. Aloha Chair and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. I am writing today in strong support of the proposed rule change that would give preference to lineal descendants in the allocation of homestead leases. This change is not just a policy adjustment, but a vital step toward protecting a legacy, heritage, and future of our Hawaiian people, especially for those of us from the communities of Keanai Wailua Nui. Keanai Wailua Nui are not just places. They are living manifestations of our kupuna's hard work, dedication to the aina, and spiritual connection to our homeland. For generations, our families have cultivated the land, cared for its waters, and preserved its traditions. The rich histories embedded in our lo'ikalo, tara patches, the awai irrigation ditches that continue to feed them/us, and the mo'olelo that tie us to these lands are all testament to the deep relationship that we have with our aina. Prioritizing lineal descendants ensures that these relationships endure. This proposed change by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands is essential for a number of reasons. One, cultural continuity and responsibility. Our families have maintained and protected these lands for generations. By ensuring that lineal descendants receive priority, we are safeguarding this kuleana or responsibility that we take to heart and empowering future generations to continue the practices and stewardship that have sustained our people. Two, community and identity preservation. Keanai and Wailua Nui have long been a stronghold of Hawaiian cultural knowledge. Our people are connected by genealogy, tradition, and shared values. By prioritizing lineal descendants, we strengthen the fabric of these communities and ensure that those with the deepest roots are given the opportunity to remain and contribute. Restoring trust in the HHL process. For too long, our families have faced barriers and lengthy wait lists when trying to secure homestead leases. This change will restore faith that our voices and our rights as Native Hawaiians are being honored. It acknowledges the intrinsic value of returning lands to those who have an ancestral connection. And by protecting the legacy of our ancestors, this isn't simply about acquiring land, it's about continuing the work of our kupuna. They toil to ensure that future generations could thrive on the lands of their birth. To deny their descendants access to these lands is to sever a critical link to our past and our collective identity. This rule change is more than a policy. It is an affirmation that the history, sacrifices, and future of our Hawaiian families matter. By giving preference to lineal descendants, you are making a commitment to honor our kupuna and to ensure that our ohana will always have a place to call home. I strongly urge you to approve this proposed rule change. Our communities are counting on your leadership to protect the legacy of our people and provide a path for future generations to continue the important work of Mālama Aina. Mahalo nui loa for your time and consideration. Me ke aloha aina. Jesse Kekivi Aveao. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Leia Nui Nui. You want to try now?
Fall over.
Aloha.
Is there a chair?
We can hear you. Go ahead and talk.
Need help?
Okay. Never mind.
Okay, the next
Okay, we come back.
okay, Sherri Cummings.
Aloha, Chairman.
Aloha.
Commissioners. Sorry, my name is Sherri Cummings. I'm going to speak on C5, but
I was cut off.
Oh, I can yield. I can yield if somebody wants to.
I was cut off. I thought I was on, and am I on or not?
Go ahead.
Okay. I guess I'll start again. My name is Leia Nui Nui Niheo, and I'm a proud Aboriginal Hawaiian currently on the Hawaiian Homes wait list since 1986, nearly 4 decades. So I empathize with a previous speaker who is in the same predicament as me, who is approaching retirement age and may be faced with the same situation. So I concur with her earlier testimony. I am expressing support for the courtyards at Waipouli project on Kauai. I believe because of my current situation, I believe this project will provide much needed affordable housing for Kanaka Oiwi. As a Wahine Maoli, I deeply understand the importance of secure, safe housing, not only as a means of staying connected to our Aina, but also for the physical and emotional well-being of our people, especially our Wahine. Okay, securing housing contributes directly to the safety of Lahui Hawaii women and Lahui in general, helping us to protect us from vulnerabilities and dangers often faced when stable housing is not available. I currently am in that situation. Even though I'm fully employed, I still face the possibility of not having stable housing when I approach retirement. Okay, I feel that Native Hawaiian women need safe and affordable housing, and that's just not enough to go over our head. I mean, cover our heads, to put a roof over our heads, and it's providing, getting housing that provides safeguarding for our well-being as well as protecting for our future generations. This project will provide a lifeline to those who are struggling for years on the wait list, by example, myself, on offering a pathway to secure homes and allowing us to thrive in the homeland. Although the courtyards at Waipouli is part of a essential step in addressing the housing disparity, I feel that is just initial. It doesn't provide a longer-term solution for the many situations we face with regards to sheltering and housing our people on the homestead. So I'm coming to give support in regardless to my own situation. I'm supporting this project and to help in helping create a safer, more sustainable future for the Native Hawaiians on Kauai. And I want to stand in solidarity with them. If that's what they want, I feel that that might work for them. I feel it would work for many of us who are struggling. Okay, I strongly encourage the Hawaiian Homes Commission to move forward on the initiative, even though I do not fully know all the financial struggles or battles that are in the trappings of this project. I just feel that it's a good idea to go forward with it. And I thank you for this time and consideration. I'd like to add that there was a speaker earlier who talked about beneficiaries first. That homana'o she offered, I would like to say I was in support of that, and I would like that something that the commission could take grab onto and take perspective on that. Aloha.
Okay, thank you very much. Next testifier, Cherri Cummings.
Again, aloha Chairman, aloha Commissioner, Sherri Cummings for the record, beneficiary myself. Before I speak on C5, I just wanted to aloha Kanaka Wahine, Hikiwi, Kane Nakoa, and Sybil Lopez for standing up for rights of how we tie ourselves to the piko of our aina, and how we should be recognized as more than just beneficiaries of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, but when our aka cord can hit that aina, it is in a different level. And I want to speak on behalf of that and praise them for that. I'm going to talk about C5, and I don't like the Debbie Downer, but when we talk about DHHL and Anahola, Anahola is close to my heart for many reasons. I'm a product of Anahola, and I want to thank Dennis Nevis for standing up behind the families. We went through years of consultation. There was an EA that was already approved. How come we're not repurposing that NAHASDA funding and get that project off the ground? I would hate to come to an understanding and think that our neighbor is part of the discussion of why we're staying away from that. We know that there is monies. KIUC had put money away, $1 million for improved roads. Why are we not repurposing those monies to help? We missed this mark when green energy would have given the opportunity for us to get back on the lands. I think it was last year that would have made it where 210 acres was freed up for us as people. And we didn't have to worry about Albizia, and we didn't have to worry about roads, and we didn't have to worry about water coming to get us back on the land. Why are we not talking about that? Why are we talking about when property, and I am not against affordable rent to own, if that ties in with Aina and if that ties in with Wanhale. Because if you look at this 82 units here, let's talk Helan Mcre, which is Anahola. Not even 1/4 the amount of homes that we built, our people could actually live in those homes. Why? Because they were unaffordable, and they could not forever, you guys know, those houses were not awarded. Now we're going to try to be brainiacs and do 82 units. And right now, and I applaud Heilani, we was on the call yesterday, and Sis said there are 10 people that want to participate. What happens to the other 72? Because it takes forever. And don't think it's so easy to get into these types of home situations. How many of us live at one property for 15 years? Because you got to live 15 years in order to convert that into a mortgage. Nobody addressed from 1 to 14 if somebody dies. As far as I know, and somebody tell me otherwise, we can only give successorships by leases. These are not leases. No one has ever addressed us on that. Please, because this is what we're looking at, Chairman, commissioners out there, because there's a lot of us that are saying, who's gonna benefit from this? It ain't gonna be us. We have developers that going to benefit. If this was sincerely supposed to be for us, that $600 million, why don't we take the money, buy them? We all talk about what's the problem. My mom was awarded in 71. I'm going to say this again. We had a revolving loan fund, $52 my mom paid. If you guys going to buy them outright, no need be one affordable rent to own. Go ahead and just give them the lease, because then you can pass them down. But let's not play this game, because our people don't understand what it means. And we cannot keep taking them down this rabbit hole. We got to stick to the Constitution to give us back our lands. Let us worry about how two past chairmen said, compost and catchment. Give us back our lands. Minimum 10,000 square feet. You're talking about something that is twice less. Put us back on the land. This is a bad idea. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier, Pat Kavaiola.
Hello, Mike Ako.
Hello.
Yes, this is Pat Kahabayola. I'm currently the president of the Kyoka Community Association. And I do realize that the issue of C5 is deals with possibly purchasing Waipouli condo, which then again would make turn that into lands having the status of Hawaiian homelands, thereby being trust lands. It sends a serious connotation for me, and that there are continued discussion on who will this 80 unit or 81 unit condo benefit. About 6 or 7 months ago, we had the first discussion on the purchase of Waipouli. After 60, the commission voted 5-2, I think, with some abstention, and then within about a week, with the changing of the vote, which that I believe was East Hawaii commissioner that changed his vote. Therefore, this project continues to be on the books, being heard. But that's the historical background that I just needed to part, because we have several new commissioners now, and that are to make this decision. At that first discussion, it was going to take care of some beneficiaries of the Kauai waitlist, of the Kauai waitlist, and I'm having a serious problem when Kauai, and again today, its commissioners said no, and we've had no clear indication or discussion. I've heard everybody else from other islands say it's a good deal and to provide an option. Well, trust me, the Department of Hawaiian Homes was created not to provide an option. It was to provide this. You get land. This is the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. That was Kuhil's, to get agriculture, residential, and pastoral use of lands to take care of your family. In that land, it says occupied. I would want to just the representation that was made by one of the speakers, and it happened to be I think it was Patty. I don't know her last name. I'm sorry, I forgot. But she represented that she was on the wait list for 25 years, and this new option is good because of those that eat steak, and you got some like be vegetarian. Her examples where I thought real, and except I'm not clear on the guys that was eating steak that was able to sell their house or give it to their 25% children and then go back on the wait list. If that is true, then we just need, it is not the beneficiary's fault, then it's the department that needs to look at that. They need to clean their act up. If someone is able to get their land, go give it to their 25% child, and then go back on the list. Okay? Hawaiian Home, you get your land, you don't use it, you lose it. And again, I'm from Hilo in Kyoka and Ponaeba. I was awarded land, no infrastructure in 1986. No infrastructure at all. Just a paper road. You go there, you choose your lot, you work it. I worked it for 12 years before infrastructure came on. However, my neighbors have had these lands for 40 years. They have never been on their land. So where is the department in making sure that if those people are not utilizing the land, I'm quite sure the act is clearly saying if you don't occupy it, you lose it. So we have inherent problems It is not about pitting beneficiary against beneficiary. We have a dysfunctional Department of Hawaiian Homes that has for 40, 50 years not been able to function properly. So unless you can do that, then we do seriously need to maybe reestablish a new federal state task force to look at the comprehensive reviews of the Department of Hawaiian Homes. It was done once before, things changed, and then all of a sudden went back to status quo. So I am clearly against what's going to happen at Waipouli, only for the reason the people on Kauai said no. I am
Thank you, Pat.
Of course. But
Thank you very much.
I want to end, Mr. Chair, just by saying, if we are not going to support each other, we are not going to support the commissioner on the island of where it is that says no, then the rest of the commissioners, you guys are going to be in a sorry state of affairs. So thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Kapur K.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
Mahalo for giving me this opportunity. You know, as I listen to what has been shared this morning, I'm just so saddened that, Director, that you have managed to pit beneficiary against beneficiary, something that Uncle Pat just mentioned. And I do think it is the head that is doing this. As Commissioner Wo has mentioned, is that there was monies that were previously mentioned or data that has been mentioned in previous reports, but it's not in today's submittal. So what's happened to those lots, to those acreage? And then does that change the value? You know, and we talk about this limited meeting. As many of the testifiers have already shared, if we could have that in public for those that live on Maui, because it affects them directly. And so it's really suspect, Director, when there's this cloak and dagger. We need transparency. Absent transparency, like Germaine said, perhaps we need the investigation. Like Uncle Pat said, perhaps we need to go back and review the department. But that's one of the last things that we need to have done. We need to have our homes built. When the legislature gave us that $600 million, you immediately made it a $1.2 billion. From where was this other $600 million supposed to come for all of these future projects? So you've extended the wait list. You've taken projects like the Maili project, which is over 70% of the way there, for new projects, for purchasing lands, which really needs to go through the 100% of the process. So you've taken what could have been, put it, leaving those people back on the wait list to purchase other lands to keep people waiting again. It's going to be a redo of what Director Mike Akane had done, which was a lot of similar to undivided interest leases. So you're going to give these paper leases out, and these people are going to have a rental, but that didn't reduce the wait list. And what we need is to have the wait list reduced. I do agree that there is room for rentals, but the rentals need to be according to the need, not according to what you want to develop, which will in essence end up with a lot of rentals for all. And I will cease my testimony at this time and wait till we get to the items that we're discussing. Mahalo for this opportunity. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Kikoa Inamoto.
Aloha mai kako. I'm trying to turn my video on, but it says unable to start video. Okay, now start my video. Okay, here we go. Aloha.
Hello.
On behalf of 3 beneficiary-owned entities, I am testifying on agendized item F3, approval to issue right of entry permit, Molokai Land Trust, Kalamaula, Molokai Island. In this case, a non-Hawaiian, non-beneficiary entity seeks access to 85 homelands acres per a recent August 2nd query letter. It appears the commission may approve this land use request without a beneficiary consultation. Meanwhile, I am advocating on behalf of the following: the nonprofit Pa'upena Community Development, Inc., President Norman Abihai, who is a Waipouli Hawaiian homesteader. Hawaii Taro Farm LLC, President Bobby Pahia, who is a Waipouli homesteader. The nonprofit Hui Ulu Olo o Maui, President Lehuanani Keali'ino Homoku, who is a Maui waitlist beneficiary. Representing the listed entities, I look forward to the same consideration as for F3. The 3 Native Hawaiian beneficiary entities seek access to Palehunui homelands acreage per an April 19, 2024 memorandum of agreement submitted to DHHL Director Cully Watson at his January 12th behest at the Shaw Convention earlier this year. As in the case of item F3, I hope for expeditious commission approval without beneficiary consultation. And as with Director Watson's response to F3, I anticipate in-kind staff technical assistance valued at $7,500 for our proposed Homelands Agro-Tourism Residential Project conceptualized in the face of Maui's post-wildfires housing crisis. I will keep the commission posted on our progress. Mahalo nui.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, we're gonna start the agenda. C5.
Oh, sorry, there's only one. I know.
Hang on.
You better on, Mike.
Yeah, I see her hand. He's gonna sit there.
Okay.
Aloha.
Okay, Robin Kili Noho Moku.
Good morning. Aloha
Morning.
kakahiaka, Commissioner. My name is Robin Lehuanani Keali'i no Homoku, and I am a current Maui waitlist beneficiary for the record. First, I would like to get clarification to item C4 to convene a limited meeting. Are beneficiaries able to attend and testify November 17th when you meet on Maui in November regarding the Department of Hawaiian Homeland parcels for Kihei, Wailugu, and Lahaina?
No, if it's approved by the commission, no, be a limited meeting. No testimony would be taken.
Okay, so secondly, if we are not able to attend, I would like to testify against item C4, allowing the commission to convene a limited meeting for the following reasons and example. All DHHL development projects is accessible to all DHHL beneficiaries. With this projected date of November 17th gives us ample time, a total of 2 months or 8 weeks to make reasonable and necessary arrangements with a developer or authorized individuals and persons to provide needed health and safety care for the attendees of all, for the attendance of all beneficiaries and waitlist beneficiaries who are interested in attending. An example of a well-attended and planned event took place on May 2023 on Maui, where approximately 60 to 70 people consisting of beneficiaries, public government representatives, and community leaders who attended the Pu'uhona groundbreaking for, at that time, the unimproved soon-to-develop parcel. Today, over a year later, the development is progressing and 52 lots were awarded in June of this year. I ask my island commissioner to listen to the opposition by beneficiaries to vote no to this motion. I will be submitting my testimony for public record to be entered into the draft minutes of my opposition to C4. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One more person, Dane Kaimuola.
Aloha! I don't know if you guys can see me. Can you see me? Come.
Aloha.
Big Island, California. I should say Oceanside. How is that? Right there. Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm positive for the C5. I'm for the C5. I've been on the waiting list since 1992. So is that a little over 30-something years? I'm just tired of waiting. Probably me and everybody else on the mainland, in the ninth island, Las Vegas. It's just, I don't know what's going on, but I want to get land before I die. I mean, there's got to be a lot of people who are on the list and died and never got the homestead before I die, and passed it on to my kids. And I've been retired for a while. I'm ready to go back home and enjoy paradise, but can't do that unless this thing came up. The C5 for Waipouli, rent to own. I think it's a good thing. It might not be good for everybody, but for the people that's been on the waiting list forever, like myself, here from the mainland, I think it's awesome. I think it's something that I definitely approve of because of the situation. Being on the list so long, and there seems to be nothing going on. Like there's a lot of this and that, property here, property there, but it seems like nothing gets developed. It seems like you're on the waiting list. It's like, okay, they have all this land. They say they have all this land, but it doesn't go. Where is it going? If we have all this land, why isn't it given away to the Hawaiians? Where is all this land that we supposedly have, but it's not getting given to the people on the waiting list? So definitely for the C5, I hope you guys can support this. I don't know what else to say, but I think I pretty much said it all. Being on the waiting list for over 30 years is pretty much, yeah. So aloha, everyone. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. One more. Lulu. Can't hear you. No.
Lulu, oh, there we go. Go ahead.
Aloha, Chairman and committee
Aloha.
members. I am here to voice my concerns as it relates to the residents at the Waipouli courtyard. If I may do so respectfully, please. I am a current resident at the Waipouli courtyard, and I have recently been approached by a company that was assigned to meet with the residents and make an assessment of their needs as it relates to the relocation. And what I learned is that they have only been hired and paid to gather information about how many people are residents and how many people are going to be looking for assistance with the relocation. However, they were not hired to create a plan right now, to start instituting a plan about how to relocate 82 families in a already increasingly difficult rental market on Kauai. And so I am asking if there's any chance that we can make it so that we can create a plan right now, even before the purchase is done, because there's so many moving parts and there's so much information that needs to be gathered and steps that need to be taken in order to remediate this housing crisis that will result out of having 82 families at once looking for homes, again, on already a very difficult, especially affordable housing market. So the concern is twofold. One, if that company, a group of consultants that have experience in relocating folks that are being displaced as a result of purchases that have either funding from the government or other ways, and that qualify for relocation funds, they have been given the task, but just a very small task, and a very small step has been taken. And pardon me if I'm losing my train of thought, but there's just so many concerns here. And especially the fact that the stress surrounding this particular step, the relocation of the residents, and doing it in a way that's dignified and as stress-free as possible, given all the situation, is something that I feel that it is worthy of being addressed and worthy of being highlighted and brought up to your attention, sir, and the members of the board.
Thank you very much. We're gonna take a 10-minute break, so we can kind of gather and get ready for the presentation. So 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, let's get started. Agenda item C5.
Aloha Chair, members of the Commission, Lehua Kimola Kan, Nahazda Government Relations Program Manager, and with me is Russell Kaupu with the Office of the Chairman.
Aloha. Hello.
So the motion that is before the Commission today is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grants its approval to and authorizes the Chairman to do the following. 1, to secure other funding options to purchase 258,929 square feet of land, Lot 17D1, approximately 254,263 square feet, and 17D2, approximately 4,666 square feet, located at 401 Papaloa Road, Kapa'a, Hawaii 96746, and known as the Courtyards at Waipouli. TMK numbers 4-3-001-014 and 021, and improvements located thereupon. 2, to allocate no more than $25 million in Nahazda funds for the acquisition of the above referenced properties on Kauai, contingent upon receiving such other funding and subject to compliance with Nahazda requirements. 3, to continue to use the same $2,400,000 allocated from the Chichau Trust Fund T902 in fiscal year 2024 to pursue funding and achieve financial closing thereupon for the acquisition and rehabilitation of the above referenced properties, all of which will be reimbursed to DHHL upon closing from the funding so secured and closed upon. And 4, to negotiate one or more management agreements with service providers to provide programs that address beneficiary needs and services to ensure compliance with specified funding requirements.
Is there a motion? We're gonna have a discussion after the motion.
Motion to consider.
Okay. Questions?
Did you want me to go into a little bit of, at least lay out the discussion a
we'll
little
do that.
bit?
That's
So this commission took action in January of 2024. That item proposed to use LIHTC funding in order to pursue the acquisition, rehabilitation, and renovation of the courtyards at Waipouli. That action also authorized the chairman to enter into negotiations for the purchase of the courtyards at Waipouli. And so those actions, again, were taken, not only the submittal that was approved and then the following option to purchase agreement. So what we did was we included as Exhibit 1 the original action that was approved in January 26. We included the option to purchase agreement summary as Exhibit 2 to this submittal. And then the third thing was to inform the commission that applications were submitted for low-income housing tax credits for both the 9% and 4%. While an application was submitted, as you can see, we did include as Exhibit 3 HHFDC information that other projects were selected, not the courtyards at Waipouli. And there was a score that was shared in that submittal. So again, that information is attached to the packet. Based on that score that the courtyards at Waipouli received, although it met the minimum threshold, a review of that sort of indicated to the department that the likelihood of receiving that funding, the LIHTC award, was not likely when you compare to the other scores. So the opportunity to look at other funding options was considered. The Nahazda Housing Plan and funding was part of the original action. So again, that would just continue that action that the commission took previously. Some of the commissioners have asked me to address specifically with regards to Nahazda funding and some of the statements that were made. So just to be clear, I can cover it in my C1 annual performance report, but Nahazda is currently financing construction of homes in Anahola in Evalani Mcre. There's 2 homes currently under construction. There's others that are in the pre-construction phase. So we are utilizing Nahazda funds in that way. The request to use Nahazda for the Anahola Kuleana settlement. The Anahola Kuleana settlement is for ag and pastoral awards. Typically, Nahazda is used for housing. So because you don't have to build a home on a pastoral or an ag lot, Nahazda is not intended to be used for infrastructure. However, we are going to use that as a pilot program For those who are interested in selecting a homestead there and they would like to build a home to potentially utilize Nahasda for the vertical construction or the building of that home, but not for any of the infrastructure, because again, you don't have to build on agriculture or pastoral land. So I was asked to address that as part, but again, this commission had previously approved Nahasda funding. I can speak to some of the other Nahasda related issues when I present under C1 and C2 later on this agenda. For other funding options that is being considered, first is some HUD federal funding that is basically a loan for a multi-unit type of development. And so again, it gives opportunities to pursue this funding as well as the dwelling unit revolving fund, which is state HHFDC funds. And with these funds, with the Nahasda funds, the intention is to make these units affordable as the submittal lays out. Some of the incentives of this is, again, the housing is already built. We've seen, many of this commission has seen what it takes in order to build a home on Hawaiian homeland. Just the infrastructure alone in many of our homestead communities takes an extended period of time. These homes are already ready built. There are some that are more interested in sort of maybe a more condominium type if they're not in a position to take care of a larger lot. Again, these are decisions for each beneficiary to make for themselves. And the idea is that the future financial burden will be reduced during the period of this project, so that basically any rent that is contributed toward this project ultimately pays down the purchase price at the end. And a nonprofit would be involved to ensure that all of the requirements are implemented during the project period. So in the submittal, it lays out what the max rent would be. So again, for those that are lower income, the max rent that they would pay in dollars is as low as $1,000 for a 3-bedroom home. And then those that are of higher income that can potentially afford more, $3,450. As you've heard, many are paying rent that exceeds this amount currently. And so it gives a place where people can live affordably in the meantime. And because what they pay in rent will be applied towards the purchase price, as you can see, there are some purchase price amounts that are shared in the submittal and what is projected in the end. Now, this is 16 years. This is well below market value now. And you can imagine what that would be like 16 years from now. So with that, just wanted to cover those things. But as you said, Chair, we're more than happy to answer any questions. I don't know if you wanted to cover anything in particular, Russell.
Just to mention, my involvement with the transaction was primarily on the acquisition or the option purchase agreement. And there's a summary of that. It's very similar to the summary that was in the original submittal that was given to you, but with the pivot in financing from LIHTC to these other financing, we had to push back all of our dates for the due diligence and so forth. So that's why it looks very similar, but it's just later dates that we've pushed back to. The other part that I've been working on is some of the structuring for the parties involved, the entity that will do the development and how they interact with the department and with ultimately with beneficiaries. So some of that work is ongoing, and I can share some of that if you have questions, but it's more the pivot in the financing that were before the commission this morning to get the approval.
Russell, on the participants, I know on the LIHTC was a more lower income. Is there been a change on that?
So, and I can call up, our consultant is here, Christian O'Connor, but with the change in financing, we've brought in the scope of who we can work with on these types of these rental projects, rent with option to purchase projects. I'll let Christian address it specifically.
Typically on the LIHTC projects, the area median income range is 60% to 30%. Certain projects now with some federal changes to the law allow us to go to 80% of median income, but it's very small proportion of the asset can be moved to those AMI ranges. The adjustment and the use of these alternate financing sources allow the AMI ranges to go up to 100% of median income. So now you have a huge tranche of units that are covering a gap group that will not be served by any other types of product out there. So this is a very unique project that's allowing it to serve a huge range of income levels that are normally not addressed in our current environment.
Okay, what about the awarding of a homestead lease for the underlying property?
So initially, the understanding is with the changes to the law that the beneficiaries will be provided an undivided interest in the common area elements and that's separate from their rental agreement. The undivided interest in the common elements can be transferred to their relatives or descendants. And that transfer can happen if someone were to have an unfortunate passing while they were in control of the unit. So they can pass that even if they are not able to achieve the term to purchase the units, they will still be able to pass it to their descendants.
Okay.
Yeah, so Chair, it's noted in the submittal that what this means is that with this relatively new law, these recipients get their interest up front. They come off the wait list, and that interest can be passed on to successors.
Okay, so it's unlike the old program, the LIHTC, where after 15 years, if you die before then, the family gets nothing.
Correct.
It's a major change.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or?
I think one of the things that we worked on is in the structuring of the entity is that it not only involves the developer entity, which we will work with to be the builder and the operator of the program to make sure that we have the right people at the right levels of income in the rental project. We are also going to involve a qualified nonprofit entity, really for two reasons. One is in the financing that we're seeking out by involving the nonprofit, we get better terms, more favorable terms. But also it's equally important that we are going to identify qualified nonprofit that can work with our beneficiary community in this project. We've had experience, we being the department and the commission, with prior rent with option to purchase programs that have had struggles and have hit roadblocks with their communities. And we want to have somebody as part of our team in this entity addressing those issues head on up front, so that we can try and learn from our past projects and then move forward in a positive way.
Okay. Questions, commissioners?
Sure. I've got a ton of questions, but how I can rant. I prefer to have the rest of the commission provide their mana'o. Can you hear it?
Sure.
Before I get started.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Freidus.
You answered one of the questions that I had prior to starting this process. So a nonprofit that we hire or are going to acquire, there be a direct line of communication with the beneficiaries to the nonprofit to avoid, let's just use Leoku as the example, and all the problems that their rent-to-own tenants are having. So learning from that issue, learning from those, I don't want to say mistakes, but learning from that process. This new entity will help alleviate some of those problems that they're having.
They'll be the if you will, the advocate for the benefit for the community residents, and they'll be addressing those problems with the developer whose focus is more on qualifying and staying in compliance with the tax requirements and the rental requirements. Sometimes these community living issues arise that for one reason or another, that operator, that's not their primary goal or their primary function. So this qualified nonprofit, we insert them so that is their primary function, is to identify and to address those kind of problems. In essence, it's the department and the commission's eyes and ears within this entity to make sure that our beneficiary interests and issues are addressed and our interests are addressed and protected. Sir.
Commissioner Kylie Keeney.
Okay, mahalo lehua, Russell. So I was looking at the 4 items. We already worked on items 2, 3, and 4 previously. Is that correct? On like the previous submittal that we already took action on?
Correct. The previous submittal did include the 25 million in Nahasda. It was conditioned on the HHFDC award. So the adjustment is that it's conditioned on these other funding options. The 2.4 million, you are correct. It was allocated in the prior submittal. Again, it was geared to the HHFDC award, and this would instead work towards these other funding options. So correct, 2 and 3 were previously approved. It's just adjusted for these funding sources. And then with regard to the management agreement, number 7 in the original submittal, again, is aligned in this. So you are correct that the vast majority of this, even including the option to purchase agreement, all of it was previously approved by the commission, but it was specifically geared to low-income housing tax credits. So we felt the need to at least come back and share what happened with the low-income housing tax credit and ask for pursuing these other funding options.
The other one, Commissioner, is that the 2.4 million that was approved, number 3, we're talking about the same, it's the same amount of money. It's not that we spent some money doing due diligence on the LIHTC financing and that all of that due diligence is wasted effort now that we're pivoting. All of that work that we did is directly applicable to these new financing sources. Okay. So it's the same budget, it's the same sum of money. We're not incurring additional expenses with this pivot.
I just wanted to get a clarification for me. So, because theoretically, all we needed to do was just act on item number 1, or were there some timing constraints that we have to consider these others?
Again, I think we felt compelled to at least share that the funding source, because the original submittal was really geared to LIHTC. And so since the HHFDC made their award known, at least for the 9%, we felt we should at least come back and talk about these other funding options. Hindsight being 2020, we probably should have done that originally to lay out that there are other funding options instead of limiting ourselves to just LIHTC.
Okay, thank you, Lehua. Yeah, so I wanted to share, just my thoughts, especially we have, additional newer commissioners that weren't in one or 2 of the original discussions. I remember the first time Waipouli was brought up, I think it had to do with Queen Liliuokalani.
That was the original commission submittal, but this was the one that was actually approved by commission.
No, I know, but I just want to state that so I get some.
It was Lunalilo Homes.
Lunalilo,
Yeah.
sorry. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was Lunalilo Homes. It was going to be kupuna housing only. And so that didn't get voted on. And so we pivoted to this rent to own. And so I know initially I voted against the Lunalilo Home discussion, but then I did change my vote on the second submittal based on the fact that we were taking beneficiaries off the wait list. Right? So I'm hearing that continues to be the case, and I'm hearing that whomever beneficiaries get a lease, they'll have the ability to have a successor. Is that correct? Are there any constraints with regards to the AMI for the successor?
Yes.
So,
Where's the yes came from?
so typically these types of developments, when you make the agreement upfront and what you can qualify upfront, is usually what carries through the entire project. So if your income does increase over time because you were of that income range when you first entered into the agreement, that's what would apply. But I'm open to either of you if that needs to be corrected.
The undivided interest is transferable, but to release the unit itself, we'll still have to confirm AMI ranges. So we need to work through that in the loan agreements with HUD to ensure that we have some flexibility there with the transfer.
Right. I think there were other discussions where AMI of the person having the lease was an issue, because then that way, if they were to get promoted and perhaps maybe exceed the AMI, how would that affect the particular people?
So in a LIHTC financing structure, you are reassessed annually. In this particular type of financing structure, you're only assessed upon, the rental agreement being executed the first time, and you do not get reassessed after that.
Okay, so that is a difference then.
It's a significant material difference.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. That's what I have for now.
Yeah, isn't there a increase in range? I mean, we got the 80%
Yes.
Nahaza, then with the 223F, we can go up to 100% AMI.
Yeah, so the project goes up to 100% of median income, area median income, but it honors the Nahaza funds and their allocation of the project, providing beneficiaries with the appropriate number of units between 80% and 30% of median income, which is over 50% of the building.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners on this side?
I have one question. So, when you look at the income of an individual and their rental is based upon that income, and say they stay there for 10 years and become a homeowner or a purchaser of this condo, and then that person wants to resolve that lease to their next of kin or their child, will that rate stay the same for them as well?
Yes.
Rookie question, but I have to ask.
Okay, any other questions, Commissioner Sonoy?
This is not a question, it's more of a statement, because my question was asked about the Anahola property. So thank you so much for that, Lehua. But I just wanted to bring our attention to 2016, when we didn't get any Nahaza funding, right? And the work of the department to kind of increase that amount to 66 to what we have currently, 66. And so as someone who has some experience in federal funding, the idea is to use it when you get it so that the federal government will see that you've used it and want to gift you more and give you more. And so I think now I have a good idea on what that looks like. I also want to make mention that it's really in January when this was proposed to us, I didn't think, for me as a commissioner, I had all the information. Now I think I've seen different scenarios. I've listened to a whole bunch of beneficiaries. Last month, we were on Kauai and we had beneficiaries who had said that they supported this on Kauai, on the island. And so I think for me, I just wanted to be on the record saying that I have a wide breadth of what this will benefit for the entire Lahui, So I just wanted to say that. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner.
I just have a couple of comments, no questions, but thank you so much for going through this. My first comment is that LIHTC has been removed from this particular project, which I think was a real bone of contention during the discussions. The other piece of it is, as you bring up, that it opens up opportunities to 100% AMI. That's a huge change to what we're looking at. I agree with Commissioner Marfil that we've heard a lot of discussion from some of our beneficiaries who are saying, "Oh no, don't cut us out." I mean, Demond, it's one of the people who lonely and solely jumped in and said, "No, you cannot cut these people out of the opportunity to be sheltered and to have a chance at this. So with some of the changes that you folks bring with the loss of pursuing LIHTC, I'm very supportive of what you folks have had. So thank you. Thank you for the report.
Yeah, I got a question.
Commissioner Sure.
Since I'm on the bottom of the this commission listing, and I'm not familiar with this, but is any of this funding already allocated to other projects?
The 25 million is not allocated to other projects. We can use it in this way, and we are using NAHASDA funds. We have a separate item on the agenda, C1, that laid out all the ways NAHASDA funds were used this past year. And we can continue through the housing plan that this commission approved in April with some very innovative recommendations that came from, say, the former commissioner on Maui, to be innovative on how we approach that going forward for this current fiscal year, so it wouldn't affect those other projects that are ongoing.
Okay, so we're not, so the additional funding we're looking for is in addition to
correct
what was allocated. Okay, so now you mentioned undivided interest, and then you talked about interest being given to the next in line. Is that two different things? Like the lessee and then?
So since we started considering this project, the Waipouli project, new law was passed that allows you to, in a condo setting, you have the underlying interest in the common element of the condominium, which includes all of the dirt, all of the land itself. And then you have, in a condominium regime, a condominium property regime, you have a envelope of air, a box of air within which you've built a vertical improvement. Sometimes these can go up into the tower. Sometimes they're like this project, 2 stories, but within that envelope of air or that box of air is the vertical piece. That is the piece that is subject to the rental and the way that the current financing works. We need to maintain these as rentals for at least 10 years because there's a prepayment penalty with some of this financing. It's a loan product, and we want to make it. We want it to pencil out the best for our beneficiaries at the back end. So we want to avoid the prepayment penalties on some of this financing. But after 10 years, for that 10-year period, you're renting the vertical piece, the box of air in my discussion. But your undivided interest in the underlying common element, the dirt, the land, and then all of the common element of the condominium, the hallways, the parking lot, that kind of thing. That is, you're able to receive a homestead lease on that piece immediately. And that lease is coupled with this future ability to acquire the vertical piece. So that piece that you can get right now, you can get awarded off the wait list, and you can transfer it to your successor immediately. And it will still be coupled with the interest, the future right to acquire the vertical piece.
Okay. I'm still not sure exactly.
Yeah, it's a little, it's a little complex.
It's different from us awarding a lease to a beneficiary than a beneficiary getting a lease in a apartment building, right? Because again, the land is never owned by the lessee, but the physical building is, right?
So
Can I just add something? We're using a term, undivided interest, that's being used differently how we understand undivided interest. And I believe the original term was a separation of the vertical. So it's not undivided interest.
It is the nature of the interest in the underlying land.
I understand,
Right.
but the term you're
Yeah.
putting on it is a term that we normally use as undivided interest in a different context.
In a financial
So
category.
maybe,
Yeah.
maybe this can be helpful. So when Kanehili was awarded here, they got undivided interest leases for this whole area until they selected their individual lot and then financed the vertical construction. So in this scenario, again, it's the larger area that they have an undivided interest lease, but they're paying rent in the meantime to keep the rents affordable with this financing, with the intent that what you're contributing towards rent is gonna lower the total cost at the back end, keeping it affordable at the prices that we included in the submittal. So it's a way to keep it affordable as well.
So in the submittal, we're authorizing an undivided interest lease as well as this financing package. And that is not normally what the commission does. Undivided interest, when we come up with a property for undivided interest, that's separate from this financing. Okay, you can't do both at the same time. And let me just go to another item you brought up earlier. When we're transferring, say Kupuna goes in, they're renting for a couple of years. Now they have an undivided interest. And their AMI is 30%. The person they transfer to, obviously going to be one of their grandchildren that's going to be making more than 30%. Are they allowed to pick that specific unit up, or do they have to be 30% AMI?
It's my understanding that it locks at the original when the undivided interest lease was selected.
That's
When
what I'm
that
saying. So
original.
if it's 30%, then I give it to my successor, they have to qualify at 30%. Yes or no?
No.
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
They do not
Thank
have
you.
to qualify if it was a LIHTC transaction, there would be an issue with the recertification.
So in this case, whether they're 80% at that time, now does the rent differ?
Well, so it's a little bit of so there's two things going on so there's two things going on. One is the undivided interest that can be transferred to your successor immediately. But let's say we moved into a unit, we qualified for 30%. I move in, but I have this other, beneficiary lease. I transfer that immediately to my son. So my son has the lease. But I qualify for the rental agreement. I'm renting under the AMI ranges per the HUD program. And the developer has qualified me for that unit and that rental agreement. I have signed the rental agreement. The next year I get an infusion, I get a retirement bonus or something. My income changes. It doesn't matter for me at all. And my son holds the interest in the property.
Yeah.
I continue to rent into the future. No matter what, if I, go to year 11 and then he wants to purchase the property, we do it together. He purchased it, he owns the property. I still just live there with him owning it. That's the structure.
Okay. So looking at your, the scale on page 6. So if I can understand this right, a 3-bedroom at 30% is $1,035 a month.
Max rent.
Max
That's the
rent.
max.
So I have a successor that comes in at 100% AMI. Are they going to pay the $2,488?
Is he moving? So there's a difference here. Are you still in the premise or
No,
he's
no,
taking
I've left the
possession?
premise. He's my successor. I
He's your
pass away.
successor.
He's my successor. What rent does he pay? These are the kind of things that we need to iron out.
I understand that.
Wherever I'm going on this, most likely I'm going to turn it down, but we want to make sure whatever we do moving forward, that it's a clear to all of our beneficiaries what they're getting into.
Yes, Dennis, I understand. Dennis, I think there are some, just like software programs or other steps and processes, there's some things that we still need to get the loan agreements in. We need to understand what their protections are. We need to work with their protections, kind of work with and negotiate those. So there's a little bit of a process that we're about to go through that will iron all of these things out. And so there are certain things where I don't want to inform staff and then have them speak and not be correct. So we will take that under advisement. We will confirm those things and staff would come back to you, sir.
Okay, well, that's all my concerns moving forward.
It's a good concern and about.
And then my other concern is, I'm looking at a proposal, and then I'm looking at what's been approved. It would have been nice to have it all in the same proposal saying pre-approved. So I'm not flipping back and forth trying to find what's approved, what's not approved. One says 10 years, your scale says 16. Is it 10 or is it 16?
So to answer that question directly, the 10-year limit is this prepayment penalty that we're trying to avoid with the HUD financing. Anytime after 10 years, we could go in and convert from rental to ownership without paying a penalty. The chart that shows the 16-year number, what staff with the help of our consultant is trying to do is we're trying to find the maximum benefit, because one of the bullet points that we point out is that a portion of the rent gets directly applied to paying down the mortgage on the unit. So the longer we continue to pay that down over time, the lower your purchase price becomes on the back end. So this chart is prepared saying if we pay rent for 16 years and then we achieve these projected numbers for the buyout, there's a lot of math involved, but this is kind of the sweet spot. This is where we think we get the maximum amount of benefit on the buy down for the beneficiary's benefit. It doesn't mean we have to go to year 16, but if we get out in year 10, these purchase prices are going to be higher than what's in this chart.
But the loan you're putting for allows it to go at 10. So at 10, that's when I could purchase.
But the program would be, they would all convert at the same time. It wouldn't be a one-off.
So, but we don't know what that is then.
Well, so we would.
You're saying 16.
We're saying 16 right now because that's the max benefit.
Dennis, there's one more point.
Sure, go ahead,
Commissioner. And so here's what can happen if we're operating the railing and we put these green gas funds in that we get. So we put PV, battery packs, and we're really reduce the operating costs of the assets, which we're it looks like attempting to do. What happens is that will create more additional free cash flow to pay down the debt, because all the funds that are generated are going to pay down the debt. They're not going to anybody else. And so what could happen is that if you're operated efficiently, you get all this new technology in to reduce the operating cost of the asset, we can pay down the loans faster. And so if you're able to pay down the loans faster, you might be able to you could either hold it till year 16 and do it, and these would be cheaper, or you're able to successfully do that where you're at this really sweet spot early. And so I think that means that as the project goes forward, you have this optionality where you could exit earlier if things are going well. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but these numbers you came up with, are those just estimates? I mean, is that based on some kind of value? How do we get to those numbers on your chart?
They're based on HUD rents, and then those are based on the values at the end of the 15-year period, based on the current financing structure and so on and so forth. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, we're going to open up to the public. We have some public testimony. We'll start with Blossom Fatera. You guys can know. Actually, when do you guys say that? Maybe you can answer.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Members of the commission. For the record, my name is Blossom Pitera. I serve as an advocacy director for Kupono Kaleo Okaina, and as you all know, we have been in front of this commission on behalf of those beneficiaries that have been opposed to the LIHTC acquisition for Waipouli. So after reviewing the, as you know, Mr. Chair, last month you notified us that this will no longer be a LIHTC project, and instead is seeking opportunities, other funding opportunities to continue the pursuit of acquisition for Waipouli. Thank you very much for clarifying some of the concerns that I had in review of the packet. One of the things that I did want to clarify though is that there's been a lot of use of rent to own in this room today. There is a difference between rent to own and LIHTC, okay? And it can be very confusing. So it's sounding like the commission is now moving towards a more concrete definition of rent to own versus a LIHTC. There are different components and different conditions surrounding that terminology. My question to the commission is this. So it seems like you have resolved the issue about waitlist reduction by issuing the undivided interest leases, right? But it's sounding like in this particular project, you're looking more for a common area lease type document, is that correct?
So it's not the same as the undivided interest leases that Commissioner Nevis was talking about. It's the nature of the structure of the condominium that you hold your unit and the undivided interest in the underlying land in the common
Right,
element.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, in the normal.
And the undivided interest, that term is actually from the condo statute. I mean, that's how they describe your interest in this underlying land. It's an undivided interest. All of us condo
Or equal
owners,
share.
yeah, equally, and it's not always equal, but it's a percentage interest in the common.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and that would be a structure that is more common in private entities, right? So you have the ground lease, and then the occupier is either renting or purchasing. Right?
Can you lay that out again? So the standard or the?
Well, I mean, the more common process that condominium type projects use is you have a common area lease. Everybody who purchases a unit or rents a unit, depending on the conditions of the lease or purchase, has a common area interest in the ground, right? With the acquisition part being the vertical, right?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so that's what I want clarity on. And so what we are looking at is establishing a affordability criteria because we're using the HASA, and the longer we maintain the tenancy, the cheaper it gets on the back end, and that is the more favorable part for the beneficiary. Correct?
Correct, subject to what Christian clarified. There's other green tax gas funds and things that get applied in the process that might expedite that process. So it might be shorter than 16 years.
Okay, so depending on what plans are being put in, if you don't mind, I have just a couple more questions real quick. So
Just put it, could you we got a lot of other testifiers and we got a very long agenda, so it's not
Yeah,
an
I
education
know.
process.
Yes,
Okay, go
so in terms of the successorship issue, you're my dad, you get you get an apartment, you want to give it to me, I'm 25%, but I don't qualify. Because we run into that kind of situation a lot, okay?
In this particular project, Blossom, it would be about your father's qualifications, not your own. So if you make 100%, 150% of income, median income, he can transfer that interest in it. He's still renting the unit, he's paying his rent, etc. You own the undivided interest in the land and the future right to purchase the condominium in year 16, okay? So
Okay.
your income level doesn't have anything to do with him qualifying and renting the unit. It's a separate.
No, I get that.
Okay,
So he
okay.
qualifies, if Nahasa is funding, he qualifies under the terms of Nahasa. He wants to now pass that lease and that unit over to me. Okay. But within the eligibility period, right? Does that income restriction still apply? is what I'm trying
It
to find
doesn't,
out.
it doesn't apply to the right to purchase the unit. We need to clarify if it applies to the transferring of the rental agreement. They're two separate things. You have,
Correct.
so I will, I mean, I will work on clarifying that particular component, but that's not the right to purchase. It's separate. The rental agreement, you may still need to qualify on AMIs, but the lenders will tell us what we need to do. But when it comes to the transferring the interest and the right to purchase, it's separate.
Okay,
So that's separate.
thank you. Thank you, Blossom.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
The next witness, Kenna.
Chair, can I just add one thing? So
Sure.
are all these units going to be rent to own? That would be the advantageous that all these be rent to own. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Kenna.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I am here, of course, we've been here since this first came onto the agenda, Waipouli Courtyards. There remain serious concerns about this proposal meeting the standards of the Uniform Relocation Act, a federal standard that says everyone in that building deserves to be relocated to comparable housing within the same geographic location. Relocated to comparable housing, which means they should not be having to pay twice as much rent. And whenever you go on Craigslist or apartments.com or anything advertising rentals, there are simply not 82 units available on Kauai right now. That is why that resident took time out of her day to testify earlier. It's hard for people to testify during the middle of their workday, but they are very, very concerned and worried because there has been no plan presented about where they will move to. You heard her say this morning, and I was quite alarmed to find this out, that the current company contracted to do this work, very important work of the URA, has only been paid to take information about what is needed. They have only been contracted to secure information about where the needs are of the current residents, but no one has been told where they will be moving to. Not a single person has been given a relocation plan about where they're going in order to meet Uniform Relocation Act requirements. To spend 25 million of federal dollars and potentially more and not be able to meet federal requirements does not seem like a wise use of public funds or the direction of a federally funded state agency. So I just would really implore that this commission create a plan for where these 300 residents will be relocated before you purchase a building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Germaine Myers.
Aloha. I oppose C5 and ask commissioners to vote no to this action item. Aloha, my name is Germaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian homestead lessee. I have a residential tract of land in Nanakuli, which was transferred to me from my uncle in 2001. If he didn't transfer it to me, I would still be on the wait list. However, I'm still on the ag wait list since 1986, when I also submitted for residential for the past 38 years, which I hope to receive an ag tract of land in my lifetime. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is a homesteading program, not a rental program. A homesteading program to award a tract of land, not a rental unit with a rental lease. Commissioners, the Attorney General Opinion 62-9 states neither the department nor any lessee is authorized to develop multi-unit dwellings. The Kalima case proves how long homesteading waitlisters have been waiting on the wait list. I checked the wait list for commissioners' surnames. I feel it's important to know how many individuals with commissioners' last names are on the wait list, which means they could be ohana to the commissioners or commissioners themselves that have received a homestead tract of land. Watson, 36 individuals surnamed Watson are on the wait list. Chair Cully Watson is not on the wait list. He invited commissioners to have dinner at a $6 million oceanfront condo across from Kapiolani Park this year in January. 57 individuals with the last name of Freidus. I don't see Commissioner Mcre on the wait list. 49 Kalekini. I see a wait lister named Michael K, but I see you got Michael L. 34 Kaneakua. I see Walter K on the wait list. 5 Kalepa. Commissioner Kalepa is a lessee. 4 Lasua. Commissioner Lasua is a lessee. 5 Marfel. Commissioner Marfel is a lessee. 5 Namuo. Nobody named Pauline Namuo on the wait list. 17 Neves. Commissioner Neves is a lessee. I bring this information to everyone's attention to show that the commissioners that are lessees, they know that this is a homesteading program since they completed an application to receive a tract of land. There is no box or line on the wait list application for rental unit. The commissioners that are lessees know this. To help those that want rentals, you'd be advancing certain Hawaiians ahead of the homesteading waitlisters. Maybe even your ohana that wants rental units. Is it lawful to move a rental Hawaiian ahead of a homesteading waitlister Hawaiian? Where is the integrity and honor in that action? I believe this will open the door for a class action lawsuit against the State Department of Hawaiian Homelands and commissioners when you remove a waitlister for a rental unit and not a tract of land. We don't see the procedures yet how a residential lot lease equates to a rental lease can be converted to a residential lot lease. You are now saying 82 tenants will share the same tract of land? Is that ohana subdividing? Currently, I recall as a lessee, I cannot subdivide my homestead lot into several pieces to give everyone in my family a piece of that land. We also cannot build a residential dwelling to live on both our ag and residential leases at the same time. How are 82 Hawaiians living on the same tract of land with individual leases when we cannot do that
Germaine,
now
we have other
on
witnesses to
homestead
testify.
lands?
Thank you.
Ke
Thank you very much.
Akuapu, God bless all of you.
Okay. The next testifier, Bonnie Jean Manini.
Aloha, Chairperson Watson and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. I just want to emphasize a few of the items in my written testimony. I hope you've received them, received my written testimony in your packet. I'm a successor lessee along with my brother at Pu'uopai. And I support the efforts to secure the courtyards at Waipouli project because it diversifies the overall real estate portfolio that the agency will have and can use in the best interests of the beneficiaries. I understand completely. If you know my ohana, the first thing I did was call my brother and we talked for a long time and went over 1,000,001 perspectives of this project and pros and cons and everything else. And we share our father's bloodline. If you know my father, you know that that is how he was as well. We definitely do not want to see the awarding of residential house lots, agricultural lots, or pastoral lots stopped, or for that development to be pushed to the side. But at the same time, you know, I speak for myself and say that our people have different financial situations. They are diverse. They have different needs. And so the DHHL offering different opportunities such as this to be able to house our people is really, really important. Some of our most vulnerable ohana may be able to take advantage of this opportunity because it's affordable, because it's rent to own. That may help them to put a roof over their heads. We all know ohana who are living doubled, tripled, quadrupled up to get roofs over their heads. We all know that some of them are in substandard accommodations. And so to be able to provide something like this, where all the infrastructure is in place for our people, is a great opportunity. Today, I listened to a lot of things, including, you know, questioning about a commissioner changing their votes, etc. You know, even if the commissioners that live closest to the projects that are proposed vote against it, we look to all of you to look at the whole of our people and all the beneficiaries on the list and to provide the opportunities and options that can sustain us as a people. I want you to know that I respect the work that you're doing. I thank you for the work that you're doing, and I know that you will not please everyone today, but I hope if you approve this before the opportunity is offered to any beneficiaries, that the questions that still are here are clarified and become transparent. So if they decide to take this opportunity, that they go in with all of the information available, and that you set a decent precedence for anybody that's offered such an opportunity in the future. Thank you again, and that is the end of my testimony.
Thank you very much. Okay, the remaining witness, Kainoa McDonald, has not testified at all. There are certain witnesses that have requested to speak again to the subject. For the sake of moving this commission along, I'm going to deny their request, but I will ask Kainoa McDonald and the other witnesses, both for and against, who have already testified. I'm going to defer their testimony. Kainoa?
Hello. All right.
Mahalo.
It's just been a lot.
That's a crap. We got denied on the second hearing, but everybody got to talk. I thought we were told we could speak on the item.
Have you already
Meeting
testified
this
on
whole
item?
time.
She already testified on this? Okay, well, Kainoa, you haven't testified. You're free to testify.
Okay, let me start by reading. This is for opposition on C5, the approval to secure, oh wait, on C4, Kalamai. Just listening to the testimonies, I got mixed up. Let me get to my. All right, here we go for C5. The approval to secure other funding to purchase known as the courtyards at Waipouli and improvements located thereupon to provide affordable housing for the DHL Kauai Island waitlist. My name is Kainoa McDonald, Director, Secretary for the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands, the All Board, the waitlist. Federally defined as Homestead Beneficiary Associations, HBA, under the Department of Treasury 43 CFR Code of Federal Regulations 47.1. For the new island commissioners, the all waitlist HBA hereby provided the summary report of the state DHL proposal, where more than 550 opposing testimonies were filed with DHL and the Hawaiian Homes Commission on January 19th and 26th. The diverse participation of beneficiaries across the Pai'aina and the continent itself were incredibly inspiring. Near universal opposition with extraordinary common sense rationale by citizens of our state. Yet the politics, influence, and violations of Sunshine Law by the state DHL ensured the outcome was predetermined well before January. It is all too common, our reality of Native Hawaiian citizens in the state of Hawaii, where the politics are more powerful, seem to always outweigh good policy for the people defined in the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Nevertheless, the all waitlist HBA held its course and determined to continue to participate in great democracy in filing a report, not one, but two, to both relevant state and federal officials that were hand-delivered and sent via email. The all waitlist HBA is opposed to using any state DHL resources to acquire Waipouli. But we support the purchase by appropriating other government funds, such as what is being deliberated today. I hear all sides, but we must take a look at other rental projects of which I mentioned in previous testimonies with Ho'olimalima and Leoku. Those programs need to be addressed. If there are ways to evaluate and fix Ho'olimalima and Leoku to have a better process whereby renters are able to have a more acceptable way to take a look at the program, I think that will fix the tenement housing style programs that we have. It is unacceptable for Native Hawaiians to have our resources again diverted from the mission of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. The issuance of homestead lots to our waitlist citizens in support of testimony for Kanani and Cherri Cummings earlier today. Mahalo Commissioner Neves for supporting the voices and fulfilling the tenements of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act.
As for the other commissioners, I consider, please oppose C5 until processes can be addressed. I will be attaching my testimony online and including the summary reports to serve as a reminder of not one, but 2 petitions filed in January 19th and 26th. Mahalo. Oh, didn't even start my video. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, yep, question.
So I just had a couple more questions. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
This project is going to be managed by the department? Is that correct, or is there another developer agreement?
There's a party in the entity, the special purpose entity that's formed that is responsible for managing the project.
Is that in the submittal? You have some acronyms in there. I don't know who the acronyms are.
It's on page 4 of the submittal under general lease term. It talks about the special purpose entity created to implement this project. The principles of the special purpose entity will include the affordable housing developer / operator.
Where are you at? What page?
Page 4 of the submittal under general lease term. So that special purpose entity will include the affordable housing developer / operator selected for this project and a qualified nonprofit entity to provide programs. So
this is another developer agreement for what's the lease term?
I believe it's in here, 65.
65 years.
So it's 65-year lease term, and they're like in the LIHTC projects, they'll have a management company. Is that correct? That manages the project?
They will be the management entity.
Okay,
So whether they do it within in-house or they third party it.
And then
That's up to
we
them.
want to insert a nonprofit that works with beneficiaries. What is their authority with the developer?
So within this, they're both principals of this special purpose entity. So that's their authority.
So who, I guess what I'm trying to say is, who do they report to? And if the developer decides this is what we're going to do, what authority do they have?
So the special purpose entity is subject to a development agreement with Hawaiian Homes.
Okay.
And it's pursuant to that agreement that they answer to us. Within that entity, those two principals, they answer to each other, and then ultimately to Hawaiian Homes.
So on page 5, where we talk about the nonprofit assistance, qualified nonprofit to include as part of the SPE, to specifically serve beneficiaries in the community, to address and hopefully remediate issues that have risen in the DHHL rent with option of purchase. Thank you for accepting the fact that there are problems, because it's never been acknowledged.
Correct.
We've asked that 1,000 times. I would like to know what those specific issues are and how we're going to address them. And that's not covered here. So, the important part is the contract we put together for our beneficiaries has to be foolproof. Not where I'm going with it. My beneficiaries in Kauai have already spoken, and I have to support that. But I'm not willing to put together a contract that is going to affect beneficiaries, too many holes in it. We need to have more discussion and clarity on this wherever it goes. I don't think it's ready to be voted on, in my opinion. And I think if we did vote on this at this point in time, we leave too many unanswered questions. Your consultant's already said, I'm not sure. I have another question, and that is on the purchase agreement, not the purchase agreement, I'm saying on the rent to own. What happens when a person dies 5 years down the road? What happens to that equity that they put into the rental? Does that go to the beneficiary? Is that considered part of the beneficiary's agreement, where you would give it to your relative if your relative doesn't want to move in? Those kind of questions have to be answered now. Because we don't have those answers. So no matter what way we go, I don't think it's ready to be voted on. I think we need to really clean this up and then go from there, even though I may oppose it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comment? If not, why don't we take a roll vote?
Commissioner Freidus,
Yes.
Commissioner Kalekini, Commissioner Kalepa,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaniakua, he said he was gonna join virtually, but I don't see him. Okay. Commissioner Lasua,
No.
Commissioner Marfil. Aye. Commissioner Namuo,
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis,
Ole.
and Chair Watson.
Yes.
6 yes, 2 no's, and 1 excuse. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Here, can I just mention to Commissioner Nevis, there is still work to be done. We acknowledge that.
No, there's nothing to talk about. Okay, it's already been voted on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, motion break. Should we, what do you want to say? Should we say break? Okay, we're gonna, we'll take a 20 minutes recess. Okay, we're to order here. We're going to do agenda item H1, approval of the DHHL biennium budget request for fiscal year 2026 and 2027 regarding the sufficient sums budget. Okay. Before. Oh, yeah, okay. Turn it back. So we just withdraw it. Okay, let me just also note with respect to agenda item C4 regarding holding limited meetings, we're going to withdraw that and we're going to open it up and we'll be posting an agenda to let everybody know when that's planned, which is probably going to be in November, probably on the 17th. Okay, thank you. H1.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Right into the mic. Sharon Mendoza, Program Budget Analyst, and we are presenting item H1, which requests the Hawaiian Homes Commission to approve the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's budget request for the fiscal biennium 2025 to 2027, also known as the sufficient sums budget. The DHHL budget will be presented to the governor as part of the executive budget and to the 2025 legislature. Excuse me. Article 12, Section 1, the Hawaii State Constitution states, the legislature shall make sufficient sums available for the following purposes. 1, development of home agriculture, farm, and ranch lots. 2, home agriculture, aquaculture, farm, and ranch loans. 3, rehabilitation projects to include but not limited to educational, economic, political, social, and cultural processes by which the general welfare and conditions of Native Hawaiians are thereby improved. And 4, the administrative and operating budget of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands in furtherance of 1, 2, 3, and 4 herein by appropriating the same in the manner provided by law. Based on Article 12, Section 1 of the Hawaii State Constitution, the Hawaiian Homes Commission and the head of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands have a fiduciary responsibility to ask for amounts the Commission considers sufficient for the DHHL's administrative and operating expenses. The sufficient sums budget request is formulated in 2 parts. 1, the administrative and operating costs relating to Purpose 4 of Article 12, Section 1 of the Hawaii State Constitution. Administrative and operating costs include existing infrastructure projects with a long-standing history of operational maintenance and repair issues that have become capital improvement issues. And secondly, costs aligned with purposes 1, 2, and 3 of Article 12, Section 1 of the Hawaii State Constitution. The proposed budget request for Purpose 4, administrative and operating costs, total $227,295,232 for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. A summary is listed in the table on page 7 and in attachment A. Administrative and operating costs consist of personnel and other current expenses. We are requesting a general fund increase in total personnel costs, the restoration of 19 currently funded positions, and the addition of 22 new positions to adequately staff the Neighbor Island District offices. We're also requesting a general fund increase to fund other current expenses, which are listed in attachment A1. Fiscal year 2025 expenditures were used as the base, and additional budget items include 2.7 million for system modernization and 4.2 million for federal resource development projects, which were approved by the commission in June 2024. Kalani will go over the repair and maintenance costs requests.
Aloha Chair Watson and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kalani Fronda, serving as the Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division. We'll start off with page 9. And page 9 is the line item entitled Operating Budget Repairs and Maintenance of Infrastructure. So this is outlined on page 7, once again under Operating Budget, specifically categorized as Repairs and Maintenance of Infrastructure. We are requesting approximately 25 million to fund 32 projects. Of this, 15 million is allocated to Land Management Division projects, which encompass essential tasks such as homeless and trespass demolition, cleanup efforts, landscaping maintenance, and the establishment and upkeep of fire breaks. The remaining 10 million will be distributed across the Pai'aina, primarily focusing on ground maintenance and water system improvements in areas that we currently manage. Our long-term objective over the next few years is to bring these public facilities up to county standards, enabling us to transfer the kuleana for these areas through licenses to the respective counties where these communities reside. This transition will substantially reduce our division's ongoing expenditures. Yeah, if you could go, keep on going. Some more. More. Oh, keep on going. Keep on going. Sorry. Okay. One more, and the next one over. So to provide a clearer picture, Hawaii Island has 3 projects totaling approximately 750,000. The next is Kauai with 3 projects totaling just under 500,000, all of it in Anahola. 5 projects totaling approximately 750,000 is on the island of Maui. Next slide, please. And then in 3 different areas, mostly in Kula, some in Leali'i, and a couple of them in Waipouli. Molokai has 3 projects totaling around 250,000. That's the next slide. And then we're going to end all of it in Kalamu'ula. And the last one is on Oahu, 14 projects totaling 1.9 million. Additionally, there's a revolving fund of 6 million dedicated to renovating homes that revert back to the department. That's the operating budget. Did you also want me to cover the CIP right under there as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. If you could go back to, yep. Actually, you can stay right there. So the CIP budget, the second area also found on page 7 in your packet under the CIP budget, focus on repairs and maintenance of infrastructure. So this area has approximately 26 projects, and we are seeking approximately 61 million to fund the 26 projects. Similar to the operating budget, the aim over the coming years is to elevate public facilities such as sidewalks, guardrails, sewer systems, drainage systems, and traffic calming infrastructure to meet county standards. Once achieved, these responsibilities can also be transferred to the respective counties. In terms of project distribution, Hawaii Island, we have 6 projects totaling approximately 12 million. They range from Kamuela to, you can go to the next, actually go back a couple of slides. Somewhere. Right there. So we have a couple of interior improvements that we're doing at the district offices, both in West Hawaii as well as East Hawaii. Road channelization, Keaukaha, we have sewer improvements, and then Puna, some site remediation at Makuu. And then on an island-wide basis, there's a lot of conversions and mitigation issues that we're dealing with that we need funding for. The island of Kauai, we have 3 projects totaling approximately 500,000. Next item is Maui. We have, oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, my bad. So at Kauai, we have 2 projects totaling just approximately 1 million. And on Hawaii Island, we actually have 6 projects totaling 12 million. If we could move over to Maui. We have 2 projects there totaling approximately 1.5 million. Molokai, we have 1 project totaling approximately 8.5 million. Oahu, of course, we have more because of the amount of communities that we're in. We have 14 projects totaling 22 million. A lot of these are, it spans from seawalls to sewer improvements, sewer remediation. We have quite a bit of these types of infrastructure that needs to be brought up to county standards. And once again, our target is really to shift that over to the county so we don't have to have that carrying capacity. Now, the final area is detailed on page 8, and it's actually on your PowerPoint slide. It's the very first one. So if you go to the very first area, it's called Purpose 1. And this is focused on lot development. So this is one of our most significant budget allocations, requesting over 600 mil for 34 projects that will result in the creation of approximately 5,000 lots. The breakdown are as follows. Hawaii Island, we have 14 projects totaling approximately 233 million. And it'll range from West Laiopua to Lalamilo, Honoka'a, and so Honomu. We have an area that we started, but we haven't finished the design and construction side of it, Kaumana. We have a subdivision as well as some drainage matters, Pilihonua, Keaukaha, Panaeva, Makuu. We have quite a bit of work on there with the expectation of having 400 lots developed on that side. And then we have quite a bit of work with the Hawaii County in regards to water resiliency equipment. If you move over to the island of Kauai, we have 5 projects there totaling roughly around 70 million. And this ranges from finishing the Hanapepe site to Lihue and applying some development dollars there. Wailua, moving forward with the residential lots master plan. Anahola at Helan Mcre on the design, planning and design for phase 3. And then Anahola Kuleana subsistence ag lots and ag water collection, adding additional monies in that location. Maui, we have 5 projects totaling around 70 million. And this once again ranges from Leali'i villages. This is, there's some additional expenses we anticipate with 1B because of the type of material that we're working with and Blue Rock. And then also anticipating planning and design expenses for the next phase for phase 3, so to speak. And that's the area that's still under the jurisdiction of HHFDC, hasn't been conveyed over to the department yet. But we'd like to get a jump on it by really planning forward on what we anticipate post the 5 years after DHS is completed with their use of that portion of the lands. And move over to Kamalani, some development dollars there, and then finishing off with Keokea Waipouli, and quite a bit of work that we anticipate both at the well construction level as well as phase 2A. And then lastly two more islands, Molokai, we have 2 projects totaling approximately 6 million. That's the completion of Ho'olehua scattered lots and a little bit of work in Kalamaula. And then last is Oahu. We have 3 projects totaling about 93 million. And that's East Kapolei as well as Marina Tene in Hawaii Kai. And then we also have set aside, in addition, 60 million that would be utilized as a revolving fund to cover pre-development expenses, the awarding of leases, and the provision of individual assistance, preparing beneficiaries for the award process. This concludes my presentation on these 3 key budget areas. Mahalo.
Okay, any questions on his portion?
Yeah,
Commissioner
Lonnie.
Lasua?
On the Kalamula side for the ag lots, is that the ones that was subdivided back in the 80s?
Yes.
So they're not doing anything about it?
Not yet, and so we want to put some dollars set aside for that so we can move that forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Neves?
Connie, for Kauai, the Wailua project, that's been out there for a long time, master plan. I know there may be some changes because our wastewater system.
Yes.
I'd like to see that, what is that, $1 million set aside? We can move that to 26, so we can figure out what we're gonna do, because we've been sitting on it for a long time. I know there may be some change to do in possibly subsistence ag because of the sewer thing. Also the Evalani Mcre, I'd like to keep that alive in 26 if we can, because that's those additional 44 lots. The last awards we made, that's moving along pretty well. We have a lot of folks in there building homes, a lot smaller than what we would normally find, but they're happy doing that. So I'd like to see if we can move those 2 up to 26. I appreciate it.
Okay.
If possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Who's next? Leoku.
Aloha Commissioners, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Nahasda Government Relations Program Manager. So for purpose 3, these are the rehabilitation projects. These are the projects that the communities have identified as their priorities. So what the plan. So that is our best effort to identify what are the priority projects. Just wanted to mention, I apologize if Sharon did mention this, but the issue that Jojo Tanimoto spoke to, it is in the Purpose 3 Rehab project under Hawaii High Water Development Plan. So it is a priority that the community identified. It's just a matter of if we get funding from the legislature for these projects. So.
Question, comment? Chair will entertain a motion. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Item number H2 request that the Commission approve the transfer of monies from the Hawaiian Home Administration account to the Hawaiian Home Operating Fund. Estimated balance of the administration account on September 30, 2024 will be approximately $12,279,560 and will be used for the purposes listed on page 2 of item H2.
Any questions? If not, need a motion. Say aye. Those opposed, motion carried.
Okay, finally, item H3 requests that the commission approve the transfer of monies from the Hawaiian Home Receipts Fund to the Hawaiian Home General Loan Fund. The estimated balance on September 30, 2024 will be $550,000, which will be used to fund new loans. Are there any questions?
Need a motion. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Consent.
Okay, consent.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. It's truly a blessing and an honor for the opportunity to address you today. For the record, my name is Juan Garcia. Again, my name is Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. And we have before you this afternoon 9 consent agenda items for your approval. D2, approval of consent to mortgage. D3, approval of homestead application transfers and cancellations. D4, approval to certify applications of qualified applicants for the month of August 2024. D5, commission designation of successors to application rights. And this is for public notices in 2023. D6 is approval of assignment of leasehold interest. D7, approval of amendment of leasehold interest. D8, approval to issue non-exclusive license for rooftop photovoltaic systems. D9, approval of subdivision and transfer of a portion related to residential lease number 1744. And finally, D10, request for additional partial advancement of net proceeds pertaining to residential lot lease number 12743. Any questions, commissioners?
Sure. Commissioner Neves?
One on D9, approval of the subdivision. Looks like the lot's split in half, and there's access from both roadways.
That is correct.
So if we could add that to the contract, access would be from that side, just so they don't think.
Thank you for the blessing. I'll let you know why I made this.
Okay, so seriously, he can, just from my understanding, so, this, request for advance proceeds, that maybe is entitled to it, but we just haven't turned.
The property that was canceled because of the husband's death, there were no qualified successors. We are due to pay the net proceeds to the estate of the decedent, the requestor's husband. It's my understanding that the property is scheduled for reaward by the end of the year. So rather than waiting, she's requesting for that additional $15,000 to do necessary repairs to the children's homestead lot in Nanakuli.
Right, so she's just asking for an advancement because ultimately she will get the entire amount.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Not call for a question. Motion.
So moved.
Second. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could address D11.
Yeah, we get a deal.
Yeah. D11 of approval of assignment of leasehold interest for lessee Melly Spencer, who is wanting to transfer one of her existing ag lots and to create an easement in favor of the transferee to access that rear lot that she is transferring.
Yeah, and what it says is that the reason for the easement is so they could get heavy equipment.
That is correct.
So I think we need to put a defined term on that easement.
Yeah, the easement, the lessee has been instructed, once a surveyor completes the necessary work to determine the metes and bounds of that easement, her lease will actually be amended to reflect that easement for egress and ingress to the lot.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
C1.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, the next agenda item, C1, acceptance of the 2024 annual performance report for the Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant. Leia?
Aloha Commissioners, Lehua Kinilau Kano, Nahasda Government Relations Program Manager. The motion before the commission is to accept the 2024 Annual Performance Report, Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant for transmittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Any questions?
I just have a comment, and
Commissioner Nevis?
it's not a disparaging comment, please understand. You know, in our mission statement, it says to manage Hawaiian homes trust effectively and develop and deliver land to Native Hawaiians. We'll partner with others towards developing self-sufficient and healthy communities. And when I looked through the proposal, looked at goals, it seems a lot of our focus has been on rentals. So I just ask that we refocus on actually giving land out to folks. I know this is just a report, you're not gonna change the report, we're just accepting it that you're gonna move forward, but if our statement is that we're gonna deliver land, I think we need to focus on deliver land. I understand rentals may be something, it's obviously where we're focusing now, but I'd like to see us, refocus on delivering lots. That's all, thank you.
Any other comments? Not.
You have one testifier.
Oh, Germaine Myers. Germaine?
Germaine. C1, you testifying? No, okay.
Okay.
Motion.
Their motion?
So moved.
Their second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. C2?
Oh, C2.
Oh, C2.
Two.
Yeah, sorry, that's me. C2 is to approve the DHHL, Lehua Kinilau Kano Nahasda Government Relations Program Manager. The recommended motion action is to approve the DHHL Nahasda Down Payment Assistance Program Policy.
Something we covered previously.
We covered this last month. Nothing changed. We just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to review it ahead of time. Again, because the way the HUD regulations work for those families between 80 to 100% of AMI, we can only use 10% of our budget for this purpose for down payment assistance. And so that's where we reference the 50 million is our budget and the 5 million allocation. But again, there wasn't any questions last month and nothing has changed, but we just wanted to make sure you had ample opportunity to review before voting.
Okay.
just had one question.
Commissioner Nevis?
That 10% or that or is it, you said 10%, is that a standard?
That's
for HUD?
HUD's regulations
So next year, if we continue this program, it would be 10%.
to serve those between 80 to
Yeah,
100%,
Okay.
yes.
Very good, thank you, Chair.
Okay. We have some public testimony. Oh, excuse me.
Just
Sonoy?
quick question. Eligible families, it says 81% to a maximum 100%.
Yes.
What is the 80%
What is the
versus the
80%?
81%?
So that was what was in the regulations. So I just took what was in that regulation. But historically, what we've seen from the department is some of our families are just over that 80%. So they don't qualify for NAHASDA financing, the 0% or 1% loans, which some of you have gone to the house blessings with Habitat, saw that the mortgage payments on that is about $800 a month. You have some families that are just over that. So this would give them another opportunity to at least get down payment assistance, and then it would be used with other financing, either FHA 247 or the HUD 184A loan product. And then again, because it's a down payment, ultimately it reduces their monthly payment. Again, it's still under other terms, not as favorable as NAHASDA, but definitely gives more options for, we call this group the gap group, right? They make more than the 80% and below, but not quite there, that they still sort of struggle. And so that's the intent.
Mahalo.
Okay. We got some public testimony. Blossom Fatera? No. Germaine?
Aloha, Commissioners. I'm hoping that we can appeal to HUD in order to raise the cap from 10% to a higher percentage for the down payment, since many of our Native Hawaiians, for the down payment program, it would be a benefit. Leho, is there, I know I'm not supposed to ask her a question. I'm hoping a commissioner can answer a question as far as, I understand that there's feedback for different HUD-related or NAHASDA block grants. There's one that's coming up as far as to give response to the program itself and some of the proposals that the department has been proposing. Maybe during that comment period that we can ask for the cap. Is that a possibility?
I can definitely include that comment. So just to be clear, with the 80 to 100% and that 10% cap, we don't have to go and seek HUD approval. Anything above that 10% cap, I would have to go seek HUD approval. I think the questions HUD would ask me is, do we have sufficient sums that we still have those that are 80% and below? And our data shows about half of our, if I'm talking wait list now, even actually our lessees, about half are 80% and below. So the struggle is what we put towards the 80 to 100% is not being served the 80% and below. So that's the, needing to weigh those different.
I think I was confused about when you were saying that there was a cap, because I thought the cap had to do with either the 80% or 100% AMI.
So NAHASDA serves all beneficiaries 80% and below, but we can serve those between 80 to 100% as long as it doesn't exceed 10% of our budget. So 10% of our budget was 50 million roughly. And so we have about 5 million that we can use to serve that 80. And if we want to go over that amount, I have to go to HUD and ask for approval.
Okay, so then you answered my question. So in actuality, anything 80% or lower, you can use 100% of the budget.
Correct.
So we could go back to using 25 million towards helping up to 80% AMI.
Yes.
And that only 5 million for 80 to 100% AMI.
Correct.
Okay, so then again, my point is, we are allowed to use 100% of the NAHASDA funds for the down payment program to help, and each 5 million will help 100 based upon this proposal for 50% down pay, 50,000 down payment. So therefore, why wouldn't the department propose to use more funds or millions of dollars, majority of the budget, to fund down payment program to support the 600 million Act 279 funds and all the lot developments. Mahalo.
Okay, anything else? Oh, Blossom, Tara.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I think at the last commission meeting when this policy was introduced, we had been talking with Lehua for a couple of years, yeah, about doing this program. And so to be able to see it come to fruition, I think is absolutely wonderful. We have been working with beneficiaries and identifying what kind of needs they have. And this was clearly one of the major needs. And so with this, it's just another toolbox in the pocket of our beneficiaries. And I think that, as we move forward, one of the considerations that I just wanted to share with our commission, since the majority of you are brand new. So when Nahaza first came to the department, we had a good sized chunk of change from the feds. The challenge became is that we simply the department did not produce enough homestead lots and leases to be able to deploy the amount of federal funds that we were getting, okay? And as a result of that, we have seen us lose funding for a couple of years, and we're starting to get it back. So one of the things that I just wanna say to you is that, when the legislators get supportive of homestead and they start giving us, more than $20 million a year for CIP, those are the kind of opportunities that we want to take advantage of in the deployment of Nahasta, okay? And so anytime we have that opportunity to do that, we are able to serve more and more beneficiaries on the wait list and getting them off and turning them into lessees. So without further ado, mahalo Lehua for the great job on this policy. I ask this commission to support Lehua's request to approve this policy, and let's move it forward. Mahalo.
Okay, make it a motion.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion
Aye.
carried. Thank you, Leo. Next item, C3, approval of the 2025 legislative proposals. We're on our layout.
Aloha nako mikina, aloha mai kako, Vau Oriana Leao, Nahasa Government Relations Program Specialist, here to present item C3, approval of the 2025 legislative proposals. The recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the legislative proposals to be recommended for inclusion in the administration's legislative package for the 2025 regular session. The Department of Hawaiian Homelands, next slide. Mahalo nui. The Department of Hawaiian Homelands has prepared draft legislative proposals to be recommended for inclusion in the next administration's legislative package. The draft legislative proposals, upon submission, will be under review by the Department of the Attorney General, the Department of Budget and Finance, and the Governor and the Governor's policy team. The proposals are pending final approval, and no proposal is considered part of the package until final approval is granted. In this phase of the review process, the Hawaiian Homes Commission may amend or withdraw measures. The department solicited recommendations for legislative proposals and received 23 proposals. In your submittal are the summaries again, and I'd like to take this time to say mahalo to everyone who submitted a proposal and also allowed me to solicit proposals at community meetings. After considering the responses received, the summary of the 15 draft legislative proposals are presented in your package, and the actual draft of the bills and justification sheets are enclosed in Exhibit A. So we're going to go through all 15. Heluikaihi number 1, relating to independent legal counsel. This proposal allows the Hawaiian Homes Commission to retain independent legal counsel to be paid by the state and use the services of the Department of I appreciate the testimony that was offered for the commission this morning and would like to confirm that this legislative proposal has been requested by beneficiaries, the department, and the commission for decades. And it remains part of our legislative proposals, not just because it's been asked frequently, but because it remains necessary. This proposal should not be confused with our procurement process, which is separate. And it is meant to ensure that the legal representation for the commission is not in conflict with the legal representation served for the state by the Attorney General's office. Next slide, please. Relating to the Commission on Water Resource Management. This proposal adds the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission or the chairperson's designee to serve on CWORM. The state water code requires that planning decisions of the Commission on Water Resource Management ensure that sufficient water remain available for current and foreseeable development and use of Hawaiian homelands. To further the interest of beneficiaries, the chairperson of the Hawaiian Homes Commission or the chairperson's designee should serve as an ex officio voting member of the Commission on Water Resource Management. Next slide, please. Relating to housing. This proposal exempts any development of homestead lots or housing for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands from general excise and use taxes. DHHL provides homesteads for Native Hawaiians at affordable rates when compared to similar development available in Hawaii. In order to further the interests of beneficiaries, any development of homestead lots or housing for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands should be exempt from general excise and use taxes. Relating to historic preservation reviews. This proposal allows the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to assume review of the effect of any proposed project on historic properties or burial sites for lands under its jurisdiction. Relating to school impact fees. This proposal is to exclude housing developed by DHHL from school impact fees. Of course, the funds saved from being exempt from this fee would be used to fund infrastructure and development. Number 6, relating to the Hawaii Housing and Finance Development Corporation. This proposal is for the chairperson or the chairperson's designee to serve on HHFDC. Relating to the Hawaii Community Development Authority. Also very similar, this proposal is for the chairperson or the chairperson's designee to serve on HCDA. Number 8, relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Last session, Session Laws of Hawaii 2024, Act 130 passed, which increases the FHA loan limit for DHHL direct loans to be 75% of the maximum single residence loan amount instead of 50%. This proposal is to amend Section 4 of Act 130 to confirm that the act shall take effect on either the date of the Secretary of the Interior's notification letter to the Congressional Committee chairpersons that this act meets none of the criteria on 43 CFR Section 48.20, or the date when the United States Congress approval becomes law. So again, we're just fixing Section 4 of legislation that passed last session. Number 9. Relating to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This proposal requests an appropriation of $20 million for the next steps in the investigation, exploration, and identification of geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands. To build upon the initial funding provided in Act 205, Session Laws of Hawaii 2022, this proposal will allow DHHL to further investigate, explore, and identify geothermal resources on Hawaiian homelands, as these resources may be used for the generation, transmission, or production of electricity and renewable energy resources, including but not limited to hydrogen generation. Again, mahalo for the testimony concerning this legislative proposal. Self-sufficiency by and from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands remains in conversation among beneficiaries, the department, and the commission. Any geothermal activity that occurs in the state of Hawaii will inevitably affect Hawaiian homelands. As a result, the department remains Helu'umi, number 10. This legislative proposal relating to county user fees exempts DHHL from county user fees $100,000 in the aggregate per year while ensuring county services to DHHL. Funds saved by the department due to the exemption from county user fees could be used for infrastructure and housing needs for Hawaiian homelands managed by DHHL. Helu'umi Kumukahi, number 11, relating to sewer transmission lines. This legislative proposal is to ensure that sewer transmission lines on Hawaiian homelands are in compliance or brought into compliance by DHHL are transferred to the respective county within 60 days after the receipt by the appropriate county agency of a completed application for maintenance requests. Number 12, Helu'umi Kumulua, relating to state building codes. This legislative proposal is to ensure that state building code compliance is equivalent to county building code compliance by allowing state agencies to administer the state building code. Helu'umi Kumukolu, number 13, relating to state building code clearance. This legislative proposal is to ensure that clearance from a state agency in responsible charge of a property is acceptable and equivalent to a county clearance for building and zoning code compliance. Helu'umi Kumaha, number 14, relating to county licenses. This proposal would allow a state agency to provide a building and zoning code clearance for buildings on land under the state agency's jurisdiction. And last but not least, number 15, Helu'umi Kumalima, relating to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. This proposal requests to allow DHHL to utilize the dwelling unit revolving fund as collateral when acting as an eligible borrower of a Section 184A loan guarantee for Native Hawaiian housing. And that concludes our package, so we respectfully request approval of the motion as recommended.
Commissioner Nevis?
I just have a question, actually for the AG on the, hold on just a moment. On proposal HHL 625 related to the Hawaiian owns or Hawaii Housing and Finance Development Corporation. As a member or the chairperson or designee being a voting member, is that a conflict?
No.
I think we researched that, no.
No.
If we're putting in for HFDC loans and we're voting in favor, even if we recused our vote, we'd be voting against other persons that put it in, so just.
I don't believe it's a conflict, Commissioner. I personally did not work on this legislative proposal, but I believe it has been vetted and no conflict of interest was found.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kaleikini?
Mahalo, Oriana. Very nice package. So I wanted to state that I would like for us, the department, to really focus on these blood quantum items that is under more review, especially the first one, because I mean, Act 80, 2017, I mean, it's 2024, so I think that's probably the lowest hanging fruit in terms of the blood quantum, and also the preference for more review. So hopefully next year, during this presentation, we'll have some packages included. Thank you.
Mahalo, Commissioner Kaleikini, your requests and comments did not fall on deaf ears. I can confirm that NAHASA has completed a letter in support of Act 80. It also offers background information of how we've gotten to this point, and it is under review and approval with our chair and is going through the necessary process.
No, actually, I did check with the governor. He's on, he supports that. So we drafted and we actually sent out a letter today to the Secretary of Interior indicating our support. So that's been taken care of. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Naumuo?
Yes, hi. I just want to make comments on the legislative proposals. It's my understanding that this is not the final that's going to go to the governor, or is it already? Oriana. Oriana, this is not
Hello,
the
Mike,
final.
can you
These are
repeat the question?
Oriana, these are just this is not the final. After we approve it, then it'll be the final
Correct.
to
So,
submit to the governor.
correct. After commission approval, it is under review by the three offices that I mentioned. The draft bills remain under revision as I continue to consult with the Attorney General's Office, Budget and Finance, and Governor's Gov Policy team. And then the final draft is submitted to all of those offices on November 25th. After November 25th, those legislative proposals would be with the legislators who would be introducing them or
Okay,
in the
thank you.
governor's package.
Okay, thank you. I support the HHL 1 independent council. We've had this before and for whatever reasons, it did not pass. Also having HHL 2 water resource management, having the chair of that body, I think is important because water is such an important resource for us in building homes. And having the chair also on HFDC is also something that's important to get whatever we'd like to get done in construction. I also support HHL 9, which is exploring geothermal and allocating 20 million. And I think everything else, fine. Thank you.
Mahalo for confirming your support of those proposals.
Okay, any other comments or suggestions? Public testimony, Germaine Myers.
Aloha, aloha, commissioners. Again, the point I'm trying to make is that when a submittal comes before the commission, if there's confusion to the commissioners or to the beneficiaries, that I'm hoping that staff will clarify it. So when I had said that about the proposal for independent legal counsel, the verbiage on this bill, which many of us go to legislature and support DHHL in your efforts to get these bills passed or these resolutions or whatever it shall be. My concern is that when you say here, allow the Hawaiian Homes Commission to retain independent legal counsel, it gives a perception that currently you're not able to retain legal counsel independent of the Attorney General's office. What I shared earlier is that contract number 56820, which the Office of the Chairperson had instituted the procurement exemption rule or law in order not to go through the procurement process, created CPO request ID 16784 and awarded on October 17, 2023, a legal counsel, and it says this, legal counsel to represent the Hawaiian Homes Commission. That is representing the Hawaiian Homes Commission, it's legal counsel. Exact same verbiage is what we're being proposed for a bill. And specifically, an $850,000 contract was awarded to Watanabe Inc. LLP Limited Liability Law Partnership. So the point I'm trying to make is that when we're already able to do it, but we tell legislatures, oh, we can't, so we want your support, they were really creating a confusing dialogue and perception. Then the next thing in regards to the geothermal, if you look at the historical of when geothermal ever came before the House and the Senate, you can't just pass it in the Senate. You can't just pass it in the House. Both have to agree And when both agree, can go to conference committee, and only after conference committee passes it and the governor passes it, then it becomes law. In this case with geothermal, the ruling, the verbiage, etc. Back in 2014, it came to the House to Representative Chris Lee. And Mililani Trust had antagonized him so much because she wanted IDG to be put into the law in order so that they would get the funding in order to do anything with geothermal. You can go and look at what was in historical. She attacked his family, she attacked his parents, she attacked him. So what I'm saying is that when you use ADG in the pig, he's now a senator. Since 2008, he was in the House from 2008 to 2020, and now he's been in the Senate for the last 4 years. Do you think that when it comes over to the Senate, that it's gonna get passed, knowing his back history with IDG? So that's just what I'm saying is that, first of all, I understand, go and look into the budget. Monies have already been channeled through another angle. But when we consult with IDG, with the pig, we are just setting ourselves up for bad juju or bad kuleana, bad whatever you want to call, in the taste of those current legislatures who gotta pass in the Senate and gotta pass in the House. That's all I'm saying in regards to geothermal and who we associate ourselves with. In regards to the others, I'm in very, very much support, and I know also Commissioner Kalepa, we attended a 4-week series for water law. Everybody should check it out. All the commissioners should go through that. I did not know after all these years until I actually went into that UH workshop or series that DHHL has water rights. So it's wonderful to understand that we have water rights, and then you can see the value of why we should have the chairperson or a representative of the department sit on the commission on water resource management as a voting member and not a bystander. Kia kopu, God bless all of you.
Thank you. Let's see, Kapur Kamai.
Mahalo for the opportunity. This is one of those statements that I was going to make earlier regarding independent contract for, single source contract or even an independent counsel. We know that we need this independent counsel because what serves the beneficiaries does not necessarily serve the non-beneficiaries, to include the state, to include director chair's boss. So this is why we need this independent counsel. But as our director has already shared with us, that we do have an independent counsel that was hired for a Waipouli contract, what Germaine was speaking to as well. You know, so if we can go and do these independent contracts, then let's do it. But better yet, that we get this passed through the legislature so that we don't have to pay for the AG to sit on that table next to you. But we can pay for legal counsel that will serve the commissioners who are there to serve the beneficiaries. And Ori, I want to thank you for your presentation and for the information that you have provided. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, take a vote. Can I have a motion?
So move. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Okay, the next item on the agenda, E1, approval of lease awards for Hona. Michelle Hitzman.
Good afternoon, Chair Watson, Commissioners. Michelle Hitzman, Acting Housing Project Branch Manager, Land Development Division. This is item number E1. Recommended motion is to approve the awards of Department of Hawaiian Homelands residential lot leases for applicants listed on the submittal for 99 years, subject to purchase of the existing improvements on the lot by way of cash or loan. Both of these awards is in the Pu'uhana subdivision. Thank you.
Okay, is that it?
That's it. Thank you.
One witness, Blossom Patera.
Thank you, Patty. E1 Blossom. Sorry.
Come on, Blossom. Holding up the commission. Let's go.
Oh, I put it on, okay, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, this is the Pu'uhana Awards. Thank you so much, commissioners, for making this project a reality. It's been a long time coming. And I can tell you that several of our beneficiaries have stated that they were very excited, even though they deferred, because they're gonna wait for the next offering. It was an exciting time for them. For many of them, the average wait on a wait list was 23 years. And so for them to be able to have this opportunity now to see, be able to get a place in Central Maui, makes them really happy, and they can't wait for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you. No more testimony. Okay. Do you have a motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, next item, F1. Approval of annual renewal of right of entry permits and conversions to revocable permits for Oahu, except for Kalaeloa.
Aloha and good afternoon, Commissioners.
Okay.
Kahana Albino, Income Properties Manager, Land Management Division. I also have with me Supervisor for our Land Management Branch, Clay Young. Subject here, we're asking or requesting for the approval of annual renewal of right of entry permits and a conversion to revocable permits on Oahu Island, except for Kalaeloa. Kalaeloa, if you remember, we took that action back in June. As you can see in the recommended motion and action on A through E, A reflects that rescinding of the 3-month holdover period for those parcels that was outside of Kalaeloa.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions regarding the?
One question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner
Kahana, the
Namu.
last, yeah, Kahana, the last one shows that it's delinquent. Could you explain that?
The last.
Yeah, 613. Maybe that's an oversight.
Correct, it
The
is an
last
oversight.
entry?
I apologize. Yes, that should be current.
Oh, so
613, that's
lessee
stable.
So it's okay?
Yes.
All right. It just shows delinquent and you didn't highlight it.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're all paid up and you're recommending renewal for them.
Correct. And
Okay,
again, just to
thank you.
clarify for the commission, all the gray highlighted lines you see is all have to do with, they all have to do with beneficiaries. Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you.
What'd you say?
All the highlighted in Exhibit A, highlighted in gray,
right?
They're all beneficiaries.
Commissioner Nevis.
Yeah, and also, number 527 is delinquent, first page, second from the bottom. You know what the status is?
Let me go clarify that. I can clarify that for you.
Yeah, I mean, we should be giving them some kind of notice, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And on the last one, they've been given notice on delinquency?
They're current.
Oh, they are current.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's the one that Commissioner Moore had brought up.
That's a correction then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're not sure about that?
I believe they're all in compliance and current on their rent, but just to confirm, let me go check on that one and I'll get back to you guys.
Yeah, Khan, and since we got this, finally got this program after, 12 years put together, it's very important to make sure we're making visits to all these properties, because we're getting information, throughout all the Paena that, people know there's other activities going on. So we need to approach those folks and we need to take action.
Okay.
So we can move forward. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or question? Not, let's see, Patty Turia, witness.
Mahalo, Chair, Commissioners, and Patty Kahanamoku Lease Nanakuli Homestead. And so what I wanted to bring up on these ROEs and bring attention to the commissioners, new commissioners, is that the ROEs and the department should tell you and notify you to let you know that right of entries or revocable permits are not structures that you live on the property. Am I correct? These are right of revocable ROEs are turned into revocable permits now, but you're not to live on the property, like structure, homes, and what's going on. My concern for years is that the department, and this is nothing new that I brought up, is that they need to take a look at some of these right of entry or revocable permits that structures and they live on the property. And they live on the property for years. And so I'm going to bring attention to, Lyman Ranch, 511, 1,126 acres up in Nanakuli Valley. Now, for years, they live on it. They have structure. They have parties. They rent out the property in our community. Now, this is adjacent, nestled in our homestead. And so they have activity there. So this is not compliance. And so your commissioners here should start asking LMD about some of these lots here. Now they gave you a submittal here with pictures. Of course, when you see this, it says ranch. You're going to just say, looks like a ranch. Looks like a ranch, correct? But behind all of this, you have structures of two-story homes, you have this community, and they have parties and they have weddings and they rent out. And so they're exchanging income to rent out their property. The next one over here for years is the Waimanalo Valley Farm. It's Nanakuli Ranch. Same thing. You have how many? 430 acres. And this is another in compliance right of entry, what you call concern. And so when you look at the picture here, it looks like a ranch. But when you go in, you have homes, you have nieces, nephews, everybody living in there, and structures. So these structures are illegal structures. They also rent out the property for parties, for weddings, and then you have no HPD, no special duty. You have liquor. So when liquor goes on Farrington Highway, it's really dangerous for Waimanalo, and our homesteaders that adjacent living there. So we need to look at compliance when we start approving some of these permits. Now, you heard about the shaded areas. These are homesteaders, okay, but they still have to be responsible homesteaders when they have a permit with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And I'm going to just bring it out. I mean, Sonoa, you live in a Nanakuli homestead. This is not new to you. You Ma'af were seeing this for years of what these ranch and these homes and this property that they have and they rent it out. And so this is nothing new, but I brought this attention only because it's so familiar. Land compliance is very important, and this is why we have zoning in place. We have ag zoning, commercial, residential. And so, I bring this attention because just recently, Waimanalo Valley, we had a shooting going on. Now, that wasn't on homestead, but the property wasn't in compliance because it had an illegal structure. And so what happened with that? We, the community, the government, the neighborhood board has brought it to the attention to our elected officials, to DPP, but nothing was done. So what happened is, I'm gonna finish, Mr. Chair, you have altercation because you have people drinking, you have people doing this on a, in compliance property. And so this is what happens. Now that the increase of crime is coming up, Waianae, I urge this commission and I urge this department to work closely with the community and our churches, because we are stepping up and trying to reduce the crime. So if we have people that are not compliant, we need to keep them in order and bring them into compliance. So I'm asking that you pull out some of these, you weed out some of these that I brought out, and you have to check, you have to investigate, you have to send people out to look at these properties and see if they are in compliance. And if they're taking care, the INA, that this commissioners approve that they can have their businesses on there. So, you know, this is nothing new, Kahana, and he's always been really helpful in bringing everything out. But I did want to bring that to the attention. And, you know, and I also wanted to add, Mr. Chair, you know, Waianae Valley, you know, I worked with the E-team, which is really wonderful, working with David and Kip Akana. You know, I brought an attention for, there was a poster going on social media, a big concert. We just had the shooting, but now there's going to have a big concert, but it's not on your land. Well, we were looking at, but this one is on your land, Waianae Valley Homestead. So I brought it to the attention to the E-team. We work together, and that's what it is. We have to work together with them. And so we brought it to HPD, and then what they do is they look at it, it was an illegal, and then they clipped it. So, you know, I thank the E-team for stepping up. We community are the eyes and ears, you know, because they can't be everywhere, right? We bring it to their attention. They're going to look, they're going to investigate, they're going to work it with our CRU team. And we are working really hard to bring crime down and to clean up Waianae, to make it safe for all of our homesteaders and community there. You know, so I just wanted to bring that attention. Commissioners, do not just go ahead and approve some of this. I'm bringing it to your attention to look at it, have them investigate, go out and look at the INA and see if they are in compliance, because I'm telling you, and I can bring, next month I can bring a bunch of people here to tell you they're not. And so Commissioner Sonora, who lives in the Waianae Valley, you know what I'm talking about. So I urge you to ask questions or to ask your beneficiaries that come up here monthly, to bring this to your attention and to support some of this. The other one before I leave, I just wanted to add, because I didn't want to come back, F5, F6, I'm supporting that. Approval of the Punanaleo, and then in Nanikapono, and also in the HCAP in Nanikapono. I just wanted to come out and just add it on. And then I hope that the commission to look at Punanaleo, because when we went to the Big Island, we did waive their costs. You're charging Punanaleo $333. I asked the commissions to open up your heart to have Punanaleo also. I'm going to pitch for them that their rent was waived in the Big Island at the Punanaleo facility there. So I am here to initiate, to push for Nanakuli, that you can open your heart and have them gratis. $333. Punanaleo is really small. We need the money. We need our kids. We need to malama our children in this program. So thank you so much for giving me this time, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, George Akana. George Akana.
Hello, commissioners, chairman. I just wanted to share some of my experiences in the past year. It's been a year since you guys awarded me the lease at Kili House Street. This is Mapunapuna, the industrial area. It's kind of a seedy area. I don't know if you guys recall from last, some new faces too from what we shared last time. But we were, I guess it's a annual rate of entry is what we're on now, yeah? Which was a little deceiving to me. Once after it was awarded, I found out it's still on a month-to-month basis. So our hands are kind of tied with investment and like utilizing the property if we're still on a month-to-month basis. You know, we can't make improvements. These properties were ransacked by the homeless, torn apart, no utilities. It's basically a shell. And now we are just plain security guard and cleanup crew, and it's very hard. And I've been working with Kale and Kahana closely, you know, over the past year to try and do what we can with the place. But if we were to terminate our right of entry there, it would be a matter of days before, and I think these guys can attest to that, that the homeless would be right back inside, you know, and it's a hard situation down there. I think something I've heard, you know, from a lot of people is in your division is our hands are tied, you know. So I urge the commission to give these guys the tools they need to help business owners, to help beneficiaries, make these properties available, usable. One way, just off the top of my head, in our situation would be in tenant improvement credits. You know, if we're talking about a blank building, you know, our businesses can afford to put those improvements in, but if we get notice in 30 days and then we lose all our improvements, there's no reason for us to do that. Maybe something like that, if we can amend the current wording. Something else I'd like to share is I've applied for 4 general leases in that area in the past year. I've been disqualified from every single one of them before the bidding process even started. And they're not for bad reasons. It's just the process seems very difficult, and I'm getting better at it, but I'm getting tired of trying. And actually the last one I was gonna apply for was in Hilo, and I don't think anybody applied for that either, yeah? 21? At the end of the day, the process is so lengthy and hard. It's not attractive to people to come in and bid on these.
Why are you being disqualified?
For one, first time was I didn't have my tax clearance that was required. We had filed for it, but the way the wording is it needs to be in the packet on that day, due to the tax office. And
right.
I was even informed by them. They said, hey, they cannot require you to provide this. And I said, well, they are, you know. So just timing wise, like we're relying on another agency to provide us something. If it doesn't come, no more. Maybe some language where if it's already been filed for, we can go further in the process, something like that.
Were there other reasons besides that?
Other reasons were we didn't have enough information on the improvements that we wanted to do to the property. DHHL was requiring $200,000 in improvements be put in. Some of these buildings were built in the 70s. 200,000, we're going to exceed that in the first, you know, striping the parking lot. So in my eyes, the improvements that we wanted to do there were purely speculative, you know, and shouldn't be a reason for us to be disqualified. But again, the way the rules are written, it seems like automatically you get tossed right out. Something else that I'd like to bring up, I don't know where the department is getting its information from on the value of these things are being assessed. I don't know who's doing the assessments, but they set an upset bid to begin the bidding at. If you ask me, the factors of the community haven't been taken in. The homeless problem, the water, you know, the sea level problem there haven't been taken into consideration in the upset bid pricing. So we're asking to start the bid at market price, which is very high in today's market already. On top of that, they're asking for a 2.5% annual increase, which prices the properties way out of the market. On top of that, there's language for subleasing that, from what I see, was instituted in the 70s as well, that the department wants 50% of the sublease revenue. It's impossible. So once we took that to our attorneys, to our banks, to say, hey, this is what we want to do, we're gonna need money to do improvements, they said, you can't afford to do any of this. It's to the point where the banks will not even finance these kind of terms. They can see that it's falling apart. I urge you guys to look into it and see if there's something we could do. We have Native Hawaiian businesses who employ Native Hawaiians, And I'm proud to say that we pay our guys really, really well, to the point where, you know, they're at work and they don't have time to come here and fight for one house to go out, one place to live or move to the mainland. You know, they're working hard to stay here. Help us help them.
No, I agree with what you're saying, George. And, you know, one of the things that we do want to do is help the Native Hawaiian businesses. And it sounds like you're in I guess, a business that is very conducive to a lot of our beneficiaries and their employment. So let's take a look at that, see if we can work some kind of discounts. Might also be some kind of loan programs that might help facilitate. I don't know, on the set rents that we're using to rebid the properties out, are you saying that, I mean, they all were disposed of it, weren't they?
Third-party appraisal does
Yeah,
this.
for appraisal.
Yeah, and of course, we had consultants that helped us with structuring this offer. And from their suggestion, we had added that 2.5% per year increase on top of the appraised value.
Okay, I again appreciate, you know, we're kind of tasked with generating money for our program, but also going to appreciate trying to help the Native Hawaiian businesses. So let's take a look at that, see if we can help guys like him.
And again, just to let George know that we are coming up with more parcels that is going to
Okay.
be
Oh,
offered
good,
in
good.
that area. So
Yeah,
yeah.
get your tax clearance, bro.
Yeah.
Time good.
Thank you.
No, and George saved 2 of our properties, literally saved them from
Oh, perfect.
going down to the ground.
Right, yeah, right, all right. Okay, we'll work with you guys.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
So we got some comments, gang. Okay, Commissioner.
George, I remember going through this process before. We had a lot of problems down there. I know George and his group cleaned it up. I'd really be concerned about, taking 50% of revenue from a subcontractor. That just is, I think that's excessive. But, even in our contract language, we can say subject to getting your tax clearance. If you don't get your tax clearance by X date, you're out. But at least show that we've got an application. Just work on the paperwork a little bit. I think it might help.
Just to make clear on that sublease rent participation policy, we do not expect to get anything from the lessee from the forefront. He's got to make his money back on the improvements that he's done. Once he makes his money back, and that's when
Then
we
you guys
come in and get the, yeah.
Kalekini?
Yeah. No, appreciate you coming up, George. I was part of the group that worked on the revocable permit. There were a lot of questions. I'm glad that someone who actually had to fill out those forms came up and shared your experience, because for myself, I mean, it was it looked pretty daunting, but then we worked through it. But these are the examples that help us improve our process, right? And for you to employ the folks that you do, if you guys weren't there, that place would be a mess. It was a mess before you guys showed up here. So we really appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question for George. When you go to the bank and you ask for a business loan, as a banker, I cannot see giving you a loan when you got a month-to-month lease.
Yeah.
Is there a way that the department can consider a longer-term lease for business owners that have shown good standing in the eyes of Hawaiian Homes?
We'd have to look through the statutes and authorization that we have through HRS, not only the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, but HRS. I mean, I know there's 220.5 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which we can look at. But in this process, we used 204, Section 204, which was, the process we went through to offer these leases.
To answer your question, this was for a general lease, which was it 30 or 35 years? Yeah, it was a 30-year, long term that we were looking for the financing for. But yes, even that would be very helpful if was a, somewhere between a revocable permit and a general lease that we can survive in.
Commissioner Freidus?
Thank you, brother, for taking the time to come out here today and share your manal with us. I know it's not easy running a business, you know, with the trials and tribulations that you folks have to go through during this time period. We've had a lot of discussions, you know, with the Native Hawaiian preference when it comes to businesses. To kind of echo what the chair said, you know, we do need to look at our commercial real estate ventures as a revenue stream. You know, the sufficient funds, those kind of things that we get from the state are just basically to keep the lights on, to pay salaries. However, you know, in just the brief time brief manal you share with us, it sounds like you care and this is your life and heart, you know, heart and souls in this venture. So with that being said, we need to, you're the type of Native Hawaiian business that I just, you know, learn a quick 5-10 minutes that we need to help. It sounds like you have the capacity to be successful. It sounds like you have been successful. And the fact that you're employing other Native Hawaiians is something that we need to perpetuate. So thank you, brother.
No, thank you. And this is something that perpetuating, you know, like it's been something that we were able to learn, right? We took it on, we learned, but passing it on and showing other people, other, you know, Hawaiians coming up like, hey, bro, you can own a business, you can have employees, you can do this too, is a program that we want to be a part of.
I don't know if now's the time to talk about or at least plant a seed. I know in the 204, I believe there is that preference section, or is it where we can do 20.5? No, but isn't there another one under the general leasing section? We give preference to a Native Hawaiian corporation. Linda, you gotta. But I think the commission has taken the position we're not going to use it.
Well, I guess there was some concern.
I don't know about, no, the extension, I think they had a
The preference provision is in 204.
204.
Yeah.
So, but didn't the commission vote to not recognize that?
Yes, back in 1991, the commission voted not to give preference.
Yeah,
you guys want to revisit that?
Yeah, and I think we've had discussions on that, but we've never really come up with an
Right.
answer. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, if you guys want to take and give guys like George Akana a preference, especially on the general leasing, we're gonna have to revisit that policy that we set.
I agree.
So.
But just to reiterate though, we can have that Native Hawaiian preference policy, but we have to offer it to other Native Hawaiian
Mhm.
entities that might be interested in them.
Yeah, I mean, you got to compete.
Yeah,
but-
Right. Absolutely.
So regardless, we got to open it up for even with native or non-native, is this the same process? So, yeah, cannot go direct negotiate.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jordan. Chair, I just have a couple comments about the rest of the exhibit. You know, this issue with these two items, 511 and 527, I think there's enough information. I know Patty's been talking about it for years, that we remove those from the list and they go back and reinvestigate. And then, so I want to amend the list and then we can approve the rest. My concern, gentlemen, please, we need to get in there and investigate. And if we can't get in the gate, as we've done in other areas, said we can't get in, then they don't get extended. So and this has happened before, we've had it on Kauai where they can't get in. So if they don't allow you access, guess what? You're not gonna have your right of entry. We're not gonna.
Yeah, I appreciate Patty being a community watchdog that keeps us on our toes. I appreciate that. But the issue for both Lyman Ranch and Nanakuli Ranch have been brought up several times. So just to inform everybody, in Lyman Ranch's right of entry, there is a provision in there that says that he must maintain both caretakers' dwellings that are on site. So again, there is a provision in there that says he has to take care of those dwellings that are on site. So that's number one. Number two, if you look at the pictures that I took of Nanakuli Ranch, there are two trailers. One is about, I'm just eyeball measurement. One is like 6 by 22. The other one is maybe 6 by 12, no, 130 square feet, 75 square foot. They're really small. When the issue came up before when Chairman Ilo was the chairman, who is much more familiar with ranching than I am in pastoral, he says, and I purposely took pictures of the polo fields, maintenance quarters, the Rosecrans, Pires, every single one that does pastoral, they have a small trailer on there. And from what I was told, I'm not going to pretend to be a rancher, that those kinds of quarters are necessary when the cows and cattle are giving, the horses give birth, that it's a long process. And so that's what I've been told, you know, so those, if the chairman asked me, does it look like somebody's living there? It says, it looks like somebody could live there, but that's, though on Nanakuli Ranch, those things are small. So I agree, if we should get some investigators to go look at that's fine with me. But again, the issue was brought up before, and that's where it was handled. Yeah. So
Isn't a caretaker's resident? I mean, doesn't the caretaker live
you know,
there?
yeah, it's,
Yeah, so-
you know, but, so Lyman Ranch is clear. It says in black and white.
Yeah.
That it's, they have to maintain the caretaker. But the Nanakuli Ranch, and I took pictures of it, and it's in your photos.
Does it have a similar provision, that one?
No, it's a
Doesn't.
trailer.
No, but is there a caretaker's residence on the site?
Oh, no,
Somebody
that one
living on
doesn't
it?
have one.
Nobody's living
No,
on it.
that one doesn't have one, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you want to say something else, Patty?
Sure, you know,
Because, you know, wait,
just,
Mr.
you know,
Chairman.
we
Since you're at the
understand there's
table,
some
sorry.
issue, right? Chair, I think
know-
we ought to have our E-team come out.
Yeah, and I
check
think that's
it
the
out.
best
Okay.
result.
But I
Confirm
see
it,
what
and then go
Clay's
from
saying,
there.
and I commend you, my brother.
Mhm.
But who do I call when there's parties, weekends?
Yeah.
Not E-team, I'm gonna call this too,
Yeah.
because they don't believe me. So,
No, I
but
believe you. Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm not here to debate, I'm here to bring you
Roger,
attention of in compliance of structure. In Nanakuli Ranch, if you go inside, there's their home. There's trailers, but there's their home. And there's a whole big area, a community area, where there's a kitchen where you can have your luau's and parties there. Okay. It's the same thing. You have structures, illegal structures there that are not in compliance on all right of entry or revocable parcel, bottom line, Clay. So, you know, I understand you went in this way, but let me take you in deeper.
Here. So-
You know what I mean? And
So,
let me take
yeah,
you for a
and when there
tour.
are
So-
parties, I get calls, my phone blows up, and we write them up, and they, you know, and in fact, and even one of the neighborhood boards, my name came up, like, why is Kale stopping parties at Nanakuli Ranch when we had them there for years? So I mean, I'm just trying to say, it's not like I'm sitting on my hands not doing anything, but.
No, I didn't say
Yeah,
that at
yeah,
all. I didn't say that at
No,
all.
no, I
But-
appreciate you.
Okay,
sister. I'm
but
just
what
trying
I'm
to-
saying is help us to clean
Roger.
up our homestead, our Nanakuli homestead. Help
He had a
us
good,
to.
he had a good resolution. We have the E-team go in there.
E-team go out if they're
Roger.
not compliant, we should kick them out.
Thank you.
But all I'm saying is just look at this, make sure it's done right. Waianae Valley Homestead, the same thing. If we don't get things in compliance like this, you are gonna be, you know, you're gonna be hunted again. Because I came to you guys many times, many years, and I will go to the media. I came to you folks many times. It's just awful, awful. So if something happens within that homestead with parties and luau's and somebody get hurt, they come on Farrington Highway, it's because we allowed them to have this. We let it go. We cannot do that. We have to help our E-team to work together to put people in compliance. That's the only way. I mean, so, but thank you. I'll meet you outside.
I have a question. I have a question.
Commissioner Kalepa?
Is there a fining process for activities like this that happen? Is there a process to fine them? Because, you know, it's gonna be hard to kick somebody
The
out.
process is termination.
process is termination.
Yeah, basically. There's no fine. I don't think we have any authority to fine
So,
or
so
cite.
those places, is that on a month-to-month as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So right of entry, revocable permits, it's all month-to-month permits, 30-day, you know.
Okay, any other question?
Chair, I
Commissioner
just want to
Sonoy?
make a comment about
Marcel.
kind of the conversation that we were having earlier. If Akana Brothers had left the property, right? Next week, you're gonna have people coming in. That's gonna be the same thing with Nanakuli Ranch as well as Lyman Ranch. And if you look at our community today, Kaiser Permanente that sits on the main road is just a hot spot for our houseless families. And so if we do that, then that's what's gonna happen to those two properties.
Any other comments? Not, entertain a motion? Oh. Okay, Germaine.
Mahalo, Commissioners. If you could look at your exhibit A for item number F1, the third from the top, it's Kenneth Hicks. It's 200 and proposed annual rent is $263. That comes to $20 a month. Why is it that he's paying $20 a month, $260 a year for a 6-acre parcel, but yet the one above him is, which is like, I think they're like 4 lots away from each other, is paying $6,255. Both are non-Hawaiians. Why is it that one is getting a better rate than the other? My other concern, Kale, is that when the PIG convened together, and I was at the meeting when it was approved for the new procedure, part of the new procedure was that we would have property inspection reports for each parcel. The property inspection reports would tell the public and tell the commission, let me pull up that screenshot of that, which is missing from here. All of these pictures are now going back to just a picture. The property inspection report is gonna tell us if their rent is current or delinquent, if they're in DCCA compliance, if they're, what kind of permitted use, industrial, etc. If they are in compliant with a bond, insurance, certificate of insurance or a bond. None of that is provided for any of these parcels. Also building improvements and operations, if the repair and painting, if action is needed. There's a whole column of action is needed. Repair and painting, fence or wall, site work, tenant signs, other information. General, landscaping, housekeeping, parking driveway, land use compliance, environmental compliance concerns, other information. For example, one was permittee has failed to notify, communicate with DHH on taking possession to use parcel as intended. So there was a comment column, an action needed column, a DHH action taken and completed. That report, which came out of the PIG, which is supposed to be included with each parcel, and not just a spreadsheet, is missing from this proposal for today. So I'm kind of shocked about that. But I'm also wanting to ask the commissioners to please defer on making a decision for all of these parcels until an action, the property inspection report can be accompanied in the packet. But also, Kenneth Hicks has a home. I brought that up before. I'm a Native Hawaiian on the agriculture wait list for Oahu. This parcel is on Oahu. The first 3 is on Oahu agriculture. So why are we giving a non-Hawaiian the first 3 agriculture lot when all of us is on the wait list for Oahu agriculture lot? Why? And I'm willing to pay you $20 a month for 6.4 acres of land in Lualole Valley. Come on, give me the lease. I will do it. And right now he's got plumeria trees all on that 6.4 acres. I'll grow plumeria trees and also have a home. He actually has 2 homes on it. And Lyman Ranch, when you drive in, there's 3 homes on the left and 2 homes on the right. Or is it 2 homes on the right and 3 on the left? Because I know of Ohana that's living there. So there is actually occupancy on the land. Now, I would agree that a pastoral, you want somebody to be there, a caretaker, in case the cattle goes crazy or the house or the horses. But in the case of an agriculture, you're gonna babysit your primary farm? I think that's unacceptable, but more so the egregious difference in, I thought we were supposed to try to make profit. I thought we were trying to make money off of these lands, yet we're giving someone $20 a month for 6.4 acres of land, while we're giving 3 non-Hawaiians agricultural land on Oahu, and we're telling all the Hawaiians on the agriculture wait list, including me, stay on the wait list, but because we don't have any ag land to give you on the island of Oahu, when right there got Sherri. And that was my point when it came to the Big Island in Kona. Why are we giving another avenue for political alliances or friends of our friends or friends of somebody in the department to be able to bypass the wait list and just give a small amount of money, according to this, to get a parcel of land? And they've been on it forever. I think right now, Lyman and Nanakuli Ranch has been over 50 years. Since I was a kid, they've been there. And I actually can go back and trace for you how it started off, because I have the annual reports and I can show you that. So I'm just asking, please defer this until the LMD comes back and follows what the pig had approved, which was every parcel, not just a spreadsheet or photos after, every parcel, they had supposed to have answered all those questions that I just posed to you and check mark all of those things. Unless you guys got them and we just did it. Mahalo. Kia kopu. God bless all of you.
Okay, can I, if you look on that inspection report, regard to Kennard Hicks, ROE 600, this land farm is next to the beneficiary's residential homestead lot. That should explain what's going on. There's a residential lot. So it is right next to it. I wasn't the first one who came in, you know, I didn't make all these initial leases that came out. They happened before my time. But when we come in, we, as a group, say we're gonna increase by 3% or not increase, and that's what's happening.
So Kennard's agriculture ROE is in a drainage ditch, is a 100-year flood. That's why it cannot be homesteaded. That's why he has that. He knows the risk of farming plumeria tree. So that's why it's not in the inventory to award, because it's in a flood zone.
You know, I do think that we should examine some of these RPs, whatever. If we can convert them to homesteads, with the exception of what you just mentioned, then we definitely should do that. You know, granted, the idea was temporary use, you know, have somebody on it to maintain it so it doesn't become a eyesore, a problem, or a fire hazard. But at the same time, we need to maybe more aggressively do the conversion to actual homesteading if we can.
I know an example. We had a church license that we canceled because they weren't keeping up with the payments. The facilities fell dilapidated, so we ended up canceling and reassigning that parcel back to LDD to subdivide for residential, and that's right on Farrington Highway. So I mean, that's something that, you know, we can consider.
Hey, any other questions? Commissioner, we got one more public. Oh, good.
Well, you know, it seems the more we talk, we find more problems. I think, you know, we're not in a crunch right now to approve this. I suggest we defer this, get it properly done, and don't bring it back in the same condition. And if we need to use our E-team, get them out there, check it out. If we need to cancel some of this stuff, we got to cancel it. I mean, we had a situation in Kauai where we had a guy that actually had an Airbnb on the lot for 20 years, and we canceled it right off the bat. He made thousands of dollars on that thing. So it's happening, and if they're doing it, it's wrong. It's wrong. The excuse that, oh, that's gonna, the next day you give it out some Native Hawaiians and you get a nonprofit in there and say, okay, I want you to steward this until we can put it back out. We've got groups that'll do that. You get a couple associations get together, we'll take care of it. We'll keep an eye on it. And we may even want it. So they put in for it. Get Hawaiians back taking care of our own land. Okay,
Last thing I'd like to say,
yes.
I'm real happy that we just hired 3 brand new land agents. We've been short-staffed for years.
Good.
I have the island of Oahu. Can you imagine how many homesteads and land and homeless? So I'm glad we got some people on board. Get me off. You know, I mean,
This guy on
telling you.
vacation. So
I'm
Chair,
telling you. So I appreciate what
No,
everybody's
yeah.
saying, but I'm really thankful. Yeah.
Chair, I suggest we defer this item until we can get it properly vetted.
What's your guys' thoughts on deferring? I know we want to make some revenue.
If only, there's only a couple that's of concern, we
Okay.
can defer those and let the rest move on.
You're
Because they
you're
are
sure?
already-
The longer we
yes.
talk, we find more.
I thought it's only
But
the
if
two
it's
brands.
if these 3, I would
Yeah, let's
say,
defer
let's
those.
take the 3 off.
Okay, why don't we take the 3 off? And then
Take the 3 off and then we'll. Yes, that's
Hicks, Waianae Farms
Hicks,
and
it's
Lyman.
600, 511, and 527.
Okay.
And for those, we should have get the
But
18
like
to go out and do.
Canards, it's, like I said, the land is in a flood zone. so
Yes,
we
but I
still
think
want to
there's
defer.
consideration from the beneficiaries. They'll go work in the floodstone and take care of that as well.
Okay.
It's wrong to give it to him for $20 while we have a beneficiary say, I'll do preliminaries in a flood zone.
I don't.
Well, it's a
It's a
30-day, so
life-
they can always put in for it.
No, I mean, I'm talking about a homestead. We don't want to give them in a flood zone.
No, but I mean, flood zone, they're still raising plumerias. That's what he's doing.
Does he have a residential in the?
Huh?
He's just raising plumerias.
Yeah, he's just growing trees.
But you're
yeah.
saying we shouldn't issue a homestead
Yeah,
lease for that?
I mean, it's
Yeah.
because of it's in a flood zone, we
Yeah.
cannot,
It's dangerous.
Yeah.
unless you correct the drainage. So you cannot offer that as
Yeah, I
a
wouldn't- I wouldn't-
homestead.
the liability.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but my point is to offer it to the beneficiaries to use it as a right of entry versus
Okay,
a
I see
private
what you're saying.
entity.
Okay, so why don't we take off the 3 and then, okay.
And we will submit the report next month to.
On those 3?
Yeah.
Okay,
No, on all the one
And-
that we're
and-
missing this
okay.
month.
Yes.
okay, so entertain a motion with amendment to defer and report
moved.
later. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
600.
Yeah, let's just go, let's just go. We got too many stuff.
So those 3 are different.
Okay, F2,
No, I know.
okay, F2.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number F2, LMD is seeking the approval of issuance of a right of entry permit to State of Hawaii Department of Land and Natural Resources located in Waimanalo Island, Oahu, TMK listed under the subject matter item, subject item matter. I also have Marigold Zoll, manager of DLNR DOFA with us today. So if the commissioner got any questions, again, the recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of a right of entry permit covering the subject area identified by the TMK listed above, and the mapping exhibit A, containing approximately 1,306 acres for the purpose of conducting invasive species search, control, and eradication efforts, specifically for known population of koki frogs and goats. The request for access to the subject area would fall between the hours of 8 a.m. and 12 a.m. and include access permission for up to a total of 70 DLNR employees and or authorized agents. Authorized agents include those programs or entities that are authorized by DLNR employees to assist with control and eradication efforts. This would include staff from the Oahu Invasive Species Committee, the Kolau Mountain Watershed Partnership, both projects of the University of Hawaii Pacific Cooperative Studies Unit, as well as community members that will be subject to DLNR's volunteer protocol. Control and eradication efforts may include habitat modification and the use of aerial equipment to treat remote populations. Approval and issuance of this right of entry permit shall be subject to the following conditions as listed in the submittal under number 1A, B, and C, and number 2. Again, I have Marigold Zoll. I know this morning we had what's his name? Kane, Mr. Kane. that had, Kimola Kan, that had expressed some concerns. I think they did meet with a couple of DNR staff, so if any commissions have any questions.
Or maybe you can
Marigold's here.
address his concerns.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Commissioners, Chairman. I'm Marigold Zoll. I'm the Oahu Branch Manager for the Division of Forestry and Wildlife with the Department of Land and Natural Resources. And since 2021, we've been working with the Department of Agriculture to control this population of coqui frogs. Earlier this year, we discovered that they had spread into the Kuli'o'o Forest Reserve on the leeward side of the Kola Mountains. And that's when we really became concerned about the progress that the Department of Ag has made. And that's why we're seeking to get a right of entry so that we can more readily assist them in the control efforts. The goats, we had been controlling them. We started in 2013, and we thought that we kind of controlled the population, but in recent years, we've been finding some of them in the same region of the Ko'olaus as the coqui frogs and the Kuli'o'o Forest Reserve. And so they go back and forth between the DHHL parcel and the Forest Reserve parcel. And so we'd like to be able to operate on both parcels freely to get rid of those animals. This is the only place in the Ko'ola Mountains where there are feral goats, and we want to make sure that they don't become established and impact our watershed resources. We'd be happy to meet with the community and offer opportunities for them to control the goats. It's in a public hunting area, and so we can provide assistance to facilitate that. The other thing that was mentioned was the term length, and so we expect this to be a multi-year effort, and so we just urge the commissioners to extend the right of entry for as long as practicable, with the realization that we'll probably be coming before you to renew it for the next 3 to 5 years. Let's see, the habitat modification would involve cutting down invasive trees so that we can make the habitat less suitable for the coqui frogs. None of the forest in that area is native dominated forest. It's all been invaded by non-native plants. And we've really been focused on controlling the frogs themselves and not really concerned about the impacts to the forest, but we can work with the community to come up with a reforestation plan that meets their needs. Maybe this is an opportunity to, make this place more useful for folks, for your beneficiaries than it is right now. We haven't done a Pa'akai analysis, but we'd be willing to, look at that also in relation to the reforestation plans. We're open to suggestions. And then as far as impacts to native wildlife, we looked at all of the native wildlife that were of concern, and we haven't found any evidence that the citric acid application would impact those wildlife. And if it does, like for the snails, the impact of having coqui frogs on the landscape would be much greater than the temporary impact of the citric acid application. And yeah, we are very willing to work with the community, and we would welcome any suggestions of who we should connect with in particular to, make this a more collaborative and successful endeavor.
Okay. Just to clarify on the map on Exhibit A, just to make sure that the area that I have highlighted in blue is the mountain face of Waimanalo. And when Marigold had mentioned the Kuli'o'o side, that'd be the bottom side of that 141011, and we're not the owners of that property. That I'm not sure we'll be.
Right. Yeah. It abuts the Forest Reserve and Kamehameha schools.
Sure.
Aloha Commission, Lily Makaila, planner with the Planning Office. The Planning Office did take a look at this submittal, and we did want to offer 3 different comments. So the first comment has to do with the number 2 motion, the determination regarding Chapter 343. So I'm going to comment on how to be compliant with Chapter 343, how to be compliant with Kapa'akai framework analysis, And thirdly, we also offered a comment regarding DHHL's own beneficiary consultation policy from 2014. So firstly, regarding Chapter 343, there are 3 ways to meet compliance with that: environmental impact statement, environmental assessment, or exemption. Based on my review, though we need a little bit more information about the components of the pest control, I do believe that this action would fall under the exemption list, the 2021 DHHL exemption list that's already approved. It would be type 4, number 8, regarding pest control. So what would need to take place is that that exemption letter would need to be composed and completed ahead of the issuance of the ROE. It doesn't delay the approval of the issuance, just that prior to the issuance of the ROE, that component be completed. Regarding Kapur framework analysis, that requires consultation. So that is in order to fulfill Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaii State Constitution, which says that the Kapur framework analysis is what effectuates the language of that particular article of the Constitution. That's pertaining to traditional and customary practices and Native Hawaiian rights. It's my understanding that we haven't done any consultation for that. And so we would need to make some movement in order to consult with Native practitioners to better understand identifying the potential impacts to Native rights and practices in this particular area, and how we can ensure that those practices are not negatively or adversely affected by this action, how we can mitigate any potential impacts. Regarding the beneficiary consultation policy, I don't believe that we've done beneficiary consultation for this subject in the past. Typically for long-term land use requests, that is a trigger for the beneficiary consultation policy. So depending on the issuance of this ROE, if it were short-term, then I don't believe that that would trigger the beneficiary consultation policy. If this were a long-term land use request, that would require beneficiary consultation. And the planning office would be able to help facilitate with that. Let me know if you have any questions.
This is a short term, huh?
Yeah, it's a
How long are we
month-to-month
talking?
right of entry. I know Marigold had mentioned or
Yeah.
expressed her desire to extend for actually 3 to 5 years. So each time they'll give us a report.
Well,
as
we're
to
going
what has
5
been done.
years. We need to do the consultation.
What is the term?
Yeah.
Short.
Sounds like we gotta do it.
I don't believe that there's specific language that that defines the difference between short-term and long-term. The policy itself looks specifically at what would be considered a long-term land use request. And so it's my understanding if this were a month-to-month ROE, then that would qualify as short-term.
It is a month-to-month right of entry, if anything, yeah.
A month, and then we just, every year, just go bring back the
Yeah, I
same
think so.
proposal for the next couple of years, keep it short term.
Yeah, this pest control, that's, something we gotta do right away, guys. We can't defer it and wait for, a long consultation process. So I don't think we're inclined to do a 3 to 5 year
Yeah.
disposition at this point.
But I work with Lily as to her offer for
Sure.
the exemption.
Yeah, so we can
letter.
do the exemption by keeping it short. Does that sound good?
Well, I like the fact that we look for volunteers from the community, because always the community's like, what are they doing up there? They're taking all my goats or whatever. But getting them involved, I think, is important. To give them something to do and get them involved in protecting our community at the same time. Thank you.
And just to clarify, as a Waimanalo resident and homesteader, I don't know of any goat pastoral person in the area. So I was sharing with the,
Mr. Kalikin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So Kahana, in the discussion, it states we found goats 2013, 2016. Did we have an ROE with the LNR at that time?
We did not. We offered limited right of entries, 30-day type
Limited.
thing, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that was more with the Oahu invasive species group.
So this proposal is the first time we're considering
Correct.
ROE.
Yeah. So I know we issued a limited right entry to DOA. And we just renewed their right of entry, but they're doing more on the base level. They're not touching the upper, areas of the mountain yet.
Got a question for Mary?
Marigold.
Marigold, okay, Marigold, sorry. How many goats do we find in there? I mean, roughly?
I've heard reports of just a handful of them,
Oh.
but we want to make sure that they don't
Yeah,
grow
multiply.
and expand.
So would we capture them alive or like shoot them or trap them, or what's the method of?
We would either shoot them or trap them. Yep.
Okay.
They're located on a really steep cliff face, and so it's really dangerous and
Yeah.
challenging to retrieve them.
How would that be done, by helicopter or?
We could either do it by helicopter, we're authorized by statute to do that, or we could set traps.
I think too that if, I like your comment about working with the community, because I know this has happened on Hawaii Island and people get in an uproar, especially if you do it like aerial and people aren't aware. As long as the people are aware of what the plans are, it's very helpful.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or? If not, we'll call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you very much. Good luck. Okay, next item, F3, right of entry permit, Molokai Land Trust.
Yep, this item, LMB is seeking the approval to issue right of entry permit to Molokai Land Trust out in Kalama'ula, Molokai Island. Molokai Island, TMK is listed under the subject matter item, matter. Recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue a right of entry permit to Molokai Land Trust for approximately 85 acres of Hawaiian homeland located in Kalama'ula, Molokai. TMK is listed for the purpose of restoration planning for Ohia Pilo Pond. I have Shelly Carrera here as land management agent. And we also have Butch Haas, I think he's on.
No, it's Helen Rain. Yes,
Oh, Helen Rain, I'm sorry. I thought you gave me that, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, Helen Rain.
Okay, so. Aloha Chair and
Hello.
Commissioners, just to provide some background information. So Ohia Pilo has been selected as one of the wetlands for these studies. Let's see. So Molokai Land Trust is a recipient of a National Fish and Wildlife Foundation National Coastal Resiliency Fund grant for the purpose of conducting studies at Ohia Pilo to help develop some plans that will help with this restoration of this pond. So what I want to say is that this right of entry is a short-term month-to-month for up to 6 months. We factored in additional 2 months in the event there's inclement weather. Molokai Land Trust, they do not have any interest in long-term management of this pond, this wetland pond. And basically the right of entry would allow them to evaluate existing environmental data to better understand hydrological conditions, map invasive mangrove, and create a mangrove removal plan. And in addition to that, they would be engaging along with the DHHLs as partners and other entities that are partners to the Wetland Restoration Partnership to ensure community restoration vision remains central while increasing community capacity to restore and maintain the site.
Just to kind of respond to some of the public testimony we heard earlier today. And to give you a little background, we inherited the responsibility for this wetland when the County of Maui got out of a consent decree after 10 years. And so we have been challenged with securing resources
to do the scientific analysis needed and also for long-term management. So what we joined the Molokai Wetland Partnership because the partners were able to go after grants, secure expertise, and so far, all we've been doing is allowing them to go on site to collect data. We've also been bringing beneficiaries to the site. We've been talking to Kalama Homestead Association leaders. There has been a community meet, at least one, if not several, community meetings on Molokai to discuss the project. This is a separate NIFWIF grant from the Community Resilience Plan, the Molokai. So it's a little confusing. So I just wanted to mahalo Sybil and the Molokai Mokopuni for pointing to the importance of maintaining regular communications with beneficiaries. As planners, we can always try to do a better job. And better communication would have helped in this situation. It's understandable that beneficiaries are confused about what this item actually is. So there is no long-term request for use of Hawaiian homelands. So it's been challenging to hold meetings on Molokai for the last several years. I think people know about the transportation, just coordination. We have been talking to the Homestead Association leaders, but I just wanted to clarify that these are two separate projects, and the Molokai Land Trust agreed to apply for the grant, manage the grant, and basically, so there's 3 wetlands involved. Only one of them is on Hawaiian homelands, and that's Ohi'apilo. So, you know, this has been a long-term effort to bring resources to improving the site and hopefully getting some long-term management strategies in place. This project includes working with beneficiaries and doing engagement. So it's really just sort of getting started. And then I also wanted to clarify for beneficiary consultation, which I think was just discussed in the previous item, per HAR section 10-4-60, parens 2, this is the planning system rules, beneficiary consultation. Place-based consultation applies to island plan, regional plan, and other tier 3 plan updates or amendments, and projects that require an E8 or an EIS. This is just for data collection. It can get an exemption. It's actually a de minimis exemption. So, you know, the Molokai Land Trust is providing the grant application, management, and technical assistance. This is valuable scientific expertise, but we do understand and respect the need for beneficiary involvement, and we do intend to pursue that. We're going to schedule a meeting on Molokai for the Kalama'ula homesteaders as soon as we possibly can. So, you know, e kalamai for not being able to do that prior to this submittal. This is actually going to save our land agent time because she isn't going to have to issue an ROE every time they request to go on site. But we want to make sure that the Homestead Association's notified prior, and if anyone is able to come on site while the experts are there so that there can be some transfer of knowledge. We want to make that happen as well. So, and I also, after listening to Lily, that we also want to work on a Kapu'akai analysis as part of the long-term planning for the management of this site. We want to provide, we want to get resources to provide employment for beneficiaries to actually do the management and restoration work. But we first need a kind of a strategy and a plan for what actually needs to happen. And beneficiary input is important for that as well. So I just wanted to kind of clarify some things. Thank you.
Hi, Shelley and Nancy. As you know, I live in that area. I know what that area is like. For 101 years we lived there. So I know what it looked like before what it looks like now. And I agree with you that we need to do study and research and try to see what we can do. In the past, in the early 90s, we had identified that area, Waipouli, as a problem area. The previous commissioner, Zach Helms' family lives there. So that was our crabbing ground. We would walk out and go crabbing. But if you notice now, there's a lot of mangrove. And I've noticed the egrets living in that area. From the ocean, you can see them flying in and out because they land in my property and they roost on my, my grass. But anyway, what I'd like to ask the trust is if they're willing to partner with the Kalamola Homestead Association, because I think we can learn from you guys, the experts, because this is what we needed originally when we started to look at that place and see what we could do. At the time, they had the dump there. And when I came back in '82 and the dump was there, I was mad because that was our ground. We would go out where, you know, where the Sanchez live. Okay, that old road used to have a service station there and we would go out and go crabbing. And then they used that as a dump and they were dumping all kinds of stuff on there. And I'm glad Hawaiian Home sued them. I mean, the county, because we were able to use that money for other Kalamola Homestead Association entities like the park, the Kiowa Park. But when I first heard this come out, my first impression was, hell no. Why would Molokai Land Trust come and do in the Kalamola Homestead Ahupua? After reading what was given to me, I like the idea of evaluating existing environmental data, you know, to get all the information they can and then come back and help us do whatever needs to be done. So I like that. I like that idea. So my whole thing has changed now. But what I do want to see on this, I want to see on here saying that permit to Molokai Land Trust in partnership with the Kalamola Homestead Association. So we have that understanding because Kalamola Homestead Association has an Opio and Kupuna program. And they meet every either once or twice a month at the Kiowa Park. Recently, before I came over, they were meeting already. And this way, it'll give our kids that I didn't get when I was younger, growing up over there. And like I said, we've been there for 101 years now. So we're the first area or first homestead in the whole state of Hawaii. So you can see what we had to put up with because we lived on demonstration lots. We didn't have a lot like what we're looking at now and giving it to the homesteaders. So we put up with a lot. And so I'd like to see that where the Kalamola Homestead Association is part of this research and then moving forward, if that's okay with you guys. If it is, then you'll get my yes approval. Now I gotta let the commission know that I'm also on the Kalamola Homestead Association as a treasurer. I've been there for 34 years since we started. But whether I need to recuse myself from voting, then I will. But if I don't have to, then I would vote yes if what I talked about is included.
Anybody from the Molokai Land Trust?
That's the lead.
We have Helen Rain from the Molokai Wetland
Maybe
Partnership.
she can respond to that comment.
Yeah, the same NIFWIF grant. You have to unmute me, I think.
Yeah,
there you go. We can hear you now.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Helen Rain from Pacific Birds, and unfortunately Butch couldn't be here today, but I'm part of the Molokai Wetland Partnership, which is a combination of local groups and then agencies, federal and state agencies, basically looking at restoring wetlands in line with what the community wants to see wetland restoration look like. In terms of the education component, that same NIFWIF grant does have an education section to it. And I know that the Land Trust has been sending school kids to different wetlands. Of the 3 wetlands that Nancy talked about, they have been doing that. And so we could discuss including the homestead in that education program if you think that would be helpful. And just to add really that the idea behind the grant was really to collect hydrological data and other information that would then be provided to DHHL and the beneficiaries to make decisions about what you want to see there on that land. It was never about the Land Trust doing something there or kind of making decisions. It was more a way to get that data collected, because it's difficult to get that funded. And this was a way to do that so that, you know, the data was then available for all of you to make those decisions.
Do you folks have your funding in place? Do you have the funding in place? I see. All right, you got any comment to that? You want more formalized partnership?
Patty? Is that Helen? Helen, I appreciate their comment. And I appreciate what you guys are doing. It's just that the association want to be part of it. I don't know if you know Kekama and Ani Helm, they live next, okay? So Kekama is the one who brought that out in the beginning, way before when he was on the board. We just didn't have any expertise or anybody who we could go to. And so now that I understand what's going on and you guys are stepping in, we would very much like to work with you guys to do this. Because and our appeal, meaning our kids, like you have, if you guys can do the classes along with our OPO group, then that will help a lot too. That'll give them the insight on what to do for that area. So, yeah.
Mahalo, Commissioner Helm. I'd just like to add that it really is DHHL's, I mean, Commissioner Helm, Commissioner Lusu, sorry. We miss Zach, but anyway, so we really want to, you know, it's DHHL's responsibility. It's really the planning office's responsibility. Right now, we don't have an official Molokai liaison from the planning office, but I am going to be, I would have done it before now, but other stuff got in the way. Want to do a thorough update to the commission on our climate change initiatives. And that's going to include all the work with the wetlands, as well as the community resilience plan. And so there's a lot happening on Molokai right now, but we really know that we need to do a better job of communicating this to the beneficiaries on Molokai, because it is multiple projects. There's a lot of moving parts, and it's, you know, it's understandable that folks are confused.
Yes, I mean, I understand too, because in the resilience program, the homesteaders was upset about that when the Sustainable Molokai came to the homestead associations. And we had no idea at that time that they were forming that group. So we started, so we have the different organizations from Onali, Kapakea, and Kalamu'ula to be part of that resilience program, right? And so we've been having one of our board members on that too. So
yeah, that's involving extensive engagement, but yeah, we'll try to strengthen what's happening with the wetland partnership as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
We do have a testifier, Sybil Lopez.
Thank you, Chair, for reconsidering me coming back to testify. And I wanted to speak on top of the clarification and the confusion. There's no confusion, because I clearly understand what is going on. You have two separate projects going on, a plan and this wetlands. And when they started these community meetings, beneficiary was never involved from the beginning. I do agree with Commissioner Lasua, but more integration needs to occur and beneficiaries has to be first. There's a true disconnect in our community between the work that DHHL does and the work that beneficiaries do. We've been doing so many different work as an association, as beneficiaries themselves. As perfect example, what Commissioner Lasua laid out with Kekama Helmet moving forward, because it is his backyard. And they've been trying to do work, but no capacity building, not much financial help. But yet some non-beneficiary can go ahead and obtain monies and grants and federal funding and come in and do the work that we wanted to do. But I appreciate that in hopes with that expertise, they will integrate and allow the associations to champion that type of work. Because we all know environmental stewardship is not a 5-year thing or a 6-month thing or a month-to-month thing. We know it's a generational thing. We know that we're going to have to pass that down from our children to the next children to keep that stewardship alive and to perpetuate that stewardship. And I kind of wanted to talk for a minute regarding what one of the planners was talking about and regarding the application of the month-to-month short-term right of entry in regards to beneficiary consultation, because now there's confusion. In their application, as part of Exhibit 3 of my testimony, I included the application. And part of the application, there's a requirement that based upon the DHHL's non-homesteading lease right of entry, it doesn't tell you whether it's short-term or long-term, that the lease application on page 5 has a timeline that clearly states that beneficiary consultation must occur 3 months prior to the Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting to seek ROE approval for due diligence. So I don't know if I confused or you're confused, but it's black and white in your application. And so if you guys, I would really highly recommend that the staff and the planning staff or whoever creates these applications get them right. Because when it's told to us, it's a different interpretation. And I would really want that clarity to be done, because whether we're non-beneficiary or beneficiary, even us, we have to go through that process. Yeah. So in regards to the NIFWIF fund with the 2 separate plans, as how she's explaining it, in our resilience plan, Nancy directly inputs this project into that plan. So there's 4 different categories in regards to this types of NIFWIF fund. One is for due diligence and planning, which we're in that process. The second is for site and implementation design, site design. And the third is implementation. And there's a 4th to help the success of that project. So when you tell me that this is only temporary, and that you're not seeking anything in the future, again, I'm going to request that integration happens with the association, that they will be able to continue the next phases of this ongoing grant. And that I specifically asked in that beneficiary meeting for the resilience plan, that DHHL initiated project, this MLT project, this wetlands partnership project, be completely out of the resilience plan. If you're trying to advertise that resilience plan is just beneficiary initiated, and all of those 5 projects that comes from each Ahapua shall become a beneficiary initiated projects and not a DHHL project, because we all know what happens after that. You put your project on and you are the ones going to get the funding. So I really, really recommend, because this is the commission that can obligate and administer to the DHHL staff to protect our rights as beneficiaries and allow us to continue our environmental stewardship as we have once was and we continue to do as our ancestors does. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Sybil.
Thank you, Sybil.
Commissioner Lasua, how would you like to proceed?
I move to approve with the input of the partnership.
Okay. Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Okay, next item, let's see.
Item number F4.
F4.
LMB seeking approval of 4th Amendment to right of entry number 704, issued to Hawaiian Telecom Incorporated on portions of various TMKs, islands of Kauai, Oahu, Molokai, Maui, Hawaii Island, and Hawaii. Approval of this fourth amendment to right of entry number 74 is subject to the following conditions as listed under A, B, C, and D on the recommended motion and action.
Any questions? If not, is there a motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Item number 5, LMD seeking the issuance of a license agreement to Ahapuna Leo, Nana Ikapono, Nana Kuli Island of Oahu, TMK listed there. A recommended action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of a 20-year license agreement to Ahapuna Leo Incorporated covering the subject areas identified and described below to use as a Hawaiian language immersion educational learning site. I have Kaipo Duncan here, who oversees as a land agent this license.
You want to talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, so both HCAP and Aho Leo have been at this Nani Kapono Nanakuli site since about 2003. And they've been incredible tenants for the families on the Leeward Coast. HCAP offering the Head Start preschool program for underprivileged kids for free or very minimal monthly fees. And Aho Leo, the only, at this time, the only Hawaiian immersion element preschool. And they're also adding elementary ages to their curriculum. And yeah, so for both F5 and F6, we kindly request that the submittals be approved as stated.
Okay, any questions of the commissioners? Is there somebody that wanted to testify or is that? I don't. No. Commissioner Kalekini?
Yes, so there was comment about the fee. And I recall that on Hawaii Island, it was the Punana Leo, I believe in Waimea, yeah. That we like
Waive the fee.
waive the fee.
How
How
much?
much?
Reason being for waiving the fee was that there was an existing structure before they had moved there. So that was one of the reasons why they asked for it, because we were charging them based upon the improvement that was there.
So was this structure for Punana Leo and Nanakuli existing before they
It
came in?
was the former school, former Nanakuli, if I'm not mistaken. Kaipo,
Nana
former
Ikupono
Nana-
Elementary.
Yeah.
School.
So it's a similar situation?
I'm not familiar with the
Yeah.
Existing structure
It's
wise?
existing structures, correct. Existing school structure. There.
Oh, existing school.
Yeah, that we acquired.
So where does this $300 a month go to in terms of the HHL? Is that?
To our trust fund. That's, yeah, our income that we get from that school.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are that we waive the fee on Punana Leo, Hawaii Island, that we consider waiving the fee here. Nanakuli.
Commissioner Freidus?
Got me forked tongue and push for the waiver of fee in Waimea and not extend that here too. And if I remember my testimony in Waimea is the educational piece is a key piece in rehabilitating our people. It's a key piece that was lost decades ago. A lot of our grandparents, didn't have the opportunity to learn. As in Waimea, this is the last form of actual lelo, I believe, in that, that location. Again, education is a key. Education is a power to change lives, has a power to change the trajectory of your family's life. And again, it's a key piece in our advancement of our people. So I'm gonna have to also kindly, humbly ask for gratis, please.
Okay, won't you guys just make the motion with the amendment?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the ROE.
Issuance of license, you mean?
Excuse me, issuance of the license with the amendment to remove the fee and offer gratis.
There's a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, that was for F5. F6, same thing, or?
Okay.
So I make a motion to approve F5.
Mahalo. I want to thank you folks for your amended motions for Punana Leo and now.
It's 4 o'clock.
And now for HCAP in Nanakuli. Hello, Mike. And so, yes, education is a priority. And as we all know, from 3 to 5 is when our babies are the best sponges. And what goes into their ho'o, into their pu'uvai, into their ano is so important because that's what carries them for the rest of their life. So making their $323 or $330 gratis is greatly appreciated because as we know, the Waianae West Coast hosts, if not the most Native Hawaiians, almost the most because Kapule is catching up. And so we hope to have one in Kapule in the future as well. It's not only important that they have that foundation, but it's also important for our makua and for our people to recognize the value of the language because the language sets our tone. It sets the way that we think and the way that we act. And Punana Leo is a great place because that's where we can start our roots from. Unfortunately, they do have a high cost on their monthly fee, and it is a family kako because our 2 babies are graduates of Punana Leo o Waianae, initially starting in Waianae and then moving to Nanakuli. You not only have to pay the money, but you also have to put in the time. And that's where it's an ohana effort. So the ohana gets involved with the baby, and that's how we know that it is a legacy item. We are proud that our 2 babies are those graduates and that we look forward to our mo'opuna being graduates and following the same trail that we have set our babies on. Mahalo nui, commissioners.
Okay. So did you guys make a motion?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Commissioners.
Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what we got now? Okay, we're gonna go till 4:30, guys, if you don't mind. It's 4:02. So we'll do G1, approval of the final Waimanalo Regional Plan update.
Hey, aloha commissioners. Lily Makaila, planner with the planning office, here today with item G1. Please accept the final DHHL Waimanalo regional plan update. Next slide. This is our updated cover for the Waimanalo regional plan. I've come before you folks a few times to talk about the process as we've been going through it. Next slide. This process began in January of this year. We had a meeting with our leadership team, and that included Waimanalo Hawaiian Homes Association board members. They helped us to select dates for all of the beneficiary consultations, to pick the location, and helped us with general guidance. We had 4 beneficiary consultations that were a part of this project. Those took place in March and April, and July was the last beneficiary consultation. Selection for priority projects included a polling period, was open for a little over a month in April and May of this year. We previously came before the commission in July of this year with a draft of the plan. And in that plan draft, we covered the major components. We also let folks know that we were going to have a comment period where our beneficiaries could send in additional comments. Since that time, we had an open comment period in August of this year, and we're here today with the final draft of the plan itself. Next slide. So for our outreach and engagement, and this is how the commission is able to keep the planning office accountable to ensure that we are conducting appropriate beneficiary consultation. Our outreach strategy for this included a project website. It included notification to our beneficiaries via postcard mailing. Approximately 1,307 beneficiaries were notified, including 685 lessees and 622 applicants with Waimanalo zip codes. In addition, we did email announcements and email reminders for all of the participants who shared their email contact information. We also relied heavily on assistance from the Hawaiian Homes Association. Mahalo to them for helping us to get the word out throughout the process. Next slide. Our meeting series, like I mentioned before, we had 4 beneficiary consultations. We had 1 priority project selection poll period. We also had a 30-day comment period for the final plan itself. On this meeting series, you can see the total number of attendees that we had. It may seem small, but it's actually some of the most populated, most attended beneficiary consultations that I have actually been able to participate in. This is my 5th regional plan update. So big mahalo to Waimanalo beneficiaries for being engaged and for staying with us throughout the multitude of the consultation series. I'd also like to mention that typically our meetings are a 2-hour time frame. These were scheduled for 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and all 3 of the first beneficiary consultations went well over, some of them over an hour past the time frame. And that was because our beneficiaries wanted more time to be able to work on the components of the regional plan. So mahalo to them for their engagement. Next slide. This is a short list of the community values. These were all drafted from input from our beneficiaries. Next slide. We have the vision statement. This was crafted by one of the beneficiaries themselves and confirmed by majority in attendance at beneficiary consultation number 2 and 3. Next slide. This section identifies the priority projects for the region. Now, each regional plan, there are 23 currently that are statewide. Each regional plan gives the region and the participants in the beneficiary consultation an opportunity to prioritize their own projects. There was a project list of nearly 30 project ideas, and it was whittled down to about 11, and then it was voted upon. And the top 5 most popular votes are reflected here. That was the process used to select the top 5 priority projects. And this is how the beneficiaries are able to communicate to both DHHL staff and the commissioners how they would like resources to be allocated, both staff time as well as funding on these top 5 priority projects. First is create more DHHL agricultural homesteads in Waimanalo. We have just about 2,000 acres total. About 1,400 acres of those are Mauka lands that are a challenge to develop upon. Kahana mentioned before, a lot of it is the steep face of the Waimanalo Mountains. There are 685 lessees and only 2 are agricultural lessees, only 2. Waimanalo is known as an agricultural region. They identify themselves for their historic agricultural use and Paniolo lifestyle, rural character. And so it is a bit of a mismatch to understand that the department has only developed residential homesteads in this area and that we only have 2 agricultural lessees. There's a 52-acre parcel that is currently undeveloped, but planned for development, often referred to as the Wong's Farm parcel. And folks would like to see that prioritized as a development in the region, and to look at scenarios that offer more opportunities for agricultural homesteading. The second priority project is called Kauhale Waimanalo. It's an expansion of their current community use area. They would like to see more spaces for their community and the beneficiaries to engage. Their current halau space and other spaces are oversaturated. Waimanalo is one of our oldest homesteads, and they have quite a few families and ohanas that are in that area. So allowing them to be able to expand would be very beneficial. Third priority project has to do with providing grants. Provide grants from DHHL trust funds to current Waimanalo lessees. This came about because of the discussion specifically of Act 279, how the purpose of Act 279 is to address the needs of our applicants on the wait list and to specifically address the wait list. And this is the Waimanalo lessees way of bringing to the commission and to the staff that they would like opportunities to be able to invest in their aging homesteads. Often, many of our lessees have inherited their homesteads from their grandparents or from their parents, and they're in need of additional support to be able to invest in their homesteads. The next one is the Waimanalo Business Park. This idea is looking at a 30-acre parcel that's near our current halau and community spaces in Waimanalo, and looking at developing this 30-acre space to offer opportunities for small businesses, Native Hawaiian businesses, and specifically to supporting our beneficiaries. In the write-up for these priority projects, the Homestead Association identified that the Waimanalo Business Park and the Kauhale Waimanalo can likely be sited on the same parcel, allowing them to kind of do a cohesive, comprehensive design for that parcel. Finally, the fifth priority project is to allow extensions in perpetuity for the homestead lots. Again, as Waimanalo is one of our older homesteads, these folks are getting towards the end of their 99-year homestead lease, and the current term limits allow one option to extend for up to 100 years. And the maximum term limit for homesteads is currently 199 years. And Waimanalo lessees would like us to contemplate what are the potential pathways for extending that term limit. When the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was an idea referred to as the Pu'uhonua Resolution, and in its early times, Prince Kuhio suggested term limit was 999 years, not 199 years. This would potentially open the floodgates, open Pandora's box for extensive conversation about the risk of taking something like this to Congress for congressional amendment, which is the action that would be needed to extend these homestead lots. So the Waimanalo lessees are aware that there are a lot of constraints on this particular idea, but would appreciate if staff time and resources could be dedicated to exploring potential pathways. This would have impacts for all of the homesteads across the Pai'aina, not just for Waimanalo. Next slide. Lastly, I wanted to bring up some other regional concerns. When the planning office goes out and does our beneficiary consultations, oftentimes our beneficiaries give us whatever message they would like to give in whatever form they prefer. And we receive it, but it's not always captured within the scope of the plan that we're working on. And so I did want to honor some of the major themes that came about that are not necessarily able to be addressed within the scope of the regional plan update. Firstly, there was a lot of conversation about the Waimanalo area waitlist, especially during our comment periods. I'd like to bring to the Commission's attention that there's currently 518 applicants on the Waimanalo area waitlist. That makes up about 59% of all waitlisters on the area waitlist for Oahu. And statewide, if you look at all of the area waitlists across all of the islands, there are 1,305 folks on the area wait list. So Waimanalo's 518 is the highest on any area wait list, and it makes about 40% of all of the area wait lists across the state. And I think one of the reasons why that's important to note is that the area wait list existed prior to 1978. So all of our applicants that are on the area wait list have been on, have application dates prior to 1978, some as early as 1954. And so for Waimanalo specifically, there are some folks who have been on since the 50s, and they have been waiting 70 years, which is a full lifetime just on the area wait list. And so one of the issues that came up in conversation was, how do we offer real options to these folks who are have already lived a lifetime waiting on the wait list? Are there other options that we can offer them, especially for those who are unsure how much longer they can wait? We don't currently, outside of that 52-acre parcel, which is still in the design and permitting phase, we don't have any other options for our Waimanalo area waitlisters. And there are many of them. And so if the department could look at other options, including undivided interest leases, if that's an option to address some of our area waitlisters, or even any of our waitlisters who may have been waiting for extended periods of time and have concerns about their health, whether or not they would be able to survive long enough to be able to receive a lease. It's a very heavy topic to discuss, and there's a lot of kind of mixed opinions about undivided interest leases or other potential options, but that's why I bring it to the commission for you folks to contemplate, and I appreciate it. The next one is a Koki frog and CRB outbreak. We've discussed that already a little bit with item F2. That's something that has come up. We have over 1,400 acres of conservation land in Waimanalo, and it's my understanding that outside of the ROEs with other agencies, we don't have any of our own conservation efforts for any of those lands. And so mahalo to you folks for allowing DLNR to partner, but it may be important for us to look at other partnerships to better manage our conservation lands in Waimanalo. And the last one has to do with poor communication. This is something that I was reminded of frequently throughout this planning process for things like sewer project improvements, for things like this ROE for invasive species pest control. There's a desire for not just our Waimanalo beneficiaries, but the extended community to have somewhere where they can look. Oftentimes they look on the website, and not all of the projects have are included with web pages. They don't all have a point of contact. And that was something that we dealt with throughout this planning process. The planning office trying to assist in connecting our beneficiaries with the right folks so that they know who to talk to in the point of contact. But the longer that this issue goes on unresolved without a standard operating procedure or some type of standardization, the more frustrated our beneficiaries are going to be. And that will be reflected in all of our kind of subsequent planning processes, our community meetings, anytime that we try to engage with them. And so the sooner that we can try to address it, I think the better. Next slide. Okay, finally, next steps. If you folks vote to accept the plan today, the next steps would be dissemination of the plan to our communities, posting it on the website, and also working towards implementation of those priority projects. We mahalo you folks for your support in the regional planning process, with reviewing the draft, with accepting the final draft, but we also ask that you help to ensure that DHHL resources are allocated towards the implementation of the priority projects, and that those priority projects don't end just with the completion of the update to the plan, but that we continue to prioritize those throughout our work. Mahalo.
Any questions? Thank you. Okay, what else we got? Is that it? Oh, approve it. We gotta approve it. Okay, is there a motion to approve? Second? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. One more.
One more. Oh, okay, G2, declare a finding of no significant impact, Fonzie, for the King's Landing Juliana Homestead Settlement Plan, final environmental assessment.
Hello, Commissioners. Item G2, that the Commission would issue a finding of no significant impact declaration based on the final environmental assessment for the King's Landing Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan, and that the Commission approve changes in the land use designations to be consistent with the Kuleana Homestead Plan. Today we have Kealoha Mossman, who is the works for G70 and will be presenting the presentation. And we also have Aina Aloha Ioane on remotely, who is president of the Maha Malamaka Aina Hanaka Aina Homestead Association.
Hey, yeah. Belina mai me kia aloha, Chair, Mayor Commissioners. My name again is Kealoha Mossman, representing G70, and I'm here with my cousin Aina Aloha Ioane, who will be joining online to present on item G2 to declare a finding of no significant impact for the King's Landing Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan final environmental assessment located in the Ahupua'a of Waiakea on the island of Hawaii. Next slide. The purpose of today's presentation will be to provide an update from the draft environmental assessment review process, accept the changes made for the final environmental assessment and FONSI publication, and to approve the island plan's land use designation amendments made for the King's Landing Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan. Next slide. So as many of you already know, the project area of Keauka Tract 2, also known as King's Landing, is located east of the Keauka Tract 1 homestead, north and northeast of the Hilo Airport. This tract of land also includes an area of approximately 1,334 acres. Next slide. So this slide, I know is planning to read, but this slide basically shows the Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings, updates, and beneficiary consultation meetings that were held to update DHHL commissioners, staff, and beneficiaries on the status of the project. Most recently, we conducted a beneficiary consultation meeting in June 2024 to update the beneficiaries on the publication of the draft EA and where to provide public comment. This slide also shows the multiple community meetings we had with the group Malamaka Aina Hanaka Aina, also known as MAHA. Next slide, please. MAHA is a community organization made up of the beneficiaries and descendants of King's Landing. MAHA's multi-generational expertise, place-based observation, and knowledge helped guide the focus of our studies and assisted the development of the Homestead Settlement Plan. Here is Aina Aloha Ioane to talk more about the MAHA organization. So Aina, if you're online.
Oh, there she is. Aloha, hi Makoko.
So next slide, please.
Aloha Commissioners, I am Aina Aloha Ioane. Thank you, Kealoha cousin, for my introduction. So I'm going to spend abbreviated time explaining our relationship with the department and our history of how we got here today. This image describes who we are as a community. I think I'm 8 years old in this image. And the ohanas that are represented here are the Ioanes, the Laimanas, and the Pelekanes. And we are at a community fundraising event to help pay for our yearly dues, for our MAHA yearly dues. And of these keiki here, there are 4 of us who have returned to MAHA to participate in its governance. Myself, my twin sister Ha'awina, Navai Laimana is our current secretary, and Bud Pelekane is an active MAHA member. Next slide, please. So Kekauhale o King's Landing, the village of King's Landing, is home to Hawaiian beneficiaries who followed their na'au back to Aina. Each ohana cleaned and prepared their land with their own hands, laid the foundation for their homes, and raised their keiki on the Aina. The King's Landing villagers and the MAHA Community Association are evidence of a successful alternative development model for Hawaiian homesteading. The villagers' rehabilitation is achieved by practicing 4 community values: Ohana sovereignty, community self-governance, self-determination, Ohana subsistence, and most importantly, living with Aina. Next slide, please. So these are the 4 core values of rehabilitation in King's Landing. Rehabilitation in the form of subsistence and Aina. When Dad ho'ied to King's Landing, he was in search of a way to heal his wailua after returning home from the Vietnam War. And the way in which he understood how to do that, how to heal himself, was to return to Aina and to live subsistently with Aina. Rehabilitation in the form of Ohana sovereignty. Ohana are given raw land. They work and open up space to live and rehabilitate. And so when Papa was looking for the place to raise us, he first found the bay. He looked for the resource, and the resource that would sustain his Ohana. And once he found Lulu, he cut his trail looking for the Papa, the flat space, to then build our hale and raise us in a village-like environment. Rehabilitation in the form of self-determination. The Hawaiian beneficiaries residing in King's Landing have decided for themselves what their rehabilitation looks like and what it feels like. So each beneficiary in King's Landing has determined for themselves what their rehabilitation is. For Dad, he looked to the kai, but for the image here with Uncle Francis Laimana, he went to the Aina, and he was a farmer. And so growing up, the Laimana Ohana had orchids growing and flowers of all sorts on their Aina. And that's how Uncle Francis Laimana found his rehabilitation. Rehabilitation in the form of community self-governance, which is MAHA. MAHA is the democratically elected self-governing entity of King's Landing. Next slide, please. I will summarize our history of stewardship in King's Landing. So in 1921, King's Landing, Keaukaha Tract 2 became a part of the Hawaiian Homelands Inventory. And at that time, we still had, oh, kalamai, hoi, please. Thank you. We still had the Ka'aave Ohana had been living at Paukupahu for generations. And 2 sisters still remained. Auntie Mary Kua and Auntie Lili Puana were living at Paukupahu. In the 60s, Dad would often go with Grandpa Iowane into the King's Landing homestead to fish along the coastline with other Keaukaha homestead community members. And in the 60s, Auntie Lili Puana invites Uncle Bill Pakani to live at Waiokawa. At that time, Uncle Bill received oral permission from the commissioners of Hawaiian Homelands to improve the area. Next slide, please. Mahalo. After living at Waiokawa for several years in 1977, Uncle Bill receives an eviction notice from the department. And in 81, Dad moves his Ohana into Waika'alulu. In 82, Papa receives an eviction notice from the department, and he writes to the department inquiring about lease options and explaining his rationale for settlement. Because the department was slow in placing the Hawaiian on the land, I placed myself here. And in September of 1982, commissioners visit both Dad and Uncle Bill Pakani at their homes in King's Landing. They are told that leases cannot be offered because a management plan for the area did not exist. Next slide, please. Mahalo. In 82, based on their, reshare screen, ke olu olu. I can go off of my slides if there's no images, so we can continue on until images show up again.
Yeah, I don't run them.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, let me just catch up.
Thank you, Leah.
You're welcome.
Oh, did I go too far?
No, I think I gotta go a little bit more. Yeah. Some more. Oh, right here. Perfect. Oh, one more back. Thank you. Yeah, one back, please. Can I go one more back? Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. So in 1982, based on our need to be organized and be recognized, the Pakani Ohana and the Iowane Ohana form MAHA. MAHA was formalized in 82 and continues today, and our intentions are to live and rehabilitate as Native Hawaiians on the Aina of King's Landing. Next slide, please.
Mike, you can take yours down. You can take yours down.
In 85, our first right of entry is signed. And the PKO, Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana, on behalf of Maha community applies for and receives a grant from the department. And Palapala Inc. is contracted to research the findings and create the Subsistence Homestead Keaukaha Tract 2 Management Plan. It is completed in 87 and submitted to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. However, sadly, there is no movement or communication about the findings of the management plan between the two parties, and these discussions are stalled. Next slide, please. In 1999, Kahiki Nui Maui is designated Kuleana Subsistence Homesteading, and leases are awarded. And concepts for that homesteading model was inspired by the Kings Landing community and the Maha Management Plan. 2001, our second right of entry is signed, outlining 24 lots to welcome in 24 families into the village, understanding the need for the beneficiaries of Kings Landing to live a subsistence lifestyle. For the next 20 years, Maha member Skippy Ioane speaks on J Agenda testimony to seek guidance towards settlement. The Maha community welcomes its fifth generation into the village. And during this time, the department has gone through many turnovers and administrative changes. And in 2021, the current commissioners and staff are unaware of Kings Landing and Maha's stewardship history. Next slide, please. Mahalo. In 2021, the commissioners formed the PIG Kings Landing to investigate the community of Kings Landing. And a year later, in 2022, the PIG recommends to begin the settlement plan process. And for the last 2 years, Maha has been working in collaboration with G70 and the planning department to develop the Kings Landing settlement plan. Mahalo. Yes. Oh, what happened? Oh, was I not talking? Was I talking for a long time?
Check 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2. I know you want to go to a maybe a certain slide on the presentation, like toward the end, or you just
toward-
talk?
No, towards the end, after the slide, the 1982 slide, I think I only get 2 more slides after that, and I go do each one very efficiently.
Okay.
Leah, I can start before you get the slide up, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So in 1985, I believe this is where my sound got cut off. In 1985, the first right of entry is signed between Maha and the department. And in 85, the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana on behalf of Maha applies for and receives a grant from the department. And Palapala Inc. conducts the research and compiles the finding for the Kelkahachak 2 Community Management Plan, and it is completed. It is sent into the department. However, sadly, there is no movement or communication about the findings of the management plan between the two parties, and these discussions are stalled. In 2 slides, I stay already. Yep, next one. Thank you. In 1999, Kahiki Nui, Maui is designated Kuleana Subsistence Homesteading, and leases are award, and the concept for Kuleana Homesteading is inspired by the Kings Landing community and the Maha Community Management Plan. In 2001, our second right of entry is signed, recognizing the need for the beneficiaries to live a Kings Landing subsistence lifestyle. For 20 years, Maha member Skippy Iwane speaks on J Agenda testimony to seek guidance towards settlement. The Maha community welcomes its 5th generation into the village. And over the years, the department has gone through many turnovers and administrative changes that in 2021, the current commissioners and staff are unaware of Kings Landing and Maha stewardship history. Next slide, please. So in 2021, the PIG on Kings Landing to investigate the community is formed. And in 2022, the PIG recommends to begin the settlement plan process. Over the last 2 years, the Maha community has worked in collaboration with G70 and the planning department to develop the current Kings Landing settlement plan. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Aina. This slide. Oh, sorry. So the following is a map, the one that you just saw there, that we showed to the latest beneficiary consultation, that we brought during the latest beneficiary consultation meeting, and we had in the draft DA. These lands were identified to provide the most kuleana lots as possible, given the land constraints, while also providing areas of community building and resource conservation. Next slide, please. The Maha community also identified the type of land uses that would be most successful on each individual parcel. This was done in an attempt to satisfy the needs of beneficiaries on the agricultural and pastoral waitlist. Next slide, please. During the public comment period of the draft DA, the project received 15 comments, 10 from state and county agencies and 5 from individuals. The comments that we received had to do with the following topics. So comment from DOFA, comment about traffic and evacuation routes, standard comments on water resources, and some comments on historical issues with DHL, including confusions with kuleana homesteads, issues with access, and so on. Each of these comments will be addressed in the final year. Next slide, please. As with the early consultation process, the comments received from the Department of Transportation Airports Division were extensive. Due to the nature of the comments, G70 and DHL met with DOT Airports to discuss what can be done to ensure that the beneficiaries are able to be awarded land in Kings Landing in the future. Work with DOT Airports is ongoing. Next slide, please. As of 2002, the DHL Island Plan, the area of Kings Landing is designated as special district due to the hazards this land provides. Next slide. However, with the help of the community in Kings Landing and the comments received during the draft EA process, we propose for the land use designations to be converted to the following. These land use designations aim to better serve the DHHL beneficiaries and allow them to interact and connect with Aina. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the project demonstrates that homesteading in Kings Landing is a viable option as shown by the current Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan. The project also provides homestead opportunities for DHHL beneficiaries to obtain long-term leases, which would address the issues of successorship, security, and rehabilitation that the community there has been facing for generations by strengthening relationships to the Wahipana. Next slide. In anticipated finding of no significant impact, a FONSI has been issued with the draft EA, and the proposed project and land use is not anticipated to have a significant impact on the surrounding environment, given the mitigation measures that are in there. Therefore, an EIS is not warranted. Next slide. The next steps for the planning process for the project are listed here. After today's meeting, G70 will work to finalize the EA for publication to the environmental review program in early October. As we do, DHHL's permitted investigative group, approved as of last Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting, will begin to work to evaluate and make recommendations as to mitigating Hilo Airport's impacts on surrounding DHHL lands. Next slide, please. Here's a quick view of the project's timeline with the culmination of work and full build out beginning in Q3 of 2027. Mahalo nui. Mahalo nui for your patience and your attention to this project. I will now field any questions, comments that.
Any questions? Let me ask you one question on this runway extension. Have you guys got involved in that as to see what kind of impact that might have?
Yes. So as of our last meeting with DOT Airports, they said they were not no longer extending the runway as of now, as of the meeting. So the word is that they're not extending, but that may change in the future. But we're holding them to that.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that's just something that we're going to have to continue to work on. What we're trying to do in the PIG is protect this navigation agreement has to be aligned to just the King's Landing and not release the state from obligations for underwater fuel lines to go through Keikaha, sewer lines, so on and so forth. So it's going to be very, very specific. But when they say they're not going to extend the runway as far as I get to roll. Yeah, that can happen. And we both are looking for federal funding. So it's one of those things we'll have to sit down and try to figure it out the best we can.
So you're thinking they're not being candid about it?
No, it's just, Ford's not gonna live to 150. So I think he can't really,
You never
commit
know.
for
In
what
the
we're gonna
future,
do.
they might.
Yeah, it could be the future. I mean, they can't
When
say,
we're
no,
dead
we
and
won't
gone.
extend it. Yeah.
Okay, for now, it's.
Yeah.
For now, it's then.
And we want to mahalo Commissioner Neves and Commissioner Kaneakua for being involved in those conversations with DOT.
Yeah, we're still involved. I've reached out to San Francisco Airport to give us some assistance with the navigation agreement. As soon as we can, we'll be meeting with them.
Oh, good. Good. Okay, we'll stay on top of it. Any questions of these people or? If not, thank you very much. Oh, I have Julie. You wanted to say something, Julie?
No, just
Okay.
approval.
Okay. Oh, yeah, we got to make a motion. Oh, minor thing. Okay, is there a motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you very much. Mahalo nui. Sure. Yeah, fun again. Okay. Okay, we have come to the end of today's agenda. Items not covered today will be carried forward to tomorrow or a future meeting. Tonight's community meeting is scheduled to begin at 6:30 at Blanche Pope Elementary School Cafeteria, 41-133 Hooley Street, Waimanalo. Tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30 a.m. We are recessed for the day. Thank you.